me feel like a bad girl. Feel like a
completely, seep into my bones and veins. Still feel you feeling me. I can't seem to release this pain that you've planted inside me. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. You won't watch me bleed. Just right on the face in my way. I'll show you crazy. Still feel you failing me. I can't seem to find peace. I can't let go. Every time you lose control, there's another blood I hold. Twisting and twisting slow. So get to those roads. Just right on the face in my way. I'll show you crazy. It takes some time to realize it's not your fault. It took me time, my whole damn life, to find the power that's in my hands. To find the power, to find the power that's in my hands. You don't have a hold on me. I have on myself.
It is time for the Belong Arena Clash League of Legends Grand Finals. I'm Stanley Greyheart Barker. I'm joined by Rick Saga Sharples.
That is all correct. It is, in fact, time for the grand finals of the Belong Arena Clash. It's been a pretty hefty season so far, and these teams have really been put through the ringer.
Yeah, it's been really great to watch. We had some early play-ins, which brought up some great matchups, all sorts of different results. That led to our top teams making it through to the bracket that you see before you. A couple of teams got buys through to the semi-finals, but one of the teams that didn't get through has made their way all through to the final. That is the T-side Steelers. They will be going up against the Stratford Spartans, the Prometheus team, in our grand final. It's a best of 5. It's not weighted. We're going straight into pick and ban, and over on blue side it is going to be the T-side Steelers.
Yeah, and the Stratford Spartans, one of the few arenas who did have multiple entries into this season. Not really all too much of a surprise to see that one of them makes it all the way to the grand finals. They're a very storied arena in the history of League Arena Clash, and the T-side Steelers no less so either. I'm pretty sure that they both have a lot of experience with one another, and that's why we're seeing some target bans coming through very early on.
Lots of target bans. One that certainly catches the eye for me is the Gangplank. We've just seen a second band over on red side, taking this away from Art the Dragon, who picks that champion up pretty much any time that is available, even opting for it as a first pick when there are arguably more powerful things in the meta available. That one has been denied. A certain show of respect coming out of the Stratford Spartans.
Yeah, 3 out of 3 games in their semi-finals bracket was Arc the Dragon on the Gangplank, and yeah, it got them to the finals. We are going to see the Twitch as the first lock-in early on, right in there with the priority, so that they can, as you said in the pre-show, kill him with the venom and eliminate him or whatever. So it's going to be an interesting one to see Halsey back on a nice scaling late game carry. Out with the Rakan in the bottom lane is a fairly interesting one. A lot of heavy engage, team fight potential. Immediately what stands out for me for the T-side Steelers.
And I think the thing that's going to stand out the most over on red side is going to be the fact you've got the Silas and the Zed both locked in. So with that, alongside a Lilia as well, could make for some interesting shenanigans as we try to work out which lanes they all go to. Na's going to be the pickup for Arc the Dragon, something they've been known to fall back on lots of times. This is a player who's returning for, I couldn't even tell you how many finals they've been to for Belong Arena Clash, but the old saying of always a bridesmaid, never the bride, very much true for this Steelers team. They've never actually managed to pick the trophy up.
It's so close, but we will just address the elephant in the room. We have gone through a pro draft, so some of these picks may not necessarily be in the order that they were picked up in the draft. So if you're wondering why we're seeing things like Syndra and top laners banned away when we already have those locked in, it was done prior. We're just going through the motions. But Varus and Lulu was actually the response to the Twitch lock-in at the very get-go. So lane dominant, looking to try and poke the Twitch out of lane, trying to make sure he doesn't get the chance to scale. But now that you have the LeBlanc and the Xin Zhao, Casanero has proven time and time again. In fact, he was the J4 mastermind, but when he got his hands on the Xin Zhao, he was not afraid to skirmish in the early phases and have a lot of impact anyway.
Xin Zhao definitely worked out for Casanero, but however, I'm glad you mentioned Jarvan. Again, it's banned away. Again, it's a show of respect. This is a champion that, for me, is the biggest reason, well, alongside the someone that's playing it, the biggest reason that we see the Steelers in the final. A real difference maker in the semi-finals. Not going to have the opportunity to play it here in Game 1 in this best of 5. One thing that my eyes are drawn to as I look towards that pro draft is the fact that we did have just bring back to my mind, I believe it was topside early picked with the Gnar in the first rotation. Over on the other side, the Silas was locked in very, very early, maybe trying to say, hey, this is going to be going into mid lane. As a result, you see some of those bans coming out, and well, maybe there's been a little bit of bamboozling done as we now can see these completed drafts. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out on the Rift. 2 quite different team compositions. What do you make of it, Rick?
I started off looking at what was locked in on the early side for the T-side Steelers with Twitch, Rakan, Gnar, a lot of engaged potential, good team fight damage from the AD carry, but it has pivoted away from that somewhat with the final 2 rounds of picks. Now we're looking at it more as a strong pick composition. Maybe Arc the Dragon will be doing the classic Arc the Dragon strategy of staying on the opposite side of the map and looking to split push. It might be a little bit sketchy if you're up against a Silas or a Zed who does have the 1v1 potential, who can really take the fight to Gnar while the rest of the team is looking to try and get picks. But outside of the Lulu, there is no picks that are a way to dodge the picks, really, on the opposite side. Varus is a juicy target. Zed, a little bit slippery, but still susceptible should they be able to be locked down. So a lot of potential to find early kills and get any potential fights swung heavily in their favor for the Steelers.
I feel like a lot of people will be expecting the Spartans to be the favourites here, coming in, having been on the top side of the bracket, that buy through the quarterfinal stage, dominant performance in the semi-finals. But the Steelers, they've got a lot of experience coming into these big games, even if maybe they slightly fought the last hurdle. Just looking at game one's pick and bans, who do you think is going to take game one of this series? And what are your predictions for the rest of the series too?
Oh, sheesh. We're going all in early on. Okay. So for the Spartans, you have a lot of strong dueling potential and a lot of strong potential to just blow up Twitch. And if they can do that at the start of the fight, they've practically won that team fight. But at the same time, we look on the other side, and if you can get an engage, a clean engage onto Varus, that makes the fight so much easier, provided you can keep the assassins away from Twitch, who does have a couple of tools himself, or he can keep himself a little stealthy, a little sneaky, but it is tough to get away from a Zed and from a Silas. So there's going to be a lot of focus on the AD carries. Varus, with the Lulu locked in, has a little bit more in terms of the defensive tools, but only from the Lulu. There's no real tank like you're going to have with the Gnar in the early phases. You don't have the ability to reset a fight like Xin Zhao. So if a LeBlanc or Xin Zhao or Twitch or even a Rakan can find an engage angle onto Varus and blow him up, take him out of the fight, it should be relatively easy for Halsey to clean up. But on the opposite hand, it's the exact same situation for the Spartans team fight strategy as well. So I think a lot depends on the positioning of the AD carries, and so far we've seen Halsey is a very good AD carry in that regard, positioning extremely well, but that was on Caitlyn, a little bit longer range, a little bit safer with more of a disengaged tool, whereas I think the Lulu could be a key factor in keeping Varus alive and out of the reach of the targets, although it's really hard to call when it gets to this point in the season. But I think the Lulu might be the pick that just leans me slightly towards the Spartans draft.
Alrighty, so game one, you are going Spartans, and we'll see if that's how it plays out on the Rift. I feel like I didn't give you the fair shout out that you deserved in our semi-finals as well earlier last week, because we had a big bit of predictions going on, and I made a big deal of the fact that I got a prediction right, you got it wrong on one game, but you equalised coming out of the last game of the series. You absolutely called it that the Steelers were able to pick up that win. So fair play to you. Your prediction's been on point. Let's see if it stays that way. I've got some exciting news for everybody out there in chat as well as having fantastic League of Legends action coming onto the Rift very, very soon. We've also got an incredible giveaway. And if you go on to Belong Arenas UK Twitter, at Belong Arenas UK, you can see a tweet that says, "We are live for the finals of League of Legends." And if you retweet that tweet, you are entered in with a chance to win an Xbox Series X, which is, frankly, I was going to say it's a money can't buy prize. It's literally a money can buy prize, but you'll save yourself the money. So why wouldn't you want to do that? Go retweet that, give us a little bit of promotion while also getting yourself a chance to win that great prize.
It's literally 3 clicks and you got a chance to win an Xbox. You click the link, you click the like, you click the retweet, and that's it. Job done. Make sure you spread the word to your friends as well, and maybe, who knows, you can share the Xbox if you really want to, if that's what it's for, really. Make
sure you're over 18 as well. If you're under 18, just get a parent or someone like that to do the retweet for you, just to make sure you are valid to enter our fantastic competition, because we'd hate you to get drawn out and then be like, "Oh, sorry, I'm 9," and then we're like, "Well, tough, that's going to Greyheart now."
Oh, is that what happens when kids
that is
misbehave?
What happens. If you're not eligible, it instantly goes to the best caster.
Wow. Okay. Well, Chronicler will be happy to hear that. We'll send it. We'll see what the shipping costs are out to get it over to Korea. Hopefully you can get an adapter for the plug for it. But honestly, it's a great little giveaway. So it costs you nothing to enter. So absolutely get it done. We're hoping one of these two teams can get it done as well. We've got a potential 5-game series today, so this could go the distance. And if last week's games, if the semifinals are anything to go by, going the distance could well be on the cards.
Let me take this opportunity as we jump onto the Rift to introduce you to our 2 teams today. The Stratford Spartans Prometheus will be on red side. There'll be Artorios on top side. LGC, Genesis and Jungle. Good mid will be, shockingly, in the mid. Protect the Neck and Milkobop will be your bot lane duo. T-side Steelers Forgers. They are comprised of Art the Dragon up on top side. Casanero in the jungle. Corn the Destroyer in mid lane with Halsey and Mules, the bot lane duo.
It's going to be an exciting clash between the two. Oh, protect the neck on the Varus. He's brought himself the exhaust on his own terms, so should Khorne the Destroyer look to try and blow him up at the start of a fight and try and do a little bit more to keep himself alive, that in combination with the Lulu, Wild Growth, the help picks, might just be enough to swing the game in their favor. A couple of Conquerors on that side as well for the Zed and Lilia, looking to maybe have a bit more presence in the extended team fights than they would otherwise do. So that will be an interesting one to keep an eye on.
We are, of course, playing on the live patch. It's pre-season. It's, I believe, 12.24. Lots of changes, especially in the jungle, Rick.
There is plenty of changes. We've had a little bit of a brief encounter with over the past few weeks of the season, and it really left a lot of teams not a whole lot of time to get used to them, as coming into the jungle on a patch sort of mid-season as well. They had to adapt on the fly pretty quickly, but no surprise really that we're going to see Castanera going for the aggressive option, going for the extra damage in the jungle item, whereas Genesis is going to try and fulfill that tanky role just to give a little bit of extra front line to the squad, go for the tankier, healthier option, and try and keep himself away from Xin Zhao in the early phases of the game. With the Hail of Blades, that is going to be a scary man to run into if you're not prepared for it.
We're going to be seeing the top side start for both of the junglers. They opt into getting that early buff and then turning the attention to the rest of the camps on top side. And one of the things that I was quite interested in that they decided to bring in was the potential for optimized pathing. The fact that in the early paths, they're basically suggesting which camps would be best for you to take with your champion. Obviously, that's completely down to the player whether they decide to opt into that or not. But I think it's quite nice for players who are maybe coming in, and the jungle will be quite a daunting place for new players. I think that's a fairly fun change.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help. Jungle is probably one of the most mentally taxing roles in the game, and that's not if you, that's even if you mute all at the start of every game. Just the idea that you have to be in all places at all times, keeping an eye on all the lanes and the states and the positions, and tracking the enemy jungler while keeping yourself up to speed of the farm. There's a lot to keep track of, so that's one little thing that's nice and easy. I think for both of these junglers, they have plenty of experience. They'll be more than comfortable to make do without, and both of them are actually going to be making their way down towards the bottom lane. Genesis maybe slightly behind the curve in terms of the play, but no surprise that Castanera wants to go aggressive earlier on.
Going to be looking to go straight in. There's going to flash from Protect the Neck. Milko hasn't used the flash yet, but will have to use it as Castanera uses the audacious charge going forward. Takes a lot of dash, then goes back in, finds good damage. Remember, no flash on Protect the Neck, but they're looking to find first blood. It's going to go over to Lulu instead with the Ignite. Here comes Genesis, turning this one back around. Looks like it might end up being a 3-4-1 with first blood also going for the Stratford Spartans.
Wow, I thought the exhaust from Protect the Neck was a little bit of an overcommit, but in the end, it ended up baiting the re-engage. As soon as that exhaust went down, they thought they had an opportunity to turn it back on its head, but Genesis was there to support in the meantime, and Milko Bop with the exhaust picking up double kills and double buffs in the bottom lane. That's got to be an annoying Lulu to play up against. It's
going to be really, really frustrating. I see Genesis may have overstayed here a little bit, going towards the Scuttle Crab. Now he's going to find himself dashed upon, already having used their flash. They are just going to straight out die. Meanwhile, interesting battles going on between Khorne and Good Mid, who's looking to potentially turn the aggression back onto Castanera, but has to be very, very careful here. Khorne going to land the bindings from over the wall, not able to dash back over. Does connect with the root. Mules is looking for yet more, but it looks like with the potions going, Good Mid's going to get out to safety. I eat my words instantly as Khorne Destroyer finds the kill on the back of an excellent Rakan knocker.
That's maybe actually slightly helpful for Mules that they died in time in the bottom lane to go back and get boots that they could close the distance towards Zed. No flash came through from Good Mid. Maybe didn't think that there would be a chance for Mules to catch up, but yeah, simply wasn't prepared for it. And the fact now that Zed, with such a massive CS discrepancy in the mid lane, Khorne the Destroyer almost doubling the CS with 33 to what was at the time 17 before the teleport was used from Good Mid. That is accelerated LeBlanc, and that's a scary situation if you're an AD carry.
Glad you touched on the CS there, Saga, because actually I've got to stop talking about it again because Genesis is caught out, trying to go too aggressive, going in, losing a lot of health. Over the wall goes Khorne. Second kill of the game. Khorne Destroyer, potential other knockup. Good Mid will dash themselves out of this way, still able to hold on to the flash. Meanwhile, on top side, lots of juking out is happening between Artorias and Artoriosis and Art the Dragon. Dragon, speaking of which, also started up. That's an Infernal Dragon. But the thing I wanted to touch on finally going to get this sentence out there. I started it about 5 minutes ago. Is the fact that we did have massive CS discrepancies between top and mid. Arc being bullied heavily by this Lilia, as again, that big important route has hit level 6 as well. But in mid, as you said, good mid having a rough time up against LeBlanc, and it's got rougher still with the 2 kills now secured and Infernal Drake damage coming in as well.
And it was not even necessarily an overstep from Genesis, coming back in, just trying to get some vision control. You could see how many wards there are in the river, just caught in a situation where Casanero was there in time to answer back. Level 4 Xin Zhao diving onto him, but Khorne the Destroyer was just in a better position, having pushed in the wave. Good mid wasn't able to answer back in the same time that Khorne the Destroyer was able just to hop over the wall, take down Genesis for the second time this game after a fantastic counter gank in the very early phases. We've got a bloody game on our hands, Stan. It's 7 minutes into the game. We've got 7 kills on the board, and I'm just looking at the draft. I don't think either of these teams is going to be looking to slow that down anytime soon.
No holding back in game number 1. I love to see it, and it's part of the reason why I like these compositions that have been drafted. They're both a little bit feast or famine. They both want to get ahead in the early, get these kills, which actually both of the teams is being relatively successful in doing. But I think this makes sense. I've talked about it in the semi-finals, in the quarterfinals, how here at Belong Arena Clash, it's not really generally about scaling. It's not about who can survive until late and then make these amazing plays. We thrive on 25-minute games. We thrive on someone getting ahead and just accelerating that lead to a point where the other team can't bounce back. And I like that both of these teams are playing into that style.
Yeah, it's rare, I think, that we see a team successfully stall out to the point where they can make a miraculous comeback in the late game, but it's not completely unheard of. Nero was maybe looking to try and find an angle to look for something top, but it will be Genesis who gets there first. He is level 6. Casanero has just ticked over, unlocked the ultimate, but Arc the Dragon's going to sleep.
Nice use of the Lilting Lullaby, buying time for Genesis to arrive. Arc Dragon does go into Mega Knife Arm, finds the Gnar into the wall. Artusis is going to take a lot of damage from the turret, and here comes Casanero arriving with mules in tow as well. It's going to be at least one death going the way of the Stratford Spartans. This kill going straight into Casanero's pocket.
Eventually, there it is. Had to get the Audacious Charge on the recharged, but Arc the Dragon somehow surviving that, getting the Gnar to take Genesis and Artoriosis just far enough away that they weren't able to chase him down, and buying enough time for Casanero and once again Mules to be that roaming presence on the map. Was able to force Genesis away and chase down Artoriosis. Another great response from the jungle and support of the T-side Steelers. Mules has just typically been the one who's always looking for roams, not going for the classic mobility boots support style of roaming, but still just always seeming to be in the right place at the right time.
That audacious recharge came just in time for Casanero, who picks up a Herald on the back of their second kill of the game. This is a player who we just always talk about the kill participation, the early game impact they have, and nothing is different about that here in game 1 of this grand final, really making a name for themselves once again.
Making a name for themselves. I feel like it's pretty established at this point that Casanero is a beast. And, maybe you got to really rub that into the face of the Stratford Spartans here and there. He's definitely done that. It looked good for Genesis on the initial counter gank in the early phases, but since then, well, we expect a Hail of Blades Xin Zhao with the aggressive choice in the jungle item to start taking over anytime there's jewels available, but that hasn't stopped confidence from the Stratford Spartans that they can get the ball rolling. 2 Dark Seals picked up, one for Lilia in the top lane, who has the Corrupting Potion as well, so just a little bit more presence in terms of pushing the Gnar out of the lane whenever the chance comes, but one for the Silas too, so it does maybe give the hint that they are going to be looking to try and pick up some kills now and get the ball rolling back into their favor.
Mule spotting out the vision there, which actually we saw Twitch in camouflage mode able to pick up a little bit earlier on. Very, very important, both in terms of Casanero's ganking and also what the Twitch can do, that you keep that vision control, and it's led to a nice opportunity to just get on top and protect the neck. Gets the Wild Growth, flashes themselves away. That's 2 big tools lost there by the Spartans just to stay alive.
This time, though, he's kept the exhaust.
Oh.
only committed one of the two, and Casanero might get caught out here.
Yeah, he may have stepped just a little too deep. Genesis going aggressive, nice use of the Crescent Sweep just to find a bit of separation, but in a 4v2, Mules bit off a bit more than they could chew. Casanero finds the death mark right on top of their head. They're not going to be able to get out of that one. That's going to be shut down gold going the way of Silas before Good Mid. They themselves are slain by Khan, who finds yet another knockup, another Crescent Sweep stolen away this time. Silas having hijacked that one, not able to find any kind of connection. No Kingslayers today. Instead, only damage. Khan goes forward. Mule's still there for potential support, protect the neck, only a hit away from death, and that hit comes courtesy of Halesey. LeBlanc still alive, Halesey still raining down the damage. Khorne the Destroyer living by a thread. The double
Mules has no mana.
Milko Bot dies over the wall. Genesis finds one, but Halesey is chasing down the Silas, who wants to find the kill on to Mules first. Doesn't manage. Triple kill. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat-tat.
The spray and pray from Halesey, because I'm old school. We go with the old school ult names, but I mean, didn't even need the ultimate in that engagement. Just sneaky, stealthy positioning around the fight. Khorne the Destroyer flexing as well, dashing into the fight with LeBlanc and not even opting to take the distortion back, just staying in the middle of the fight for an extended period of time, and no one really had the presence to dive in onto it until a little bit too late. And by that point, Halesey, they got the refresh on the sneaky stealth and just found the positioning. Mules, a little unfortunate maybe not to be able to keep Khorne the Destroyer alive, but just on a sliver of health and no mana to work with, just standing around long enough for Genesis to get a little bit baited into committing to try and pick off the final kill. Halesey now with a triple kill, picked up a Gale Force and actually sold it to go back for a Kraken Slayer, but with the red buff as well. That is a ton of true damage coming through from Twitch in the bottom lane, and that's really the one champion that Stratford were hoping would not get a chance to accelerate in this bot lane.
One place where we're not seeing quite so much action is on top side. It's just a bit of a farming duel in between Lilia and the Gnar as well. As you can see, Lilia just about getting the better of that, but with the rest of the team thriving so well, Ark's not going to be upset about their part in this game. Second dragon of the game was Chemtech, which means we don't get to see the fun rift this time around. Instead, it's going to be an ocean rift this time of asking. But at the minute, two dragon lead, one herald already picked up, some turret plates going down in favor of the team in blue right now. They're looking good.
A little bit of a rough one for Protect the Neck, who had another CS advantage in the bottom lane, wasn't able to pick up any of the kills in the early scrapping shenanigans, but now with the triple kill going over to Halesey, the gold has massively swung back in favor of Twitch in the bottom lane. Big lead picking up there, as well as in Khorne the Destroyer's mid, where the gap has been closed by Good Mid, at least on the CS front, but that's still a 3-kill LeBlanc.
It is, but one saving grace at the moment for Zed is the fact that they're not that far off Eclipse, and they're probably going to hit it around about the same time that Ludens will eventually come through for LeBlanc. If this was going to be the Ludens already complete for LB, I think you'd see Zed just completely unable to play this lane at the moment.
It will be probably about the same time that the Mythic is completed, but it is also Sorcerer Shoes and a Stopwatch.
Oh, don't get me wrong, still a big lead.
So,
it's just, yeah, one of them you can just about play around.
It's just specifically the Stopwatch against Zed is a massive tool to try and shut down any attempts, at least once, for the Zed coming in to try and get the Death Mark 1v1, and then I wouldn't be surprised if we did see an early...
Yeah, second item's on you, I think. But a little bit of a fracas with Bruin down on bot side, but with both mid and jungle having recalled for those items. Mythic secured for both Jin Zhao and LeBlanc. This was a quick bit of separation coming out of Rakan and the Twitch.
He'd have to commit the quickness, though, to make his way out. Still no flash available for Mules, so just that little tickle of CC and then getting in a position to dash away. All that was required, but it does take away a pretty solid engage tool from Mules, which is going to be pretty impactful considering how active he's been all across the map. Now, maybe just slightly less pressure from the roaming Rakan, but still enough to get down some vision control. They've got a lot on the top side jungle and should be able to secure the second Rift Herald of the game.
I mean, I'm very unbiased in these things, and we make little jokes about biased casters from time to time. And I suppose if the Bristol Smugglers are playing, maybe I'm a little biased because I even have their shirt. However, Just a second, Good Mid has just got eviscerated. Might have the Eclipse, but barely had a life after being caught out by Corn Destroyer. LGC Genesis going aggressive, has already got 3 kills to their name and finds a 4th. Corn trying to do what they can to stay alive, has to go golden. Here comes Art the Dragon doing what they can to help out in the fight and doing a good job of it as well, supporting Twitch as they find more and more damage, but eventually Lulu's the one to get the shutdown goal. Double kill over to LGC Genesis. Art the Dragon and Mules left running for the hills. Nah has to flash over the wall to keep their life intact. It's a 3 for 2 in favour of Stratford.
It's an extremely disconnected fight going in all separate directions, but that's sort of to be expected when you've got so many high mobility targets in these fights. Good Mid almost getting blown to pieces before the fight even had a chance to really begin, but just about surviving from Corn the Destroyer. And that was that may be the big moment where having the quickness available could have turned that fight on its head. That extra bit of CC that could have just locked up the entire team for that extra half second or so was not available, and that could be a big turning point. And the fact that even Halsey was able to be chased down, the shutdown gold was picked up. Now Genesis is the one with the bounty with 5 kills on the board, leading the way now for Stratford Spartans.
Saga, I am intrigued to see what sort of build path we get for this Lilla up on top side, as you can see what damage Halsey rains down and protect the neck. And at a minute, it's the Demonic Embrace that's been opted into first. No Mythic just yet. In comparison to Trinity Force over the Gnar, that feels slightly underwhelming, but we did see what Artoriosis was able to do a little bit in that last fight.
Just as of yet, not going for the Mythic, but going for the percentage health burn, knowing that you're going to be up against a Gnar in the top lane. You want any time that you can land a little bit of poke to stick that little bit more. Kind of the same idea as going for the Corrupting Potion early on. Good Mid, though, more than likely not going to have a tower for too much longer. The wave clear on Zed is not notorious for being particularly strong, and there's nothing they can do to prevent the charge from coming through. A dragon spawning as well. Well, they've just won a big team fight close to an objective on the northern side of the map, but they're going to have to do it again now with the Gnar stolen away for Genesis, though. That is a big tool to try and turn around the engage, and again, the quickness used, but can't find anything with it.
Yeah, that's a big charm not to have now. The teleport committed by Artoriosis. Arc not having to commit their teleport to this one, instead joining up with the team. They're nowhere near Mega Gnar right now. Chains of Corruption is going to connect on the Corn Destroyer, and Hales is managed to find a kill on to protect the net, but it's going to be answered very quickly as Art the Dragon falls to LGC Genesis with their 6th kill of the game. Castanero takes down the Zed, flash away. It's going to buy a little bit of time. Corn Destroyer trying to do what they can as they do find the backline. They do find Milkabot, but the Lulu isn't the target that you need to kill off, and they can't even kill them because of the shielding. Does look like the Dragon is going to go the way of Stratford Spartans, who managed to just about win out in this fight.
Genesis with another 2 kills on the board, and that Night Harvest starting to rack up the stacks on the Dark Seal as well. It's a difficult target to take down, even for all of the high damage that's coming out. Casanero just not quite being able to have the same impact when it's an even 5v5. The engage came in really from the side. It was protect the neck, dropping the Varus ultimate, did catch Halsey out, but had the cleanse available, got out of that position, kept himself alive for really longer than he should have had much of a right to, as Good Mid dived into the backline to try and clean him up, but wasn't quite able to do it. But it took Halsey low enough to be essentially out of the fight. Couldn't really use that Kraken Slayer to shred through the tanky presence of the Silas on the front line. Just wasn't healthy enough to go for it. And again, a big missing tool for Mules' quickness could have changed the tide of that fight, but it's just really well played from the Stratford Spartans to identify that that tool is not available and pick the fight before it comes back up.
Saga, we called out how good Casanero was in the early game. Great kill participation, getting so many lanes going. However, I think we'd be remiss not to talk about what sort of impact LGC Genesis has had in these last couple of fights. I mean, you can see it in the kill numbers. They're essentially the only ones hoovering up those last hits, and boy, are they going in and making those kills count.
I suppose the one downside to that is that you've still got 0 kills in the Zed and the Varus column, which, particularly if it's a Varus who's feeling forced to rush the shield bow as a first item, it's not the most ideal if you're looking for the damage numbers that you're going to be seeing coming out from a Twitch or anything sort of similar to it, but at the very least makes them difficult to take down. We already saw that even Milka Bop is an annoying target to kill off even for Khorne the Destroyer. And well-timed Drowsy to come through, but once again Mules is on the roam. Genesis is lurking off the sideline. Not sure if they're 100% aware of it just yet, but
Genesis just wants this. Casanero shown in the mid lane. LGC Genesis is happy to go forward, flashing forward with the quickness in tow, dashing in, trying to find the Kingslayer, getting a knock-up as well on 2 Mules. They flash away, but they are going to die nonetheless. Artorios is getting that one with the Genesis going low, and here comes Khorne Destroyer, here comes Casanero. The cavalry has arrived, and it looks like a Christmas time. The Stratford Spartans cannot stop them. Good mid is going to get in, get themselves a first kill and their second kill of the game, and that was a messy fight. It's hard to say in the end who it's really gone in favour of. I think it was a 3-for-2 to the Stratford Spartans.
Yeah, and they've got some timing now to pick up some objectives with it too. The top lane outer tower will fall. Milka Bop was taken down, so a little bit less in terms of the defensive power, but there's still a whole lot of damage that could come through from the 3 that still remain standing. So even Khorne the Destroyer and Halesey, although they have plenty of damage themselves, they don't want to try to risk anything. But quick reset now for the Stratford Spartans. Again, it's just really well-timed aggression coming through. They picked up the quickness, stole that away from Mules as Genesis looked to try to find the engage. He did go down, so that is a bounty that has been claimed, but the remainder of the fight was cleaned up, and that is a pretty important thing that they have managed to keep the gold quite so even at this point in the game, just as it started to look as though T-Side Steelers were going to be able to accelerate the pace and get things going a little bit too heavily in their favor. They've answered back in 3 straight team fights now.
Yeah, the Baron spawned coming up to 2 minutes ago, and while that might be the next neutral objective that the teams get interested in, it's great to see how close this game is. You're just talking about the gold lead that was so close, Rick, to only have 400 gold separating the two teams, despite the fact we've had 28 kills, speaks not only for the bloodthirstiness and the exciting fights we've had, but also for how well balanced they are. We have 2 worthy contenders here in this grand final, and no one is budging an inch in the opening rounds.
No, I knew there was a lot of kills, but it wasn't until you counted the numbers that we realized how chaotic it actually is. But that's the thing. The fights themselves, very much chaotic. Again, when you've got the likes of a LeBlanc, a Zed, a Silas dashing all around the place, it's no surprise fights get disconnected. That Casanero is essentially 1v3ing in the top lane bush on the red side of the lane, whereas a good mid on Zed is sort of tower diving on the opposite end. Things do not stay cohesive and as a unit because they really can't when it's drafted in this form. Just so much mobility, so much flanking potential, and the fact that a lot of the fights start off with a numbers advantage, but they're so quickly collapsed on that new threats are coming in from opposite angles at all times, and it's really not going all too well for the side of the T-Side Steelers. When things do start to get disconnected, it does mean that the likes of a Lulu can have a huge impact, but good mid might not get a chance, but again, keeps him alive.
I thought that was the wild growth that was used, and that would have been such an important tool to be missing. It wasn't. It was just good mid, able to survive. However, this big bit of burst damage this time works out brilliantly for the Steelers. We saw them try to do this at the last Dragon, trying to get control of the Drake Pit. Things didn't work out. The teleport was on point from Artoriosis. This time the teleport arrived too late. It wasn't an impactful fight, and the Steelers get their reward. A 3rd Dragon of the game, just 1 away from Ocean Soul. They turn their attention now towards Baron and clearing vision around there.
So much warding committed to the bottom side jungle, but Artoriosis doesn't really get a chance to answer back to what Arc the Dragon is doing. This is classic Arc the Dragon style. Stay on the opposite side of the map, but while he can't drop the cannon barrage, he can definitely use the teleport to get involved in the fights. Not an option for Artoriosis. They have to stick around with the rest of the team while the Baron's being threatened. Mules
has to be careful.
Been looking for an angle, but gets out.
Quite tanky, has that Locket of the Iron Solari as well, should they need it. This is a little bit of a collapse happening as Genesis goes aggressive onto Khorne. Now it's Casanero who is caught. I don't know if they've been spotted on vision. They are now in all sorts of trouble. They'll use the Crescent Sweep to try and get separation, but they are just polymorphed for so very long that they're barely able to do anything defensively. Genesis
still alive.
Golden, good mid, almost dead. Casanero is going to be put to sleep along with 2 other members of the team. A massive lilting lullaby. So far, 2 kills coming through for the Stratford Spartans, and they get yet more. This could end up being an ace. Khorne Destroyer will walk away preventing that, but it's going to be a 4-for-0. It's going to be a Baron to Prometheus.
Wow, we really can't have a more back and forth game here. Casanero getting caught completely on the wrong side of the entire enemy team, but the Sterak's, the Gore Drinker, keeps him alive that little bit longer. But even in a situation where it is a very tight and close space, where a Gnar ultimate would be so impactful, Arc the Dragon didn't even get the chance to drop it down. Halsey's spray and pray not getting the damage through, was just blown up before he even had a chance to use the flash, to use the cleanse to get away from any of it. Just way too much damage coming through, and I mean, we're really seeing just how impactful the Lulu support can be in these fights, keeping those targets healthy, and it's really what's missing for the Twitch on the opposite side, being dived on by a Sylas, a Lilia, and a Zed, and just getting blown up a little bit too quickly to be able to have that team fight impact that they were hoping to find.
26 minutes in. I believe this is the first time. Just a second, because Goodmid's completely caught out. This could be a Baron buff going missing. Quantum Destroyer tries to dash in. The death mark is used defensively. Root is going to connect. Charm is there as well. It's a 1-for-1 so far, though, with LGC Genesis turning the quickness back around. Protecting it, taken low by the dashing in Casanero, but they've now got no way out. Only death. Triple kill goes the way of Genesis.
Halsey's health bar just got obliterated. That was insane. Stealing away the quickness again. Genesis just diving face first into it, and while it is a one-item Varus, the Qs still pack a punch.
Sylas hits hard. Genesis goes gold and buys enough time to go aggressive once again onto Arc the Dragon. The turret will fall in favor of the Baron empowered Spartans. They found that gold lead for the first time since they got First Blood early on. They have bounced straight back into this game. Quantum Destroyer will find a lockup on Toriusis. Dragon trying to answer back, but again, it's that man Genesis going in, staying alive. Sylas doing their worst, and right now it is the best thing for the Spartans. They get the teleport coming in as Goodmid rejoins the team.
Sylas is just so annoying to try and take down. Zed slightly less so when he dives in a little too far like that. Does get cleaned up on the back end of things, but oh man, again, like they tried to pick him off earlier on, and then Lulu was just in the perfect position to keep him alive, showing exactly what makes that pick so strong, with the Moonstone Renewer as well, the shields, the healing from the wild growth. Goodmid just, it was literally in this bush, and he just stuck around long enough to bait in the re-engage from Casanero and the rest, and CG Genesis picking up a triple kill, and it's so hard to take it down, even though realistically he's not built all that much into defensive items, only really the Hourglass and the just the innate sustain that you have as a Sylas, but my goodness, he's an annoying character to try and kill off.
Crucial moment coming up right now, Saga, because this is the dragon which would get Ocean Soul over the way of Arc the Dragon and friends. It would also speed up potential to an Elder Dragon, which could be a win condition for them. They need to find something, whether it be a one fight or just securing this objective.
And I think maybe for the first time this game, we're seeing a gold lead that is above 3,500, just about 4k gold in favor of the Stratford Spartans after a relatively clean teamfight victory and a push off the back of it. Khorne the Destroyer does get a big chunk of damage into Genesis, but can't imagine it will stay that way for too long before he gets a chance to heal it back up.
It's been quite insane watching the way Genesis lived over and over again. The same can't be said for quite a few members of the Steelers. They're in trouble here in game one. Genesis taking another big chunk of their health bar, not quite able to connect onto Mules there, which is a saving grace for the Rakan. This dragon has now spawned. There is a potential pincer movement coming in. Arc the Dragon very, very close to hitting that Mega Gnar. It's going to come in whether Arc wants it or not, and that is not the news that the Steelers want, because all of a sudden they are forced into a now or never sort of moment. Genesis going gold. Goodmid taking low, gets caught out by the charm. The quickness is used well. Nice lilting lullaby comes through from Linear as we find kills going over to Genesis. Casanero doing what they can. Smite won't give you health anymore. They're not able to get the dragon. They're not able to get the kills. Quantum Destroyer is left running from the scene. Halsey still has a decent health bar, but there's not a lot they can do against the on-surging Spartans.
The Gnar wasn't placed quite well enough. I think the timing was maybe just off, and the Hourglass came through. Didn't find the stun for Arc the Dragon, and Genesis using the ultimate against him. Definitely found a lot more value. Halsey on that fight wasn't even in the Dragon Pit, had to flash over the wall and just use the spray and pray additional range to get whatever damage he could. And for the most part, he was just auto-attacking through the dragon itself to try and get some just outside damage onto whatever targets he could. And he just really didn't get the liberty of selecting priority targets in the fight, and in the end gets run down anyway as he tries to make it back into his own base. It's really, once again, Genesis taking over the game at this point and now looking to build a Rabadons as well, just to really solidify the fact that this Sylas is going to be blowing up whatever target walks onto his screen.
You questioned earlier on whether having all these kills on the Sylas was a good thing, whether it was maybe just starving out the Zed and the Varus. It turns out Sylas can pretty much do it on their own.
Yeah, it definitely is looking that way so far, but once again, maybe if they can steal away that Ocean Soul, that could be a big turning point for the fight, or for the game rather, for the T-side Steelers, just giving that extra survivability to whatever sort of semblance of a front line they have put together. Mules really didn't last long in that fight either, though, so whatever little bit of assistance they can get in keeping themselves healthy. Arc the Dragon might need some help here too.
Good mid, going aggressive, using that death mark, but not really able to do much more than tickle the Gnar in this particular fight. Speaking of top laners, I just want to very, very quickly touch on the mythic we've eventually seen coming through for Autoriosis. I believe that it is Jackshow that's been used there, and that's an interesting use, probably a first opportunity we've had to see that here at Arena Clash. Big fight, however, no chance to talk about mythics, because all we talk about is damage. Castanero gets good damage down, but the follow-up just isn't there, and Genesis is staying alive, and the Steelers aren't. Their dreams of game one are being dashed moment by moment. Halsey will be the fourth to fall. Corn Destroyer yet again left running, wondering where their friends have gone. They get out of the reach of Xin Zhao, but with an exposed Nexus here, Nexus turrets here in mid lane, this could be the opportunity we see for Stratford to push through and take game one.
Certainly looking that way. Genesis is above full health already with a shield after getting chunked out early in that fight. Still just sticking around, getting 400 health heals every time he presses W. It's just nuts how much healing the Sylas has, and that just makes him even more of a target to be unable to take down. Mules dashes in and almost immediately dies. Oh man, there's nothing they can do.
A 46 kill thriller ends at the 32-minute mark with victory for the Stratford Spartans. Prometheus, they have taken game one in this best of 5 series. They are only 2 away from lifting the crown and yet again denying the Steelers what they believe to be rightfully theirs. An absolutely enthralling game one saga.
It was back and forth all the way up until it wasn't. It was really just 3 consecutive team fights that went the way of the Stratford Spartans when it looked like the T-side Steelers were in a great position to try and get the game swinging in their favor. Wasn't quite able to go that way, but well, you said that the Lulu could be an impactful pick. She kept so many people alive at the start of those fights, and that just baited the overcommits.
It did. It was a great fight put up by the Steelers, but in the end, it just wasn't quite enough to take game one. They can have plenty of opportunities to fight back. Speaking of opportunities, there's a great opportunity for you out there watching right now. We put out a tweet a little while ago on @BelongArenas UK. Because it's our Arena Clash finals, today we're giving away an Xbox Series X. Pretty cool of us, right? Well, go over there, retweet that tweet which says we are live for the finals of League of Legends, and you have that opportunity to be entered into that prize draw. Make sure you're 18 or above, or have somebody who can who is 18 or above that can claim that prize for you. You know, because why wouldn't you want the possibility to win that in our giveaway? Why wouldn't you want to stick around and watch game 2 of what's been a great finals so far as well? I haven't got an answer to that question, so better see you in a few minutes after this break.
me feel like a bad girl. Feel like a bad girl. You make me feel. You make me like a bad girl. You make me feel. You make me feel like a bad girl. You make me feel like a bad girl. Feel like a bad girl.
to my bones and veins. Still feel you feeling me. I can't seem to release this pain that you've planted inside me. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. You won't watch me bleed. Just right on my face and my way. I'll show you crazy. Still feel you feeling me. I can't seem to find peace. I can't let go. Every time you lose control, there's another blood I hold. When you're sick and twisted now, so get those roads. Just right on my face and my way. I'll show you crazy. It takes some time to realize it's not your fault. It took me time, my whole damn life, to find the power that's in my hands. To find the power, to find the power that's in my hands. You don't have a hold on me. I have on myself.
It's time to get back into the action here at the Belong Arena Clash League of Legends Grand Finals. And don't forget, we are celebrating by giving away an Xbox Series X. So go find our tweet that says we are live on @BelongArenas UK, and you will have a chance of winning said Xbox if you're picked out at random from all the people who retweet that. About half of the people who retweeted it so far are connected directly to Belong. They can't win it, so you've got an even bigger chance than you realise. So we are getting straight into picking bands here at Game 2. I'm Greyheart Parker. I'm joined by Rick Saga Sharples. What we're looking at?
As it currently stands, no surprise to see what bands have come through. These were the same as the previous game, although I'm not at all going to be shocked if we do see a slight difference coming through for the final ban. There's the J4 taken away from Casanero, and of course, Silas will be out of action for our for our second game. And can you really blame the T-Side Steelers for not wanting Genesis to get his hands back on that champ?
Well, despite the fact that Jarvan was banned, we very much saw some kingslaying in the jungle last time around. Casanero, somewhat humbled by the performance that LGC Genesis put in last time. It was absolutely incredible to watch. Already seeing a real change up in the way the picks and bans is working this time. A slightly tankier lineup coming in for the Steelers as they look to equalize this series.
As a fun fact, once again, we did the pro draft to get this one going nice and early, make sure that everyone was comfortable with the champs that were locked in. We basically did it in role order anyway, just reversed the support and mid picks. So the Syndra and Azir were actually respectively each team's last picks, with the Syndra being the blind pick regardless. But I mean, just look at the tankiness coming through on both top jungle duos. Absolute mountains of HP to shred through, and no surprise at all that we're seeing the likes of Cogmore and Twitch banned away.
And with having that potential, not only need to shred away, but also those stamps are there to be taken. The Trundle's such a great pick, and wouldn't be surprised to see LGC Genesis thriving again, getting this one. But they're going to have to deal with a Vayne that can rip through those max health bars, and that's certainly something that we could see Halsey performing exceptionally on if they have the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the top laners and the junglers, I feel like both of these AD carries are thinking Kraken Slayer is pretty much a must in this scenario. Vayne has that built in already as well, and it's percentage health true damage too. So when your Trundle is walking up and pressing R on either Ornn or Sejuani, stealing away, an extra 100 armor and 300 health, well, just a little bit of extra opportunity to shred through it, and they now have the Lulu on hand to keep them safe should the dives come through, and speeding up the Vayne to get away from the likes of Trundle and Renekton, who are going to be looking to blow her up. And of course, good mid dropping a Cinder R as well. Lulu can just counteract that with an R of her own and keep the fight going.
It's interesting to see the way that these two drafts have been put together, Rick, and I very much want to hear your thoughts on the way they line up. However, it feels to me like even though we've got a little bit more of that inert tankiness coming in from a lot of the champions, it does feel a little bit like the Stratford Spartans have opted into a lot of what we saw last time. Sort of feast or famine champions that can thrive in the early game, put a lot of pressure down onto their lane opponents. We know that Renekton's a lane bully. We know Syndra just gets to press R and delete people. We know what Caitlyn can do in an early game. Over on the other side, it feels like the Steelers have gone, okay, well, it didn't quite work out going toe-to-toe with them in the early game, especially the mid-game last time. Let's see if we can scale up towards late game. I think this is dangerous. I've seen this fail multiple times this season for various teams. However, if we do get anywhere near the 30-minute mark, which we did cross last time and the game is even slightly close, the scaling for the Steelers is immense.
It is ridiculous scaling, and to be fair, the scaling isn't too shabby at all for the side of Stratford. It's just that the peak comes a little bit earlier in the game. So again, Renekton will be lane dominant, but still can transition into a big presence for the team fights. At the very least, it's going to take a while for even the likes of a Vayne to shred through it. Syndra, again, will be competent through the mid to late game, but also Azir can go for their Q max poke heavy build and try to shove some pressure into that lane, whereas Janna, while Caitlyn is a lane dominant carry, Janna isn't going to do much to accelerate that in terms of, engaging to pick up the kills. It will just be a case of trying to starve Halsey out from picking up farm and keeping the advantage that way, which might leave them slightly susceptible to a Sejuani gank if they're putting some pressure down towards the tower. So it will come down again to a lot of the vision control in the early phases of the game and how cleanly they can deny the scaling without going overly aggressive and overcommitting to doing so. Because if it comes to the mid game and the team fights come around, you've got to back the Stratford Spartans. But again, if it's pretty even, and again, when we get to that sort of 35 minute mark, then things really start to go heavily on the side of the Steelers, especially when you get the Orn items coming through as well.
Yeah, we'll see if we get those ornaments to put on our Christmas tree here at Belong or not. Nice. And if the game gets to a point where that's starting to happen, yeah, then very much so. I think we're going to see the Steelers in with a good shout. For me, if I were to do a prediction for this game, I have to stick to my knowledge of Belong, the way I see so many of these games go, and I have to go with the Spartans, especially based on the incredible dominant performance put out by the likes of Genesis last time round. But I want to see the Steelers equalize. I want this series to go the distance. It makes for great watching, great entertainment, and I am here for that all day long if needed. But Guts says Spartans. How about for you?
I think, again, while it was very, very tight up until the point where it wasn't in game number 1, I think that is probably about the same point as where we're going to see this game blow completely open as well. And I think I'm with you on this one. I think Stratford Spartans, they definitely showed in game number 1 that while it can be back and forth, while it can be extremely tight, as soon as they start to get a little momentum on their side, they win one team fight. It's a slight win, a marginal win. They walk away with a 3-for-2, but then the next team fight, it's a 4-for-2. The next team fight, it's a 4-for-1. And they just continually start to grow their lead over the course of several team fights. And once you're up against that in particular on a team like this one, a draft where you have the likes of a Syndra who can really accelerate and a Caitlyn who is not a champion you want to be giving a lead to, yeah, that's going to be the point where I think if the Stratford Spartans start picking up wins, they're going to be the team to look at for closing out the game before the scaling can really come into effect.
So there you have it. Two league experts with 20 years of experience of the Rift both think the Stratford Spartans are going to get the win. But I'll tell you what, I watched about 10 football pundits with even more years of experience of their game predicting that Brazil were going to beat Croatia the other day, and they all got it wrong as well. So it's
no spoilers, by the way.
Here. Like anyone watching this stream cares about football. So wait, we both do. But Belong Arena Clash Finals is obviously it's a very different beast to the World Cup in that we're not hosted by Qatar, so that's always good. So we are going to be getting on to the Rift. Once again, a reminder to go and retweet that tweet we put out on Belong Arenas UK's Twitter. You've got an opportunity to win yourself an Xbox Series X, and it makes Christmas all the merrier for you guys at home.
I'd say we're probably also not going to stop you from drinking beer while you watch this. We might look down on you a little bit because it's 1 p.m. But you know how it goes. Out here, Arc the Dragon just having a great time in the Tribush, vibing. Not sure how much of that will translate up into the laning phase against the Renekton, but in the very early phases, Ornn should be able to hold his own at the very least. Although I wouldn't expect too much jungle pressure to come through, even with Sejuani in tow. I think it's a tough ask to take down the Crocodile in the top lane. So for Casanero, I think this time around it's going to be, it's 100% going to be less about finding the jewels, but maybe it will be about slowing down the presence altogether, as there was a few times where they tried to find engages. Genesis just seemingly had the read on the position, was there to counter gank. And if you've got a Trundle there to counter gank against a Sejuani, she can be made very squishy very quickly.
I agree with you, but I think the problem that I'm seeing in your idea there, Rick, is that we said this, I think it was either game 1 or game 2 of the semi-finals, the game that the Steelers lost where we did have more scaling opportunities, the game where we didn't have Casanero on a big damage dealing AD jungler, and we're like, they're just going to play slow, they're going to build up towards the late game. They did. They still want to play that super aggressive, hyper aggressive option. I think we're still going to see plenty of ganks coming out of this Sejuani. If they're successful, it could really help swing things in Steelers' favour. But if they get too far behind Genesis, we saw what happened last game.
I suppose that is the other way of looking at it, is you don't necessarily have to wait until 30 minutes for your scaling comp to be effective. If you can speed it up and get a few kills on the board early on, it could be 20, 25 minutes. But it'll be difficult. I think Halesey and Mules in the bottom lane, they're going toe-to-toe trading with Protector Neck and Milkabop, but expecting a Vayne Lulu lane to pick up kills against a Janna is going to be difficult. There's not really much of a way to make that stick, particularly now that Mules is not rocking the Ignite. Halesey with the cleanse and the exhaust in that lane, it's going to be a tough ask for them to take down either of their lane opponents. And it might just be a case of get shoved under the tower and farm up for the time being. And if anything, you wait for support from Khorne the Destroyer or Casanero.
There's no doubt about who's putting down more pressure in bot lane. However, good news here for pretty much everybody on the side of the Steelers is the fact that we're not seeing any big CS disadvantages coming through just yet. Just 3 or 4 here or there in pretty much all the lanes, admittedly. However, you know, this is not even close to what the sort of differences that we were seeing in both top and mid last time round. Nice, slow, built-up start. We'd already had, 4 kills on the board by this time round last time. So we are actually seeing this sort of slightly slower build-up. Junglers who started on opposite sides of the rift will also get opposite scuttles to each other. Huge amount of XP to be gained from that now.
I like what we're seeing, though, from Halesey going for the bone plating secondary resolve tree, knowing that you're going to be under a lot of pressure, taking a lot of poke in this lane. That extra bit of sustain might be impactful, and it's not going to be all too detrimental to a late game Vayne not having maybe a domination secondary from the Destroyer. Well, he has gone more so for the poke build with the Arcane Comet. It's very difficult to get the better of a corrupting potion start Syndra and poke her out of the lane.
Very difficult indeed, and I think that that's something that we're going to probably repeat quite a lot through the opening 10 minutes of how tough it's going to be for these laners. But the longer we can go without any kills, without any significant leads being built up by the Spartans, the better things look for the Steelers as we go, progress through game 2 here. A reminder that if the Spartans Prometheus pick up a win here, they are 2-0 up. They are match point for all of the potential remaining games. They could even wrap things up and be done for a nice lunch.
They could really, just go for a celebratory one out on the town, definitely. Genesis might be slightly giving the game away that we might start seeing a little bit of aggression to come through, maybe looking for a jewel in the jungle now, going for the first item, Sheen, so that is a very difficult Trundle to beat in a 1v1, even if there was ever one that wasn't. It's not this one, especially for Casanero on Sejuani. He will have some vision on the jungle pathing, particularly towards the bottom side of the map with the wards that have been placed. They've spotted out Casanero just yet, I'm not too sure, but Genesis, we'll see where he goes next. There's no camps left for him to take. Could try and go and solo out the dragon if he desperately wanted to, especially now that both bot lanes have just gone back to reset, and his will get there first so they can shove in the lane and they come up to support.
Okay, well, that first dragon having spawned does mean the attention of Trundle and Janna goes towards a cloudy one there, and looks like they're going to be able to secure this one nice and easy with Sejuani up on the other side of the rift. Genesis not entirely sure of that, so actually decides to put down a little bit of vision before returning attention towards dragon.
Makes sense. Wants to keep himself nice and safe, does not want to give any opportunities to be collapsed on, especially while Mules and Halesey were in the darkness, not quite back in their lane for the time being. And didn't really have the information on where Casanero was either. Did not want to be caught trying to solo out the Drake, but there it is. The shove in the bottom lane. And they're going to come up and just give the support to Genesis. He will pick up the dragon early on for the squad. Sure, we'll get the Scuttle Crab to follow it up as well. So a slight early advantage, but on the opposite side of the map, Casanero has at least taken the opportunity to go and put some vision down, maybe look for a chance for a little bit of counter jungling, but nothing to be found.
Exactly that, and it's kind of unlucky for Casanero, or you could just say skilled from Genesis in terms of knowing the times of their own camps and when they were opting into that dragon, but essentially they found very little of anything other than the vision, not the trade-off that Sejuani would have hoped for in terms of giving over a dragon to the Trundle. Crucially, however, for both of the teams, I suppose, we are only seeing a 300 gold advantage just through from CS differentials, but the biggest CS advantage so far, it's only 6 or 7. That is really, really minimal in comparison to what it could be, given the abuse that can be put down by some of these lane bullies.
Actually, the real biggest CS advantage is Lulu's CS over Janna right now, which is 8.
So, yeah.
So,
fair point.
Yeah, I mean, how much we read into that. I mean, Mules has definitely been forced to help out with Halesey in answering back to the constant shove coming out from Protect the Neck on Caitlyn. And, of course, Milka Bop now on the roam early on will clear out some of the vision. And they've just completely swapped lanes, so they really want to try and punish Arc the Dragon on the top side. But that does leave Artoriosis a little bit less of a lane bully up against two ranged champions down below, but they're going to rotate the strength of the team up top to look for a Rift Herald, especially now as Casanero shows some presence spawn.
Yeah, Sejuani just going straight in and immediately pushing the Crocodile away. This is turret plating going into the pockets of Halsey and Mules, essentially free of charge here. Ornn's returning to the lane, does have teleport in hand should they need it. They will miss out on a little bit of CS, but they're happy to walk this one out. Meanwhile, Toriosis just steps forward, takes whatever they can with the slice and dice before returning to the relative safety of the turret.
Playing. Be a little bit more difficult, I think, to take down all too many plates. Arc the Dragon just have a bit of an easier time clearing out the waves, although it won't be easy when all said and done. Artoriosis does, dash in, clear them out, doing decently, but the Rift Herald has been started up. Genesis will be claiming that one. That does leave an opportunity now for Casanero to do some counter jungling. Takes away the red buff and potentially look for a dive. Renekton ultimate has been expended, so we'll have that little burst of tankiness not quite available. And if the dive is well executed with the wild growth, it could be easy enough.
9 minutes in could be one of our slowest ever first deaths, but first death it may well be. Artoriosis will give up their lives. Casanero will tank for days. That gold goes over to the Vayne. LGC Genesis misplays in top while putting down the Herald. It goes down, it gets its charge, but going down is something Trundle does as well. How does that happen?
Wow, Arc the Dragon. Well, I wasn't all too convinced when I said he might have an easier time holding the wave top, but well, now it's a good thing I said it. Now I look like a genius. It uses the Ornn combo incredibly well, locking up Genesis onto the tower. Khorne the Destroyer, though, might be in trouble. Oh, wait a minute!
Might just find a straight outplay! What beautiful timing of the Emperor's Divide. The flash played to perfection. The damage coming out of the Unleashed Power wasn't enough for good mid to secure the kill. And in a crucial game in this series, things really going from bad to worse. Arc the Dragon now going aggressive, flashing forward. Has the presence of Casanero. Protect the net. Still has flash available. Has the Wilco bot. They both... just protect the net. Has to use that one as well as the Monsoon coming out of Janna.
Ooh, had to expend the flash to get out of that situation. Arc the Dragon. Well, again, he doesn't really have the most health coming into this, but it's an early game Caitlyn, and it's a Janna who... again, isn't going to be a very aggressive support, isn't going to be able to lock them up long enough to secure the kill. Even with the Ignite, I wasn't feeling confident enough that just the Monsoon would be enough to get Protect the Neck to safety. And while, yes, they do take a whole bunch of plates on the top side of the map, that leaves basically everything all around where it's outplay City.
Good mid has absolutely nothing left in the tank. Surely going to burn down to his last little bit of damage. The Trundle Pillar actually almost saving the life. I thought Syndra was going to be able to walk it out for a second, but no. The last bit of damage comes through. Khorne Destroyer secures their second kill of the game. And the, I would say, slightly more scaling composition of the Steelers coming online faster than maybe it would have expected to. 11 minutes in, and they've got 1,000 gold advantage.
Yep, it's really what Stratford was looking to avoid, was giving up these sort of advantages in the early phase. Arc the Dragon might struggle with this one now that the lanes have sort of reset themselves back to their standard format.
I guess you kind of have to raise the question of, did the Australia lanes just horrifically backfire there? I
think it's probably fair to say so, although it wasn't a bad idea.
Genesis flashes over the wall, the Sheen, the Chomp, the Smite, all leads to the stolen dragon. Genesis will give their life, but they get a second dragon of the game. We are going to see a Hextech Rift, and I know you're excited for that Rift.
Yeah, we get boosted plants. Nice. Halsey with a second kill as well. That is rough now. Especially as Genesis, well, he does manage to secure the second dragon of the game, gives them a bit of a boost in terms of getting closer to that soul, but it might just be the same situation as last game where you get the early dragon advantage, but when it comes to really contesting for that third, fourth dragon spawn, you're going to have a 2-0 Azir, a 2-0 Vayne, who have been slightly accelerated towards their item breakpoints. It will be difficult to try and work your way through.
Opinion, worth or not stealing that dragon?
Probably not, considering this is going to be a third kill down towards Halsey. Again, I think for Genesis, he knew that he was going down either way, flashing over the wall. There's no way out from that situation, just looking to try and make plays elsewhere. So it's a calculated risk, I'm sure, but when you're basically just giving a free kill over to the two champions on the opposite team who you needed to be stemming the scaling, stopping them from getting the advantage, I think the argument for stealing away a Mountain Drake is probably not all that worth it when realistically there's going to be a whole bunch of true damage going through anyway, so the extra resists isn't going to help you all that much.
We are, just a reminder, we're playing on the live preseason patch. It's 12.23 or 12.24. I think it's 0.24 if I remember correctly, which means we've got lots of changes. As you can see, Chemtech Rift is a big one of them, and it brings all sorts of fun things alongside the plants in the jungle. Another thing that this patch has brought is Radiant Virtue, which is the mythic that we are seeing there for the Sejuani. All sorts of extra resistances and the like, definitely going to be helping out there, especially as Sej is starting to get going quite nicely. A few assists to their name, and we know how impactful Casanero is for their team.
Definitely a team fighting focused item. It's not one that's going to help you at all in a 1v1 against Genesis, but when it comes to the point where you've got your Azir, you've got your Vayne close by, and if they can just get that extra sustain through a team fight just to survive whatever damage is coming their direction, especially when it's from the likes of a Renekton, who does have a lot of front-loaded burst damage, and his sustained damage might be somewhat lacking if they can just survive through the initial burst. And, well, now that the shield bow has come through as a first item from Halesey, then no surprise that they will almost definitely be surviving through that initial burst. Casanero looking for a chance to try and engage, but Khorne the Destroyer almost turns it around as good mid again.
Yeah, good mid having to flash themselves out as they saw Ornn approaching, and at the moment things it feels like the Spartans can't get themselves a foothold. However, I will say there were stages in the first game where it felt like that was the case as well. They started falling behind a little bit, but then all of a sudden they turned things around. This time around, however, it's a little bit hard to see where they're going to be able to do that.
It's definitely not easy to find the opportunities, but this could be one.
This is an opportunity. The Dragon might be the first death for the Steelers, but has got the friendship of Casanero to keep them alive, along with all the extra stats that are coming through from the Radiant Virtue of their jungler. And it's going to be the hero of the last game turn 0 in this fight as Genesis dies for the third time this game.
Well, that's the issue then. As soon as they weren't able to get the burst, the damage through onto Ornn, the Radiant Virtue healing comes in. The Wild Growth, Khorne the Destroyer this time doesn't land the Emperor's Divide quite how he was hoping to, but still the damage is pretty immense.
It is looking so good for the Steelers as they look to bounce back in this series. Maybe the Spartans overheard me. They know I like all the games in the series, and they're just like, you know what, let's give Greyheart that for Christmas.
A Christmas present for you, yeah. Maybe they just liked your pun about ornaments and are just too busy rolling on the floor laughing to actually play the game. But the Rift Herald charge will secure the mid lane outer turret. That will go down. It will be traded for the bot lane outer turret. Arc the Dragon will put some pressure towards the top turret, but there's no chance that he's taking that down for free just yet.
Well, we've got another dragon spawning in just a few moments' time, and already a teleport coming into that area. It's going to be the Syndra quickly getting their way to mid. Of course, there's no outer turrets down on the bot or mid of the map for the Spartans to fall back on, so they do have to be very careful if they look to pick a fight in their own jungle.
Still a pretty aggressive item route coming out from Genesis with the pickaxe, not building towards resistances just yet, just relying on what he can subjugate away from Casanero and Arc the Dragon. Try and keep himself healthier in the inevitable team fight that is to come through, especially now that the Dragon has been started up and Genesis is in the same position to try and flash over the wall and steal it away again. I'm pretty sure we could call this one that's significantly not worth it. He's given another free kill over, but it would put them within soul point, so it's possible that it could be, but with Caitlyn on the opposite side of the map, surely there's no chance.
Yeah, it feels like mixed messages coming in here from the Spartans. Maybe they're just trying to call the Steelers bluff, but leaving Kate topside means that this attempt to steal is never going to happen, so why shouldn't we just see the Steelers just go for it and secure it nice and easily? What the flip was that? Genesis just goes, I'm going in, it's do or die. In this case, it's both. They do steal the dragon, but they die as a result. But they're not going to care. They're up to 3 dragons and closer to getting Chemtech sold.
Yeah, they're within one now, and well, it sort of works out. Caitlyn gets a massive influx of gold in the top lane by herself, 600 for fully clearing out that tower with no contention coming through from anyone whatsoever. That will give her a chance to maybe pick up a Zeal item, get a bit more of the attack speed to come through that could help shred through the front line that is starting to look extremely beefy. But Genesis sacrificing himself for the cause once again. Maybe it's worth it. It does put another kill on the table, but
call it worth this time.
if they get the soul, then sure. But if it turns around and if the T-side Steelers can deny dragons from this point onwards, I think we do have to look back in hindsight, 2020 vision, and say, potentially wasn't worth giving the kills over. But if they can get the soul, we stand to be corrected on that.
I see your point, of course, Saga, and I generally speaking do bow to your superior knowledge when it comes to the analysis of these games. However, just from my perspective, I look at it and go, I think when you put the two dragons in conjunction with each other, the two kills not too bad a price to pay, especially when Caitlyn was getting so much in the top lane this time round. And I don't know. I guess, as you said, time will tell, and if that soul isn't secured, then yeah, I guess the two dragons was all for naught. But such a good opportunity to secure it now with so much of this game still to play. We're 19 minutes in. It's only a 1,500 gold lead. The Steelers, remember, 1-0 down in this series. Really needing to pick up a win here.
Oh boy, it's a little bit of extra tenacity for them. It's something. It's gonna be some damage to come through onto good mid, but another well-placed flash to get out of it. It does expend the teleport from Artoriosis, though.
Yeah, that one felt like it was a little bit of a trigger-happy teleport, and with the push still coming from Corn Destroyer down on bot side, good mid's probably going to have to respond to this one pretty quickly. At the minute, the tempo, apart from the Stolen Dragons, is all in favour of the Steelers. They seem to be controlling the Rift very, very nicely in game number 2. And yeah, none more so than Halesey, who's now 4-0-1 on the Vayne, recipient of a couple of those kills on the Genesis as they came in.
Starting to get closer and closer to the second items being completed now. For the vast majority of champions, have a quick glance at some of the gold values as Arc the Dragon might just be caught out, but the rest of the team is there to support.
Yeah, Arc has flash available if they want to go over the wall. Instead, deciding to go aggressive. Now the flash has to be expended. Ace in the hole comes in, barely tickling the Forge God. Good mid stepping forward, trying to land a big scatter, but instead it's going to be these Spartans who have to turn tail and scatter as they go into their own jungle. Arc the Dragon still looking for a little bit of something. Has to be cautious though, because the big damage dealer's not really close enough to help out. Pings onto the Baron, yeah.
Yeah, trying to make use of whatever chance they have, but in terms of the draft, it's so vastly different from the previous game where if someone was caught off guard, out of position for seconds, they would just be blown up immediately. Ornn just doing way too much surviving for that to be the case. He's got himself the upgrade for his own item, and no doubt they will start to see them come through for the squad fairly soon, but a possible engage to come through. Caitlyn just taking the time to clean up mid-turret first, though.
Casanero finds a big ult on the good mid, who does manage to get a little bit of separation. They don't manage to throw down their ult first of all. The Baron was taken down so low, but is not finished off courtesy of the turnaround. It started up once again. There's so much shred coming through from the Vayne, from the Azir, that this is a real danger that the Spartans just give this one up. They don't want to do that, though. They're looking for a potential steal. Is flash available for Genesis? Arc the Dragon has gone aggressive to try and push people away. Artoriosis is going to have to flash out. Big knock-up onto 2. Good mid will be the first to fall. Arc Dragon now turning their attention on to protect the Neck, who's having to try and protect themselves in every single place as Caitlyn isn't able to do any more damage. Genesis now the one sent further and further away from home, flashing over the wall, dodges away from the core of the Forge God. Genesis managed to get good damage down, but Genesis escapes.
A sliver of health, but he's sustained it back up pretty effectively.
You know what the most important thing about that fight was, Rick?
Oh boy, what was it?
It's the fact that Genesis had to flash, which means they can't flash in to steal this dragon.
Oh, but they could just turn around and look to put pressure on the Baron for themselves. They could certainly try. I'm not sure it would go very well. Genesis, losing out too much health too quickly. And then while the pressure was there, it drew a couple of members over for the T-side Steelers to just poke their head in.
Soul
Nothing
was
really
denied.
came through it. Yeah, it's one dragon on the board now at the very least for
I mean,
the
two if you
T-side
count
Steelers.
Arc.
You know, it's okay. Well, one dragon that is successfully killed this game for the T-side Steelers. He's still deathless, so that counts.
So's the rest of their team. We're 23 minutes in, not a single kill found by the Spartans. When we consider we had this absurd number of kills in the last game, this is just quite something to watch.
Vastly different game plan for both of these teams. Mules. Oh, well, it's a Janna engage, but nothing more to come from it.
No, not a lot right now that the Spartans can do to make the Steelers relinquish the death grip they seem to have over this game. Again, Baron being threatened, vision control being gained, and it just feels like this is a dance we're going to see over and over again until it goes badly for one team or the other.
I think realistically, there's one team that is much more in danger of it going badly than the other.
Castanera does throw out the ult there, Protect the Neck not really phased by this one at all.
In the key target to try and find, so can't really blame them for going fishing. And you have got a Vayne with a Bladed Ruin King, so Baron will be shredded down in rapid speed. A teleport in for Khorne the Destroyer on the back line.
And Toriosis is going to follow it, and going to arrive very, very late to the party. So late that Genesis is already dead, with Vayne having secured their 5th kill of the game. We said it was most likely to go badly for one team, and that's exactly what's happened. Arc Dragon gets hit by the Jan Tornado, but still continues their charge onto everyone they can, just zoning a whole Steelers. While Toriosis has to get themselves out like a ghost in the night, just about escaping off the backside of that one. But with the jungler dead for another 20 seconds, Baron is in danger of being started up once more.
Caitlyn is trying to build towards the LDR, but it's 25 minutes in, hasn't got the second item completed. It's not enough damage to get through Arc the Dragon.
Oh, the Unleashed Power, he connects, the Scatter is there as well,
Still
but
not
Arc
enough.
lives. Crucially, the Baron does not drop, however, and that's a saving grace for the Spartans.
It's, you know, silver lining at best, but Arc the Dragon is really toying with becoming that first kill on the column of the Stratford Spartans. But even with the Syndra, a Janna boosted Caitlyn shredding through with the Kraken Slayer, didn't have the LDR completed, so the extra damage just wasn't enough to just shred through the Ornn, and that left no damage left in the team fight. Artoriosis, well, he's a little bit tanky himself. He's definitely not enough to take a 1v4 up against an accelerated Vayne in the same way. She definitely can shred through a tankier target, more so than the Caitlyn can at this point in the game. 5 kills on the board. Half of the kills picked up for the T-side Steelers, all in the game, all directly on the target, who's exactly where they want them.
Good mid's going to have to expend teleport this time. Every time the Baron starts up, it feels like the Spartans lose something. Again, the turnaround, the Call of Portugal will connect on Genesis, frozen down by the ultimate from Sejuani. Genesis lived far longer than it feels they have any right to, but with Khorne Destroyer picking up their 4th kill, all of a sudden there is the opportunity now for the Steelers to get a little bit of something. Knock up on to Protect the Neck. Arc the Dragon flashing forward, looking to do what only Khorne can, getting knock up after knock up, getting the damage down to Protect the Neck, who finally has the support of the Janna. Khorne Destroyer going gold and buying time with the Wild Growth on top of them as well as Artoriosis tries to chase down Arc the Dragon, now the one left running back to the safety of their team, having not been able to kill off Protect the Neck. The turnabout is fair play. Damage is coming in. Headshot connects onto Arc the Dragon. They're stunned up. They finally will give up their first step of the game, but as the Baron is slain, that's a fair trade as far as the Steelers are concerned. Khorne Destroyer finds another kill as well onto a trap walks Halsey. They've got to be very careful. They get caught by the scatter. Halsey might give up the shutdown instead. Khorne Destroyer finds the kill onto good mid. That will be shut down gold as Caitlyn finally goes forward and is able to kill off their opposite number. But eventually it will be 3 Baron-empowered members of the Steelers that is their reward for a frantic fight.
Arc the Dragon is just too much of a frontline threat. That was what was really lacking in the previous game. No one could survive the burst coming through from so many members on both sides at this point. But Arc the Dragon is just unkillable up until, you know, he's standing in front of 4 players for 25 seconds. Then eventually he will go down. Halsey just doing Protect the Neck a solid favor and stepping on 2 Caitlyn traps to get 2 guaranteed headshots. That's what eventually will take him out of the game. So the bounty has been claimed. And you know, it's a slight mistake coming through from Halsey. It could potentially be a costly one. it might just mean that the Chemtech Soul will be secured.
I'm genuinely shocked this has gone over as easily as it has. It felt like the timers were all wrong. Mules gets caught out by the scatter and is able to be popped by another orb from the Syndra. A 1-0 so far, and Artoriosis is going to get locked down. A lot of damage is going to be done. The rip through from Casanero. Halesey with the max health damage shreds through the Crocodiles and is going to be able to waltz out of this one safe and sound. Good mid going lower and lower, but no more damage coming out of the vein for now. I genuinely can't believe that we saw that dragon snuck away, and now I think we can officially say we're from Genesis.
Yep, I absolutely can. I mean, it's still a 6-0 Azir, a 6-1 Vayne now, but at the very least, you saw the immediate impact. As soon as the soul came through, Artoriosis became way harder to kill for Halesey, having to commit the flash to get the reposition to try and finish the job, almost putting himself in range of being blown up by good mid Syndra. Did eventually get out of there. The amount of sustain that's built into this build with the upgraded shield bow and the Bladed Ruin King as well, getting back like 60-70 health per auto attack. They're coming out pretty dang quick as well. It looks like we're building towards a Ginsu's, so doubling down on the percentage health true damage shred to get through that front line. It's going to be ugly if, or when, I suppose we should say, Vayne gets that third item on the board and shreddy to shred through. Okay, but at the very least, we've got the Chemtech Drake to try and give them that little bit of extra survivability. It's something, and now there is the possibility that if somehow an Elder Drake is that easy to take, it could be a big turnaround on the cards.
Well, that's going to be one of the few saving graces left for the Spartans team that have been pretty much dominated by the more scaling opposition from the Steelers. Steelers looking great as we approach 30 minutes and looking like they're going to take this one all unless something dramatic happens. Maybe that dramatic thing is about to happen. Genesis goes aggressive, tries to fall back to the Blast Cone, but is just caught out for so long. Does use the Subjugate, gets a lot of health back, and now it's Art the Dragon who steps away. Meanwhile, Control is pushing in bot lane, but it looks like they might lose their top lane for the pleasure of being able to do that. Arc, accepting they are dead to rights, gives over this kill while trying to take down Protect the Neck. Turret falls on the bot side, but Casanero and Mules now being chased down. This is an opportunity for the Spartans to step forward and take something in the 5v4 power play.
Suppose the downside now is that there's no neutral objectives available. They're still in a position to defend the mid lane in a turret. Halesey was trying to get involved in that fight, but good mid was playing the block on the opposite side. Dropping the Unleashed Power, taking Halesey down exceptionally low. No real chance for them to get into the fight, especially once the shield bow passive has been popped. No real safety left in that fight. Had to just try and find something to sustain from, but again, there was nothing available. And so no chance for the re-engage. Khorne the Destroyer doesn't commit the teleport, just sticks in the bottom lane, cleans up a turret. So while they do lose Arc the Dragon, there's no real net gain overall, other than just the one kill on the board. A third now for Caitlyn, who does have the Lord Dominik's Regard and the Infinity Edge completed. A third kill, so definitely much more capable of shredding through Arc the Dragon at this point. So the frontline presence, while it is obviously getting more and more tanky over time, the tools to shred through it are starting to appear on the side of Stratford Spartans.
I agree with you. I still maintain, however, that the Steelers are by far in the better place to take game number 2, but full credit where it's due to the Spartans, because they've somehow managed to only be 1,000 or so gold behind despite the 10 kill difference, and that's all coming through the brilliant CSing. Massive advantages for all of their key carries, and it's just kept them relevant in this game. And yes, maybe they're falling behind, maybe the scaling is going to hurt, but this game is still open. Like a badly lost fight for the Steelers, and this game could just be over with the way that the pushing power is there for the Spartans.
Another Ornn upgrade that is all but Lulu, who have had their Christmas presents handed out. Billy is popped by Mules, maybe looking to try and find the timing to get good mid, and completely caught off guard. Caught pushing the wave, no vision whatsoever. Casanero will be the one to start the proceedings, but there's No presence from the rest of the crew just yet, and it will at the very least, expends the teleport of Artoriosis. Arc the Dragon!
Where the hell did Arc the Dragon
Oh,
come
God.
from?
That's
He
a
bounces
Chemtech
into
Blast
green.
Cone.
And then he
Came from
flashed
miles
out of
away.
it. Casemiro goes low. Arc the Dragon doesn't manage to dash over the wall, so has to be very careful. Finds the corner of the Portugal, but doesn't get the knockup. Genesis is absorbing a lot of damage and dies to Halesey, who doesn't care about your health bar. Will rip through it, finding a double kill, looking for the triple on to protect the neck. Denied that by Casemiro, but it will not be a denial of the Steelers as they now turn their attention towards the Baron.
And funnily enough, if you look at the opposite side of the map, once
Yep.
this Baron has gone down, there is a dragon there ready to be taken away. And there's
That
no
was
Genesis
worst case
around to
scenario
steal it just yet. It really was. They couldn't afford to give up a fight in that regard. It will just be a swift reset, going back with the Baron empowered recall. Take whatever items they can get, maybe an elixir or two just for the instant boost. And heading directly down to try and pin the nail in the Stratford Spartans by picking up this Elder Drake. And I think at that point, there's no real fight back available.
This is when you talk about sort of, Christmas party games, this is now less pin the tail on the donkey. This is more pin the nail in the crocodile's coffin. And at the moment, it is looking pretty bleak for the Spartans. People quite often ask me, why do you talk so much about scaling? Why do you bring up references to sort of things that won't never happen? It's games like this where you get 34 minutes
hold
and
on.
you see one team just doing such great work. But Genesis, he's up.
Yeah, he's
He's
around.
got Flash. He's got dragon stealing history. This is a fight that the Steelers have to be so
He's got a
careful
blast
about.
cone.
He's
That
got
blast
everything.
cone, it'll put him all the way in the river,
He's got a
directly in
Christmas
snipe
wish
range.
to steal this dragon, and it's almost like the Steelers have been burned twice before in this game because they're being careful. They're instead looking for the fight. Corner Portugal finds a knockup on 2-3. Genesis is not one of them. Artoriosis blast over the wall. Good mid, absolutely eviscerated by Halesey, who steps forward, doesn't care. They've got a low health bar. They'll just life steal it straight back up again. Triple kill, quadra kill. Only Janna survives Halesey's onslaught. The Elder Dragon will fall, and so will the chance of the Spartans of winning this game.
Oh, Protect the Neck came so close to making the hero play, shutting down the vein, but even then there was a whole lot of health to try to finish off. But Lulu is just too good right now. Just the shields, the healing that comes through, just boosting AD carries to survive where they really have no right to. And Halesey, look at that, back to full hit points. Elder Dragon secured. Nothing that Milkabop can really do to prevent the push for the time being, but it's not going to come just yet. They're going to make most of the Baron, look to try and pressure across the map where they have the opportunity. Both teleports are still up and available, only one on the side of the Stratford Spartans, so no reason not to go for a 3-lane push. They still have the option to look for the collapse if it's really required, but it might just be stay bold, grouped together, and just push to try and end the game.
Right now, it looks like the Steelers are barreling their way towards victory in the second game. Looks like we're going to be looking at 1-1 if you want any more parallels to Croatia versus Brazil. But at the minute, it's definitely going to be very, very tough for the Spartans to stall this one out. They were the ones who were stalled against in the early game, as we had to wait until 9 minutes for first blood. When it finally came, it was over to Halesey, who has been dominant in this game. 12-1-3. They've got to be careful they don't get caught out by a scatter the weekend. Wow.
Really nothing that can be
Oh,
done
that
now.
is it,
Caitlyn traps, yeah. Caitlyn traps go down, but Caitlyn almost killed off for it. Ooh.
Yeah, it's just a complete demolition right now. Nuts to a 3-1-1. Let's just barrel down the mid lane, secure kill after kill after kill. And just like that, game 2 is going to go the way of the Steelers. We are 1-1 now. Belong Arena Clash, League of Legends Grand Finals. Christmas time brings a reward. It's going to be ornaments on the tree. It's going to be a 1 in the box at the top of your screen the next time you tune in, because the Steelers have bounced back. The Spartans fall.
Well, well, well. If it is going to be the Croatia references, I mean, we got to once again give a shout out to Lulu the Livakovic of the game with just an immense amount of saves, keeping them alive as long as possible. Halsey, there was one or two team fights where it looked like Vayne wasn't going to survive, but then suddenly she's back to full hit points. The shields, the wild growth, again, it's proving to be such a valuable pick in both of the games that we've had so far. One team with an experience having the Lulu in the bottom lane, and a win comes along with it. So who knows, maybe we will see an adjustment, start seeing that banned out by the red side team.
Yeah, this ever-evolving series has more twists and tales to come. At least 2 more games for our League of Legends Arena Clash Grand Final today, and we'll be bringing you all of them in their entirety. We will have to wait a little while to see the pick and bans and see how they're affected by what we've just witnessed. What you don't have to wait for, though, is the opportunity to try and win yourself an Xbox Series X. Jump on to Twitter right now. Go to @BelongArenas UK and retweet the tweet that says, "We are live!" It's in all caps. That's why I did the weird voice. And if you do that, you're in with a chance of winning an Xbox Series X. Make sure you or someone around you is 18 years or older to be eligible for that prize. It's just going to be a random draw from the people who have retweeted it who aren't directly linked with Belong. So you're in with a great shot. Go retweet that one. Tell your friends if you want to, but don't if you want to win it for yourself. That's terrible advice from me. Okay, we are going to a small break, but when we come back, game 3 of this terrific series will be delivered right to your eyeballs. Come back with them then.
You make me feel like a bad girl. You make me feel like a bad girl. Make me feel like a bad girl. like a feel like a bad girl. Bad girl.
starts with a feeling of overwhelming doubt and shame. It moves to completely seep into my bones and veins. Still feel you can't seem to release this pain that you've planted inside me. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. Yeah, won't watch me bleed. Just like all the facing my way. I'll show you crazy. Still feel you failing me. I can't seem to find peace. I can't let go. Every time you lose control, there's another blood I hold. Twisted and twisted now. So get the house. Just like all the facing my way. I'll show you crazy. It takes some time to realize it's not your fault. It took me time, my whole damn life, to find the power that's in my hands. To find the power, to find the power that's in my hands. Just like all the facing my way. I'll show you crazy. It's enough of you. Never let someone tell you that you're not strong. on your spine. I hope me and myself is not falling down the stairs of your love. I mean, it's easy, it's not so easy. You trust me that I'm making music. I wish I could just read my vibe music during your motherfucking life. That's you again, I'm falling in love again. But if only you could see yourself in my eyes. But I know you're missing me in my music. My name is easy, it's not so easy. You trust me that I'm making music. I wish I could just read my vibe music during your motherfucking life.
Hello there and welcome back to what has been a tremendous Belong Arena Clash League of Legends Grand Final so far. We are tightly poised at one game apiece between the Stratford Spartans and the Teesside Steelers. We're going to be getting into pick and ban thick and fast. I'm Stanley Greyheart Barker. I'm joined by Rick Saga Sharples. A massive thank you to everyone who's been involved in Belong Arena Clash this split. We've had plenty of teams, plenty of great players on stream and off, and a massive thank you to our production, who as always have been very remarkable.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable. We marked them the first time about an 8 out of 10. We can redo that. We can remark them. Haha. Anyway, into the draft we go. Familiar bands cited. Of course, the Aatrox and Darius going to be stolen away from the top lane, as is Udyr, Gangplank, and more than likely J4. So very little adaptation from what we've seen so far in the banning phase at the very least. So it seems as though these teams are happy enough to say that, okay, what we've taken away is still enough of a threat to prioritize over the things that have cost us in game. Outside of the game one Sylas, that will still be banned away.
I wondered if we were going to see some slight changes coming in here from the Spartans, given that they did give up that last game, but instead they do stick to what they know. They bounce back to the Lilia that in the top side last time around did a pretty solid job. Of course, there is the flexibility for it to go towards the jungle as well. Looks like it is going to be matched up against the Ornn this time round.
It's a interesting draft that's coming through. Once again, we have pro-drafted our way through this, so the real first pick champion for Stratford was going to be Lulu, so no surprise to see that after how impactful it has been. And I really hope that we don't see a Heartseeker Akali, because it's just very sad to see a 3,000 health assassin do 3,000 damage per second, but it is what it is. But the thing that really stands out for me in these drafts for both sides is we're seeing teams go back to what has worked for them in previous games. So the earlier aggression coming out from Genesis, from Good Mid, Artoriosis on Lilia, looking to outright win the lane up against the Ornn and transition into a little bit more of a damage-heavy frontliner, drain tank-esque, more so than just the Renekton, who didn't quite find the lane dominance they were looking for up against Dark the Dragon in the top lane. Whereas on the opposite side, it's the scaling picks once again. This exact same lineup on the top mid jungle for the side of T-side Steelers, as was in game number 2 of the series, but a bit of a switch up in the bot lane.
Yeah, going to see the Caitlyn, which opposed the Vayne last time round, coming in for Halesey. It's going to match up against the Varus. And all of a sudden, I'm very, very torn in terms of how I think this game is going to pan out. If we'd seen the Vayne locked in there as well, we could have made the old adage, as my dad would say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But there's small changes having been made, courtesy of the Lulu being banned away. They decided to opt into the Caitlyn. They're going to pair that one up with something a little bit different this time. Probably not the Talon. It's not traditionally seen as support, but we do love the hovers, and given a good old time by mules.
It's an interesting one as well, because the Caitlyn was first picked in this draft, so it wasn't necessarily a response to the fact that there's so much dive potential coming in for the safety of Caitlyn. It was just prioritized as maybe just getting a single winning lane on the board. Just having Caitlyn gives you a very solid chance of winning most lanes, almost all of them. Varus is one of maybe the few champions that can actually go toe-to-toe with Caitlyn in lane, can put out a lot of poke of his own, and also has the survivability and damage that comes through from the early Lulu. And we've already seen that Genesis, once he's in a good position to turn ganks around, can get things quite quickly snowballing in his favor, although, he kind of absorbed all the kills in game number 1, but it worked out perfectly for them. Hopefully Protect the Neck is able to get 1 or 2 on the board and is able to keep up with the pace, if that is going to be the case this time around as well.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I think so much of this game is going to come down to what happens between Casanero and, of course, Genesis as well. Sejuani versus Lee Sin, not two champions that sort of must have crossover in terms of the way they play. However, the potential counter ganks coming in from Sejuani going to be so critical to keeping the early game hopes of the Steelers alive, much like they did in the last game. Last time it was easy to wait up. It felt like the Spartans didn't have enough agency early on to be able to make the ganks, to make the plays, to secure kills. We had to wait till 9 minutes for first blood, and when it finally came, it even went to the Steelers. Here the Spartans have so many ways to actually start to make that sort of play happen, especially through this Lee Sin. I think a lot is going to hang on Casanero's ability to counterbalance that one. Speaking of broken records, a record the Steelers are going to hope to break is their inability to win at grand finals. They've picked up a win here, which is better than they have done in some of their previous finals. I think this is maybe the 3rd or 4th grand final I've cast Arc the Dragon and Casanero in. They're coming in as returning players for the T-side Steelers. So many times they've come so close, but haven't been able to lift the crown. And at the minute, they're only 2 games away from being able to do that for a first time and making a perfect Christmas for themselves. And Arc the Dragon's little Toothless, and I pray he still keeps as a little pet around.
It would be good to see them finally overcome that sort of hurdle that they've never been able to cross. Of course, no, not at all. But yeah, I mean, this is a much more sweat-inducing draft coming out. I think realistically, you're looking at similar game plan for the T-Side Steelers as in game number 2, which again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It worked for them in the previous game, but it was up against a draft that was trying to do something relatively similar, just slightly earlier in the game for the Stratford Spartans. This time, Stratford Spartans are out for blood. They do not want this game to go late. They don't want to allow any scaling. You're going to start seeing Akali roaming around, Lee Sin looking for any opportunity to either duel Sejuani in the jungle or look to try and pressure any of the lanes, because Lilia Ornn, that is a lane that post level 6 can kill off the Ornn, whereas a Trundle Renekton, not quite so much. So the opportunities to put pressure on the map for Genesis are definitely there, and it is going to come down a lot to Casanero, whether he's able to read the room, get the vision down, but it will be difficult to do that if the lanes aren't going to be pushing in favor to give him the safety to go out and get that vision. So the tools are definitely there for Stratford Spartans to have a game 1-esque performance and start overrunning the game from the mid game onwards.
I'm going to take this rare opportunity to fire shots at myself as well as you, Saga, and point out that we both got the prediction wrong in the last game. We thought Spartans were going to 2-0. That was proved to be incorrect by our somewhat underdogs coming in here, lower ranked seed in our grand final. What do you think coming into game number 3? Who set themselves up best from draft?
Oh man, it's really interesting because again, both of these teams have gone for what has worked for them in the previous game, and in both sides of the coin, what has worked for them worked extremely well. Of course, game 1 was very scrappy from the get-go, but it was the Stratford Spartans that came out more ahead. T-Side Steelers are less likely to get drawn into that scrappy play style, but when things were scrappy, when it was back and forth, was when it looked like they had the best opportunity. When things started to get a little bit more organized, I suppose, towards the mid stages of the game, that's when things went in favor of Stratford. But on the flip side, T-Side picked it up in a very organized fashion in game number 2. But I think the tools are definitely there to accelerate this beyond the point of the scaling Caitlyn, the scaling on the Azir, and those frontline tanks will have a much harder time surviving through what can come through in the early to mid phases of the game from the likes of Lee Sin and Akali.
As I welcome you once again onto Summoner's Rift for Game 3 in this best of 5 final, I'll add my own thoughts to that one, Rick, and essentially I'm going to agree with you again. I think that Spartans are looking good. I had Steelers prove me wrong on the last one, but I cannot get Gerard Butler's voice out of my head saying, "This is Spartans' game to win."
Yep. Boot them into the dragon pit, I suppose. But it is definitely madness. Could be blasphemy, yeah. No, but oh man, there's definitely a whole lot that can go very, very wrong very, very quickly for the T-Side Steelers. But if they're able to avoid it, if they're able to keep themselves in a position of power, in a position where, you know, you can have Caitlyn, Karma pushing in, being lane dominant, Casanero just lurking around the side, it could still work out in their favor that Halsey, you know, could just pick up a double or triple kill in the early phases, and it could just quickly spiral out of control.
Halsey's really played brilliantly over the last couple of games we've featured on stream. We saw the last game of their quarterfinals, we saw the entirety of the semi-finals, and Halsey, alongside Casanero, for me, very much the dominant force here in terms of whether or not this team succeeds or fails. They sort of live by the Halsey, die by the Halsey, I guess, but we'll see which of those two work out, as Halsey already going aggressive onto the Lulu.
That is big part. Once again, Varus is one of the few marksman champions that can go toe-to-toe, can compete with Caitlyn. A lot of long range in the abilities, as well as longer ranged auto attacks than a lot of other marksmen in the bottom lane gives him the chance. And especially now that the level 2 has been procced on both sides, they're going very aggressive onto mules. Piercing arrow here could get a huge chunk, but it won't be enough to get the kill, but it should at least force mules into a defensive position for now.
Yeah, Mules did not like that at all, taking a lot of heat on the Karma. Meanwhile, up on top side, Art the Dragon and Toriosis, they've spent a lot of the series so far sort of dueling it out with each other, and as they started to get involved in the later game fights was when things really started to become alive for both of their teams. The Lilias, Lilting Lullabies last time around was good. Mid goes very, very aggressive. In the first game, excellent. Art the Dragon's beautiful use of the Call of the Forge God and just general tankiness, brilliant in game 2. They've now each got a champion they've won on. One of those 100% win records has to drop in this game.
Something we can't understate in the Akali being somewhat of a counter to Azir in the mid lane. As soon as you head into that Shroud, Azir will lose a lot of damage. You can't auto-attack the Akali in the Shroud if she is stealthed, so while you can still get the upfront burst of damage by using the Shifting Sands, getting the initial burst with the soldiers, the sustained damage is going to be lacking onto Akali, and we're looking at a gank early for Genesis.
Very true. You can't hit what you can't see in mid lane, but you can very much see the damage being put down. Halesey and Mules turn this one around brilliantly, though. The empowered in the soul there used from Mules and had to use the exhaust. Now has to use the flash. Is going to be able to find a bit of lockdown, protect the neck, not quite eating that Q to the face. Tight margins again on the bot side. Meanwhile, on top, Art the Dragon showing what Ornn can do in the early levels.
Caitlyn as well. Put to some excellent use by Halesey. It has cost them 3 summoner spells, in fact, in the bottom lane. Mules' flash, as well as both of the combat summoners, the heal and the exhaust. But it was treacherously close to getting a turnaround on to protect the neck. It might have even been the shield from Lee Sin dashing away that kept him just about healthy enough to survive the Piltover Peacemaker from Halesey. That would have been a disastrous turnaround, but Halesey now has freedom to sit back, farm up the wave, has a nice CS advantage so far. Good mid, still trying to build up what he can. Look at Casanero's position as well on the map. Counter jungling, seeing that Genesis was showing presence in the bottom lane, and Arc the Dragon is actually getting the push in up top, gives them the opportunity to do this safely.
Yeah, and even a potential dive to be set up. Artoriosis is going very, very aggressive, but about to be met with a Sejuani. Art the Dragon will go low, however, just waiting for a potential flash to be burned, trying to secure his first blood. In goes Casanero, but the flash doesn't quite secure it. We are going to see that Swirl Seed thrown out. It won't have enough burn damage just yet, but nicely played by Artoriosis to stay alive. A flash for flash between Casanero and Artoriosis.
Slightly too bold from Casanero to try and get the last auto attack to secure the stun, and that extra burst of damage wasn't quite there, but the flash exchanged, so there is still the chance that you can always make that secondary attempt at the gank and pick off Artoriosis before they get the chance to get the summoner spell back up and available, especially if Casanero can hit level 6 in that time.
Look at the CS numbers on the... Sorry, Rich, looking at the numbers on the CS for the junglers there, where they look like they're dead even, but look at the camps available for Lee Sin to go to right now. Going to have to wait for that Scuttle Crab to respawn, whereas Sejuani has literally got a full jungle they can make their way through and clear. This could lead to a massive CS advantage in favour of the Sej.
And this is, I suppose, the problem for good mid, being so aggressively shoved in the ranged versus melee matchup. Does mean that if Genesis was even considering going and counter jungling the top side, looking for a duel maybe against Casanero, he has no top laner in position and no mid laner that could get there to collapse on it as well. So it really does limit his options for now, and it looks like, well, he won't even be considering the top side of the map, just trying to group up with Milka Bop and try and make something happen around the mid lane, but that's inconveniently exactly where the T-side bot lane and jungle is starting to move on towards as well.
Decent CS advantage in top, and bot going over to the Steelers so far in this early game. Great news for them, the team who want to scale up more. The fact that, again, we've got to nearly 7 minutes without a first blood coming in. That Dragon had a control ward on it. It's been started up now by the 3 strong of Casanero, Halesey, and Mules.
It finished off. No contention to come through. No attempt from Genesis to steal it away. Arc the Dragon is now starting to be somewhat bullied around in this lane by Artoriosis, who's more than happy to sacrifice a couple of minions just to ensure that Arc the Dragon will be shoved out of the lane. Good mid with the Doran's Shield start, though, is still doing well at surviving, sustaining through all the poke, keeping up in the CS. Hasn't gone back, hasn't committed the recall yet to look to purchase an item. Himself out of death range for the time being, at the very least. Gives himself a decent chance. So now well above level 6, in fact level 7. So coming back into the lane, we'll have a huge item breakpoint to pick up and could just go immediately all in.
Thought about it for sure, landing the shuriken but not going in. But Saga, I think you'll probably agree with me that to echo the words of Dimitri Martin, it's time to stop thinking about not dying and start thinking about killing if you are the Steelers, if you're the Spartans, because they're somewhat on a clock here with the compositions we have. And while they're finding some small advantages, like in the mid lane there, you can see the gold lead, they're really not doing as much as maybe I thought we would see them in this early game.
Well, there we have it. She's gone immediately back, picked up a Tiamat, so maybe we're not going to see the Heartsteel Akali yet, but a Ravenous Hydra Akali, sure, why not? It helps out with the push in the mid lane a little bit, gives you that extra little bit of wave clear, and, well, it is a little bit more damage too. She has that hybrid scaling to work with in the kit, although it won't be quite as bursty of an assassin role. Definitely sustained through the team fights, especially once it's just going to be the likes of the front laners helping to survive up against them. A attempted repeat gank, a level 6 Casanero this time around, though. Still no flash and Artoriosis.
Shoving in, making sure that there's a decent bit of top lane dominance, with the Herald being the only neutral objective currently available. Meanwhile, around the Dragon Pit, Lee just going to clear out that vision that we saw leading to the early Ocean Dragon that went over to the Steelers. It's a tightly balanced affair. 9 minutes in, again, no First Blood. We're going to have an even later First Blood than last time around, and there's not any form of gold lead to be said for either of these two teams as they hit 12.9k at exactly the same second.
It's there's literally nothing in it at this point, and that's probably not good news for the Stratford Spartans. They did try to make some plays in the bottom lane, but really good patient play from Halesy and Mules, making good use of the summoner spells, keeping themselves alive, not overcommitting to any sort of re-engage. Maybe it helped that Casanero wasn't in the area, because they almost certainly would have gone back in, tried to turn it around. He was, but at the very least, Casanero was elsewhere, counter-jungling and keeping Lee Sin a camp or two behind. And that really is not what Genesis was looking for in the early phases of the game.
I want to shout out Casanero's adaptability and ability to do this, because so often we've spoken about how much early game pressure they have, how they love to gank, they get involved in these huge KDs. But at this game, they've shown that actually they can step back, just go, okay, you're doing your thing, my laners are playing safe, I'm going to farm up a storm. And even staying even with the Lee Sin at this point is a really, really solid effort, especially as that Sejuani will get tankier and tankier. And this time, remember, there's no Trundle to steal away those stats.
Oh, caught out on the ward.
Yeah, Casanero, I said they love aggression, and finally they find it. 10 minutes in, trying to find a catch on Good Mid. Lulu's coming across the support. It's going to be enough for Good Mid to bounce back in. A great escape from the Good Mid.
Made the perfect execution to get out from that position, but I'm not going to be... I'm not too sure that that's going to be too much of an investment for Good Mid. It didn't seem as though they're really threatening to go overly aggressive anytime soon onto Khorne the Destroyer in the mid lane, so I'm sure they'll be perfectly okay with using that cooldown to get out of dodge and keeping that flash up and available should they need it again. It's exchanged for the Glacial Prison, which is maybe alleviate a little bit of pressure should Casanero make another appearance in the top lane, as long as it's communicated well for Artoriosis that there is no Sejuani ultimate available. Should be able to keep themselves safe from any sort of pressure that comes through. Casanero's not even going to bother with it. That's a plate taken on the bottom lane for Protect the Neck, giving himself a nice little influx of gold. So now the gold lead exists barely for the Stratford Spartans.
Saga, much like a Swirl Seed hitting that Ornn, it's a slow burn game at the moment, and nothing more so says how little dominance anyone has had than that turret plating. Literally, that one you called out there, the first piece of turret plating to go down in the opening 12 minutes. Herald, not even considered by either of these two teams. In fact, the only neutral objective of any interest seems to be around this dragon. We've seen Genesis stealing them before. They may have to look for that sort of play again to deny a second one from the Steelers.
It really does speak to the Lulu Varus lane. The fact that they've gone this long without losing a turret plate to a Caitlyn is not an easy feat to do in the bottom lane. Here's an attempt at an engage, a full fight
Yeah, good mid, dodging around, goes into Shroud, but still takes a lot of damage. Genesis goes aggressive onto Halesey, who has very little in the tank to try and get away from Lee Sin. First blood goes to the Akali before the turnaround comes in. Both in the mid lane are securing 1 kill apiece. It's going to be a second kill going the way of Arc, the Dragon, Court of the Forge God, finding one, protect the neck, force the flash away on the Varus. Everything has been burned here by the Spartans, and now the chase continues. Arc the Dragon finding the knockup onto 2. Death awaits to protect the neck. Meanwhile, Torios is trying to find a return kill before they themselves will bite their dust, but no, they're not able to. 2 kills go the way of the Azir, the Dragon goes the way of the Steelers, and it's the scaling team with a 1,000 gold lead.
Genesis on the backline was so close to taking down Halesey early and getting the fight accelerated, but just surviving a little bit too long, and it just maybe once again baited the overcommit for good mid and Genesis to clean up the AD carry, and from that point on they think, okay, we can win this fight. There's not enough damage left on the team. We've taken out the marksman, but it's at this early point of the game where the tanks are just too tanky for Varus with 0 completed items to take down, and there's just no way for them to shred through. As soon as good mid and Genesis are dispositioned by the Emperor's Divide, Khorne the Destroyer picking up 2 kills in the fight as well. They're still posing a threat. There's just very little that can be done from that point onwards. So a fully fledged team fight doesn't seem like it's going to be the way that the Stratford Spartans wanted to accelerate the course of the game, but it's what they were given by T-Side, and unfortunately for them, it didn't work out in their favor again.
Saga, like London buses, Chemtech rifts come one after the other here at Abalone Arena Class League of Legends Grand Final. Going to get to see how that one works out, except this time it is going to be the team on red side who have 2 early dragons to their name, stacking that one up. Things looking great for the Steelers so far. The only place where maybe they're struggling just a tiny bit is in mid lane, where Akali got that first blood, has a 20 CS advantage. However, we've seen time and time again what Azir can do, even without having a couple of kills already to their name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the 2 kills he picked up in the team fight definitely will be helping out. Not a question about it. Does mean that he might be slightly behind in terms of picking up the mythic item, whether it will be the Luden's Echo again to try and just shove Akali out of the lane, but that's where the Ravenous Hydra rush will come into effect, because again, she can dodge the sustained damage to come through and sustain up herself. Mules, a bit of an exchange between supports. Nothing too much really speak about other than that in the bottom lane for the time being, but Casanero and Genesis are hovering around the area, more than happy just to let Artoriosis and Arc just scrap it out between themselves in the top lane.
Scrapping it out is pretty much what they're going to continue to do. It's all got a little bit wet noodly up on top side. Meanwhile, down on the bottom half of the map, Lee Sin looking for maybe a potential road in. Bit of vision being cleared out by Milkabop as they look to make that play happen.
I'd get a little bit less wet noodly once Artoriosis heads back and finishes off that demonic embrace. That percentage health burn will very useful at making some of this poke in the lane stick up against Arc the Dragon. Really will have a slow burn on our hands. In the bottom lane, Halesey Mules, they're going to head back to base. A quick reset. Might be able to pick up an item or 2. There is a fully completed Gale Force. That is an extremely important one when you're up against a team with such a high amount of mobility like Akali, like Lee Sin. You know, you get one dash towards you, you can net backwards, but they have multiple in their kit, and if you don't have flash available, you need another escape button, a panic button, and Halesey has just purchased one from the shop.
They have, but let me tell you right now, Halesey is the sort of player who will not hesitate to use that Gale Force aggressively as well, so don't be surprised to see that dash forward for the extra shots coming in at some point in this game. At the moment, it's Artoriosis who has to be very, very careful. Seems to be a long way from home at the minute, but yeah. It's not going to matter too much, as Herald is instead the object of Sejuani and Karma's desires as they head towards the top side of the rift. They are going to have the Akali approaching them, though.
Look at the difference in the damage. It wasn't a long engagement between Artoriosis and Arc, but the shred is there.
You'll find the root. Court of the Forge God finds a knock-up onto the Akali. Good mid, biting off more than they can chew, having to get themselves over the wall out to safety. The Herald looks like it will be secured by Casanero and team, but the fight could be started back up again as Artoriosis looks to make something happen. Gets knocked up, throws down the Lilting Lullaby. Herald has been secured by Arc the Dragon, will die. Genesis arrives just in time to get their first kill of the game. The eye was picked up crucially by Casanero.
They've traded 1 kill on Arc the Dragon for the Rift Herald and the opportunity to push down and try and accelerate one of the lanes in particular. Wouldn't be all too surprised to see that dropped in the mid lane. Because here just a little bit of a helping hand, a boost to try and get ahead of Sakali, who is proving to be very irritating to try and shove out of the lane. Especially more so now that they've got a Lulu there for support.
Yeah, very, very irritating to try and deal with indeed. And at the moment, this game seems to have stalled out a little bit, and I feel like that can only be good news for the Steelers. That stalling might end in a couple of moments as this dragon spawns.
Definitely gives them something to fight over, and they definitely have to. Don't want to give away a soul point for free. Artoriosis, though, will have to go back and stack up some mana before a fight kicks off, though. And Arc the Dragon will be more than happy to just play spoiler and try and prevent the recall.
Steelers are late to this party. I don't think they can be able to stop Dragon going into the Spartans' hands. This is a really, really important secure. Mules going aggressive to try and stop this one, as good mid is actually going to be in a little bit of trouble. Teleports are channeled. Casanero has joined the party, looking to steal Dragons away from the Steelers themselves. Genesis, that's going to be Mules helping find a kill onto Milkbot, who will be the first to die in this fight, but not the last. That's Artoriosis dropping dead, and while I thought it was going to be an easy secure going over the way of the Spartans, instead the Dragon will go to the Steelers. There is going to be Protect the Neck, flashing forward, healing, finding the kill on the Halsey, who use their summoners as well, but eventually Protect the Neck unable to survive any longer as Arc the Dragon dives under the turret, doesn't give a single damn about the turret, striking down time and time again as they find a double kill onto Genesis.
It's an unfortunate position. They had to use the teleport to get in for Lilia, but just didn't have the ability, the ultimate, to send the entire enemy team to sleep, although they were all marked, but just did not have the chance. Good mid tried to get something going, tried to pick off Mules at the start of the fight, but even with the perfect execution, was blocked by the Emperor's Divide. Khorne the Destroyer picked up the kill early on and was able to chase down for a second as well. 4-0-2 for Azir, definitely proving to be a champion that's having a lot of success in the mid lane for Khorne the Destroyer.
A point where you start to wonder, maybe should we see some respect bans coming out towards some of these champions, maybe towards the Ornn, the Sej, the Azir, which 2 games in a row now have been so impactful for this Steelers team. That's something that only Game 4's pick and bans will be able to tell us when we get there. And when we arrive at it, one of these 2 teams will have a 2-1 lead. They will have match point going into 1 or 2 more games. At the minute, it looks good for the Steelers pushing towards that objective.
One of the big issues really that I'm seeing on the side of Stratford Spartans is I'm just not seeing a way that they can shred through Sejuani and Ornn. With once again the shield bow picked up for Varus. He does have some percentage health magic damage coming through if he can fully stack the W with abilities, and there is some percentage magic damage shred to come through from Artoriosis with the items, but Ornn is going for a second item, Force of Nature, and that is just going to completely nullify any of the magic damage burn that comes through. He'll just be even tankier against Varus's percentage health damage. He's going to be so annoying to try and take down, and it might just be too much for a poor, simple Varus to deal with. A potential flank to come through, though, from good mid to try and get something going. Halsey would have been the target, but couldn't quite find the distance to close the gap.
So the gold lead continues to grow as that a very late summoned Herald in mid lane crashes down, removing the first turret of the game. Says a lot for how this game's played out, that only 1 turret's fallen in 21 minutes, Rick.
It really does. It's a slower paced game, and we know who that benefits. Although now a Leeching Leer picked up for good mid, so it looks like we're going to be seeing a Rift Maker Akali, so all about another similar situation, drain tanking, just surviving, sustaining through all of the damage that comes her way. Does mean that she will be pretty effective at taking down the tanks when they get the opportunity, but can only really do so when the carries who can dish out the damage quickly are already dealt with. Protect the Neck. Oh, you do not want to be having to be using the Varus ult there, but if it gets you a kill, you'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Mule's the one overstretching, and Genesis just hops right on in, grateful recipient of everything that was played into the laps of the Spartans. This is still anybody's game. We talked about the scaling. We've talked about the fact that the Steelers have been looking very good, especially with all of these dragons they're accruing. However, as the Baron spawns, it is going to be LGC Genesis and the rest of the Spartans who turn their attention towards it. So confident are they that they are going to go straight in the teleport. They zone away the remaining members. They go for a big lilting lullaby. Nice defensive ultimate from Castanero. Quarter Forge going to have to be used as well. That's going to be enough to knock out Goodmid as they go aggressive onto Halsey. Beautifully timed ultimate coming in from the Ornn, and now the turnaround is almost completing.
They had the opportunity to try and take down Halsey. They had her tagged up, marked on the back line. Goodmid tried to capitalize, but oh wow, preemptive timing on Call of the Forge God, cancelling one of Akali's many dashes, keeping Halsey alive, safe in the back line. Another teleport to come through. Artoriosis is going to try the look at the flank now.
The best form of attack is sometimes a good defense, and Castanero and Arc both use their ultimates defensively and turned that fight into attack. However, that has flipped on its head once again with a teleport being committed here by Artoriosis. This is now an opportunity for things to swing once again. You've got to be... Oh, Genesis goes aggressive, goes on to Castanero. Thought that was going to lead to a kill onto the opposition jungler. The dragon has just spawned on the other side of the rift, and that could be a soul if it's something that can be secured. Meanwhile, Artoriosis takes an ace in the hole to the face, and now they're being chased down. Art the dragon comes over the wall, forcing the flash out of the Lilia.
Trying to capitalize, just keep a little bit more poke damage to cancel a recall or two, but walked into an unwarded Tribush, and there was a whole team there waiting. Just do the same thing here. It's going to cost them their life.
It's going to cost them a life, but it's going to buy them the dragon. And we've seen dragons trade back and forth for lives quite a few times in this series, usually courtesy of Genesis. This time, Artoriosis is the one who plays Savior there. I'm not sure that one was needed, if I'm honest.
Yeah, didn't quite connect the swirl seed, and just went in for a little bit more up close and personal poke, and Arc the Dragon more than happy to commit.
Teleport.
Once again, the Force of Nature is completed too, so Artoriosis' damage will be almost negligible up against the Ornn. But there's even going to be a chance to drop any of that as the Baron is starting to be shredded through, and there's just not really a response.
Akali has no teleport. Artoriosis won't have teleport as they respawn round about now, and all we'll see is 5 Baron buffs going the way of the Steelers. Call of the Forge God's going to come down as they look to put kills on the back of the buff. Goodmid going to get caught out yet again by that Glacial Fissure, and it's going to lead to Goodmid just being dropped where they stand. And while they've gone for this build that allows them to duke it out with the tanks and to shred through health bars, they've not got anywhere near the execution damage onto someone like Chron Destroyer or Halsey.
It just doesn't sustain enough to get through the Azir and the Caitlyn damage. If they were picked off earlier, if they were killed off at the start of the fight, then it would be a great build to take down those hefty frontline tanks, but just not getting the chance. Genesis looks for a chance though.
Big kick on the Halsey, but they flash, they net, they Gale Force, they're safe, they're putting down damage, and now Artorios is the one who has an ace in the hole, targeting their head. Up the dragon yet again on this Ornn, finding knockup after knockup after knockup. Castanero dashing forward, finding the flash, but no knockup to follow up on this one. Artorios has been zoned away from the turret. The 5 strong with Baron buff look like they're going to be able to get a big objective.
Arc the Dragon with that fully stacked Force of Nature is literally gaining health instead of having it burned down from the Demonic Embrace. Mules, though, not so lucky.
Maybe baiting in the opposition, however. They've used that new pin to find the bait, but instead have given up their life. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Lilia finds a kill onto Halsey. 2-for-1. Protect the Neck has to flash away. Can't do anything as Art the Dragon chases them down. Shutdown gold does go over to Lilia, but at what cost? Only 2 remaining now to try and defend. Quantum Destroyer finds a beautiful Emperor's Divide, buying them time as we see Genesis trying to chase them down, but Milkabuff is the first one killed off. A turret goes down in mid. Yes, eventually Azir will die, but Castanero and Art the Dragon can push onto the inhibitor.
They made the executive decision that killing the Lulu was more important than saving their Azir, and Genesis will thank them for it, no doubt, but it might just be, again, a consolation prize. They do manage to buy enough time that the respawns were enough of a threat that it has prevented the inhibitor itself from actually falling. The objective bounty is now fully in play as a 4,500 gold lead in favor of the T-side Steelers has accrued itself. Look at that. It's a full reset now. Akali down to just 9 stacks on the Ravenous Hydra, so whatever sustain she had at that point that already wasn't enough has been minimalized even more so. I'll have to go down to the bottom lane, do some solo farming to get back to even the most effective item breakpoint. And, well, there's 2 big tanks making their way in this direction as well, and an Azir to follow.
Yeah, with those ornaments starting to get completed as well, the scaling's well and truly online for Arc the Dragon and friends. Good mid, knocked up, can't even deal with what the Ornn is putting out. Never mind any of those big damage dealers right now. It feels like things are threatening to spiral out of control for the Spartans. What's their big objective to turn things around?
It has to just be going back and stacking up the Drakes to the point, like, or at the very least preventing the Drakes from being stacked any further. Maybe it's not really going to be enough, but the last thing that you want is a Chemtech Soul on 2 tanks that you already can't take down. That means if you take them below 50% HP, they're just taking even less damage and dealing even more damage to you, which so far has already proven to be too much for the Stratford Spartans to deal with. You really cannot afford to allow it to get any worse.
Just a little check as we see Genesis going very, very aggressive onto Mules, who gets themselves quickly out of danger. Just a quick check on where we're at with the teleports. All 4 teleports in this game are available, so as we get towards this next set of objectives, there's all sorts of things to be played around, and this is where I really respect what the Steelers have done. Every single time it feels like they start at one of these big objectives, they force something like one of those teleports out of the opposition.
Definitely seems like whatever they do, there has to be a response to come through to prevent an absolute disaster, but the response is just not quite enough. Lilia, now with the Jack Show completed, might be a little bit more of a frontline presence, but it doesn't do anything to help them shred through the opposing frontline presence. Yeah, good mid loses a huge chunk. Genesis is going to try and find Halsey again.
Yeah, goes in, gets locked down by the Sejuani, just about escapes with their life, gets locked down again as Castanero keeps finding these ultimates. Meanwhile, Arc the Dragon is just pushing forward. Good mid, goes into the Shroud, goes very, very low on health. Ace in the hole, thrown out, blocked off by Artoriosis.
Slow burn coming through onto Castanero, but it just doesn't seem to matter.
It was a big Dragon's Rage kick that brought a bit of separation, but in comes Khun Destroyer and down goes Genesis. It's a 1-for-1 so far as the mid laner will give up their life, but look at the low health bars. There's so many targets to be taken out for both of these teams. Artoriosis once more.
The 1-for-1, but it's an Azir that has gone down, so that is a lot of the sustained damage taken away from the T-side Steelers, but Caitlyn is still safe enough to dish them out herself.
It's a lot of damage that's gone down, but look who's gone down the other side. It's the jungler, and that leaves this opportunity for Chem Dragon to be slain. This is going to be Soul being secured here by the Steelers.
Mr. Smite himself has been sent back to base. There's no real way out. Mules does need to be a little bit cautious, though.
Good mid teleported there. Yeah. That's a really big summoner to be lost.
Definitely is. Takes away a lot of the agency to play from the side lanes, especially now that the Baron is going to be coming back up and respawning very soon. Does even take away flank angles potentially that might have been what was needed to try and take down Halsey.
Well, it looks like this is where the Spartans have decided to make what could be their last stand. They've teleported in, they've started this one up. Good mid will be able to join the rest of the team. This is going down very, very quickly. Castanero knows this is going on, is on the side, just waiting for an opportunity to get in, to steal this Baron away, to make Genesis' life as horrible as we saw Genesis do to Castanero in the last game. Now the fight breaks out. Good mid, trying to dash forward. Mule's not quite able to land the tether.
You're looking for the chance for Genesis to kick away Castanero, but it's not gonna start the fight off in that sense.
Oh, the Dragon was dodged away from brilliantly there, but look at so many low health bars. They're being rinsed through, and Sand Soldiers are making life desperate for Good mid and co. Khorne finds one onto the opposition mid laner, finds a second onto the Varus as Halsey takes down Artoriosis. Genesis and Milko, they're the only ones left. They run for the hills, but they find nothing. Milko gets hit by the ace in the hole, finds a shield just in time to save their lives, but I don't think they can save the game.
Nope, I think it's all but done at this point, Milko Bop. There's nothing that you can do up against their fully 5-stacked team, and once again, Arc the Dragon, the Chemtech Soul just makes him so unkillable. he was tanking up against 4 members of the squad, and he still refused to go down. That's going to be 2-1 in favor of the T-side Steelers, and red side 100% win rate continues.
The T-side Steelers might not have one more line in the mid lane, but if they have one more win, they will finally claim a Belong Arena Clash League of Legends championship for their arena. And based on the last 2 games, who's to say they can't do it? The Spartans will have to fight back. This is a team we have seen be exceptionally dominant through the regular season. They got their bye through to the semi-finals. They crushed that semi-finals 2-0. They are capable of big things. They could easily, if the best of them is shown, come back and win the next 2 games, but they're going to have to do it under considerable pressure. The Steelers are 1 game away from the crown.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. I'm excited.
Boy.
Are you excited, Rick? Are you excited? Do you know why I'm excited? I'm excited because we're giving away an Xbox Series X. Go onto Twitter at Belong Arenas UK. Check us out over there. Drop a retweet on the one that says "We are live." If you do that, you'll be entered in with a chance to win an Xbox Series X, and you can be as much of a winner as one of these 2 teams will be. We might have one. We might have. Well, we've definitely got one. We might have 2 more games still to come in our grand final. We're going for a quick break, but don't go anywhere because the action will be non-stop after this break.
You make me feel like a bad girl. You make me feel like a bad girl. Make me feel like a bad girl. a bad girl. You make me feel. You make me feel like a bad girl. You make me feel like a bad girl. Feel like a bad girl.
the feeling of overwhelming doubt and shame. It moves to completely seep into my bones and veins. Still feel you feeling me. I can't seem to release this pain that you've planted inside me. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. You won't watch me bleed. Still feel you feeling me. I can't seem to find peace. I can't let go. Every time you lose control, there's another blood I hold. Twisting and twisting now. So get those It takes some time to realize it's not your fault. It took me time, my whole damn life, to find the power that's in my hands. To find the power
Hey there, it's me, Jimmy Neutron, and if you got that reference, then you're possibly as old as me, and I really feel for you. I'm actually Stanley Greyheart Barker, and I'm joined by Rick Saga Sharples. We are coming thick and fast into Game 4 of what has been a wonderful series so far. The Teesside Steelers taking a lead over the Stratford Spartans as they look to claim the Belong Arena Clash League of Legends Grand Final crown.
Wouldn't it be nice if they were able to do so, but it's still tough opposition as the Stratford Spartans, well, they picked up the win in game number 1. They were on the red side in doing so, and then both of the times the Teesside Steelers have been on the red side, they have picked up the dub, and this time we're going back to Stratford Spartans side selection. They picked red side, and we'll see whether or not it's able to hold up its 100% win rate, or whether Teesside Steelers can buck the trend and pick up a blue side win to round out the series in a 3-1 fashion.
A Belong Christmas tree will be going bare this game because no ornaments to be found. Banned away respectfully by the Stratford Spartans leads to Arc the Dragon getting their hands on the classic first pick for the Steelers. It's the Gangplank up on top side.
He does enjoy a Gangplank game here or there whenever he gets the opportunity, and of course it will be the first pick. And again, we have gone through the pro draft. It was first picked, believe it or not, but we actually did see a bit of a complete switch up. Realistically, when we look at it, there's about 2 champions in this draft that have featured in any of the prior games in this series, and so far the only one on either side is Trundle. So yeah, it's a complete reset for both sides, completely different game plans. No more are we looking at Teesside as the scaling team that wants to go until the super late game.
Unlike you, Rick, I didn't keep an eye on that pro draft, so I don't know the order, but I'm guessing that Trundle will pick responsibly to things like the Mundo, obviously the Kled in there as well, counterpicked over against the Gangplank. We're seeing a Castin come into the mid lane, matching up against Lysandra. As we get to the bot lane, new ADCs, as you were saying, Ashe, Lucian both picked up, and with the Lulu unbanned, I'd be surprised to see it getting through.
Oh, whoops, that's a whoopsie button.
We got a ye olde
that was a misclick.
So, you can let us know though. What are those last couple of bans? Last couple of picks on sports.
Let me tell you, it's a couple of spicy ones. Ooh. In the bottom lane. So it was actually first round drafted. So the Gangplank was the first side lock-in for Teesside Steelers. Stratford Spartans responded with the Lucian, which you saw locked in, Nami? And the Nami alongside it. A classic combo. Very solid aggression come through. A lot of kill potential in the lane. The response from the Teesside Steelers. It wasn't a Lulu, and it definitely wasn't an Ashe. That was a misclick.
Oh,
It's actually, you know what? I'm gonna wait.
So hold on. So if that was a misclick on the Ashe, that means that the ADC is probably one we've already seen, which means we're probably going back to Caitlyn. Yes? No?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going back to Caitlyn. What are you going to pair up with a Caitlyn? And it's a little bit spicy, so it's not going to be the standard Caitlyn Morgana. It's going against Lucian Nami. They keep hovering Pyke as if they really want to play Pyke in this game, but that feels like it would just give too much AD. I'm going to go for Pyke.
Okay. Well, Dr. Mundo and Kassadin were the second round draft lock-ins for Stratford. The Kassadin was the very last pick of the lobby as a response to Lissandra, who was picked away. You were correct in your assumption that Trundle was picked as a response to Mundo. Both of them came just immediately after the second phase bans, which is interesting. The Stratford, went for Sejuani and Hecarim bans on their side, whereas it was two assassins that was banned away from good mid. He's found another in Kassadin. So, of course, the Trundle was still up and available. It has been one that has featured in a game so far, but won't be the case this time around. But, yeah, I mean, the real spiciness is coming in the bottom lane, and we'll see whether or not your prediction was correct.
Well, it sounds to me like it probably wasn't, but I'm looking forward to seeing what gets locked in nonetheless. There's a lot of summoners here who seem like they've been taken away from their comfort picks.
You thought about it.
That would have been great. I genuinely thought about saying the Talia because he keeps hovering Talia as well. There's the Pyke that they've hovered every single time Yules. Heimerdinger gonna be the final.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that against the Lucian Nami. Very interesting because Lucian Nami obviously want to do a lot of dashing into their opposition. Heimer's gonna make that a lot harder. But yeah, going back to people being taken off their comfort. One person who that's very not true for is going to be Arc the Dragon. It feels like Topside has had probably the least impact of any of the lanes so far and has been just left on their own little island. This is an opportunity now for Arc the Dragon to sail off that island on their pirate ship, and even if they stay on their island, to be able to deal massive damage with the cannon barrage, something we've seen them do in both the semi and quarterfinals.
It's definitely true that in terms of accelerating the pace of the game, I suppose, it hasn't been the most impactful. The exact opposite of what you expect from a Kled. He's going to be literally accelerating his entire team. But if you're running directly full sprint into a whole bunch of Caitlyn traps and Heimer turrets, it doesn't sound particularly like the most fun time that you're going to have on the Rift. And it is going to more than likely be enough to stem some of the aggression coming out from the Lucian Nami duo in the bottom lane too. Just the threat of just dashing face first into plenty of Heimerdinger turrets. There will be so much damage to answer back on that side. So it's a good pick, very lane dominant, and will need to be in a lane that is otherwise a very kill heavy with a lane with a lot of potential to start the ball rolling early on. But Mules might just have that secret sauce to prevent it.
So Kassadin's an interesting one, if I can just turn the attention to the mid lane for a moment, because it's a champion that only ever seems to be... I'm not quite sure how to phrase this, which is never ideal when your job is to talk about a game. However, it's a champion that's either there or it's not. I haven't cast a casting game for so long. However, with the reintroduction of Rod of Ages coming back in, it feels like yet again Kassadin can be a thing. In this current patch, it's one of your S tier champions. It's up to a much higher win rate in solo queue for the first time in months and months, and here it is coming onto the Rift. It's one of those champions that, a bit like we saw from the Sylas in game one, can take over a game if it gets fed, if it gets going. That's a real big opportunity for good mid here.
It's an interesting pick into the blind pick Lissandra. Lissandra is always a pretty solid blind picked mid laner, relatively safe in the vast majority of matchups, and even if it is one where you are under a little bit of threat, you have the tools to keep yourself alive and sustained and have the escape button in the Glacial Path as well. Kassadin, though, definitely will be an interesting champion to try and get a hold of as a Lissandra. I mean, he's similar maybe in a sense to a LeBlanc, who Lissandra is always considered a classic counterpick to. If you dash in using the Rift Walk on top of Lissandra, she can lock you up briefly, but where does the rest of the lockdown come from? I mean, maybe a Heimerdinger stun. You could have to be rapid on the buttons by putting a Caitlyn trap down. That's pretty much it. That's all you have to lock this Kassadin down. And if you're locking him down, committing all of your cooldowns, Lucian gets basically freedom to run wild all around your team, dashing left, right, and center. So it's a tough one to try and keep this Kassadin in place, but if they can do so early enough in the game before he starts to take over the game in the Silas-esque fashion that we saw from Genesis in game number 1, it could very well be that the Caitlyn Heimerdinger is just too much of a threat for anyone to dash into.
Two very different compositions here, and what you're talking there with the Kassadin and the Lucian, it's very much we have two champions who are going to kill you. If you manage to remove them from the board, what are our tanks really going to do to you? Over on the other side, as you said, not a massive amount of CC being offered, but the best CC of all is death. And when you've got 3.5 carries there over on the side of the Steelers, if they're able to get any of them rolling, they're able to pick off those 2 targets, and they don't have to necessarily go through the tanky members to do that, then they could just straight out win that way. Two very different compositions going to be played up in this 4th game. For the Steelers, victory would mean their first ever League of Legends championship here at Belong Arena Clash. For the Spartans, victory would mean silver scrapes. And let's be honest, that's the Christmas gift we all here want on this trip.
Yeah, it is properly a zone control based composition that we're seeing from the T-side Steelers. You've got Lissandra who can lock down an area. You've got Heimerdinger who can basically shut off the entry into any sort of aggressive moves, and particularly we've seen so much contention around Dragon and Baron in this series so far. Heimerdinger could be the key to unlocking dominance in those areas.
One more time, and possibly one final time for this season if the Steelers have their way. Let me welcome you to Summoner's Rift 5v5 action, courtesy of Riot Games here at Belong Arena Clash. We have been covering this for months now, this split, and it's all built up to this grand final. The Spartans want to keep us waiting a little while longer to reveal who our champion will be. The Steelers want to get it done in this game. And also a reminder to you that over on our Twitter at Belong Arenas UK, you've got an option to retweet. It's the tweet that says "We are live with League of Legends action," etc., etc., etc. And if you retweet that, you are immediately entered into a prize draw to win an Xbox Series X. Make sure you or someone around you is 18 years or older to be eligible for that one. But it's a great prize to win just before Christmas. I mean, it's a great prize to win any time.
It's probably the best time to win it, but it definitely wouldn't say no at any opportunity. Mules now, a little cheeky, sneaking his way into the lane, putting down some turrets in the bushes, making sure that as soon as Milka Bop and Protected Neck make their way into lane, they can't try and play the vision game, get into the bushes, and it will secure the early push in that lane, and they've given quite a hefty leash, so they're almost guaranteed to not hit level 2 first at this point. And that's a big real relief for the Caitlyn and Heimerdinger in that lane. If you do let a Lucian Nami hit level 2 first, that's when they want to be going all in, all aggressive. Not going to be the case.
That's when the difficulties start to come. You were touching on Vision earlier on. Casanero went to the early oracles and already has made use of it over on the blue side of the jungle. Both of these junglers are starting on blue side. As you said, big leash for the Mundo, who's able to get a camp ahead earlier on. Obviously, quite a few changes in the jungle. One of the ones that we've not spoken about too much will be the Krugs, where we're sort of missing those middle Krugs, and there's a little less XP being gained from taking away that camp, but also a little bit quicker to be able to take it down.
Yeah, and a lot of that experience has gone into the more contested area. We've talked a little bit in the previous weeks about how scuttle crabs are so important to make sure that you're locking at least one of them down. If you're getting double scuttled, it's a massive disadvantage, not only for the experience you get, but the jungle item as well. Stacking that, you really don't want to be falling behind in that regard. So not really a surprise that Genesis isn't going to be wanting to tangle with the Trundle in the river in the very early phases, especially when Lissandra has such a hefty push in the mid lane. The Tear of the Goddess start for good mid does mean that he's not really going to be able to put up a whole bunch of a fight in the very early phases, at least until he gets a chance to go back and stack up some actual stats.
Saga, if I may borrow your analyst hat a minute to go full delving into two of the summoner spells that we're seeing. Genesis goes into the Ghost. This isn't unusual for a Mundo who's so tanky they don't always necessarily need the flash, but it does deny some of those openings that Genesis maybe would have wanted, like the opportunity here to have flashed onto Arc the Dragon. They are not quite connecting with the Infected Cleaver, and Arc walks this one away. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Trundle happily securing a pillar, but a First Blood was almost secured onto Mules. Milko flashing forward, flash and heal in response as Halesey has to burn one and Mules the other.
There you have it. The threat of the Lucian is still present, even with the Heimerdinger turrets putting out a whole lot of pressure. You still got to respect it. The heal is expended already. Oh my god!
Oh, the dive is coming, but First Blood's already here. Both of the supports are dead. Cord might be the chance.
Cleanse
die as well. Casanero will try to escape with their lives. One more dash could be enough. Protect the neck. Not quite able to arrive.
Kassadin
not stepping across, and Trundle looks like they might just be able to live with their life. I touched on one summoner spell. I didn't get time to talk about the other. It was the cleanse on Protect the Neck I wanted to speak about, and it paid off in a big way right here.
There's only a couple of spells that can be used against, and Lyssandra's W is definitely one of them. The Ring of Frost under the tower. Well, got out of that situation very, very quickly after picking up the First Blood onto the low health Mules. A long range Ardent Blaze with the snipe. That was a whole bunch of damage. Mules, yeah, we said it was risky for him to stick around, but Protect the Neck didn't even bother with an auto attack, just tossed out a W, and that was more than enough damage.
I am absolutely stunned by that, and it was somewhat of a almost unnecessary First Blood going the way of the Lucian, who also secures that second kill too. And this is an opportunity for such a early power spike hitting Lucian to be so dominant early on. Not the start that the Steelers were hoping for as they look to secure a 3-1 victory.
I can kind of see it from the perspective of Mules. You have to be dominating the lane as the Caitlyn Heimerdinger, so even in the fact that you are low hit points, you can still place down the turret, still apply pressure, but just backfired quite heavily in this instance, unfortunately for them. Artoriosis is, though, throwing down a lot of pressure in the top lane that, for the most part, is working out. Arc the Dragon is not really able to fight back the vast majority of the time. Doesn't have level 6 yet either, so if there is to be some engages occurring across the map, you know he does like to toss the Cannon Barrage down just for free assists to get involved and help out the squad a little bit from afar.
That First Blood and that not perfectly executed dive has led to the biggest early gold lead that we've seen the Spartans manage to get for themselves in any of the games this series. At one point it was up to 800. It's bouncing back a little bit as we see the waves going back and forward, but definitely a little bit better as the Spartans look to redeem some of their early game failures from the previous games.
Good luck dashing into those 3 turrets. Protect the Neck will, I'm sure, be thinking about it at this point. Noon Quiver already picked up, so a decent lead on Halesey makes it a little bit easier to hit the CS under turret, which no doubt he will be forced to do when you're up against this lane. Making sure that you're not missing out on them, but oh well, you might not have to worry about it.
Mundo goes where he pleases. The Cannon Barrage rains down. It helps secure a kill as Mules makes it a 1-for-1, but Halesey has to flash to try and get out of Genesis' grasp. Is able to do so, even though that last Infected Cleaver does catch on. Genesis not able to get the second kill. It's a 1-for-1 in bot.
Well, Protect the Neck. He said he might have been thinking about dashing forwards. He does, but the Ignite from Mules is enough to secure the trade. Well, it is going to be a kill. Going over to Protect the Neck, Mules will at the very least answer one back. They weren't quite able to secure Halesey. Came close. The Cannon Barrage was expended. That will have helped out as well. Bit of a dash forward from Good Mid to start putting some trades down on the board now. Getting close to finishing off the tier stacking, but no doubt we'll be going for the Rod of Ages first of all. Make sure that we can really start stacking up on Kassadin, get him to the point where he doesn't have to worry about being caught out like this.
Good Mid has to flash over the wall to save their lives, having wandered a little too deep into enemy territory as the Herald has started up by Casanero right on spawn.
Minutes into the game, Mules is roaming once again in typical Mules fashion. Actually 4 members of the squad here to try and secure this one to make sure there's no chance of a steal.
That's really interesting because in the last game we didn't see the early Herald picked up at all. Not before. Here comes Kled with a charge into enemy territory. Artoriosis putting the cat amongst the pigeons. The Herald is... did the Herald get secured? I didn't quite see. I think it was in the end. That's going to be in Mules' pocket. And at the end, Artoriosis actually is the one who eats a lot of damage as they charge in from the side. But the escape is good. That is a nice, secure coming through from Casanero and the rest of the team.
There it is again. Heimerdinger has turrets set up. You dash right into the middle of them, and suddenly your Skarl runs away. Artoriosis has very little to do but waddle his way out of the fight. Not quite tanky enough to sustain through all of the immense damage that's coming out from the Heimerdinger turrets at this early portion of the game, even if he is 2 deaths down from the early phases. Hopefully, no real punishment came from Lucian on the bottom lane. Halsey did throw out their ace in the hole a little earlier on just to try and keep him at arm's length, but wasn't in a position to dash forward, try to punish the fact that Heimerdinger was away, try and take the 1v1 against Caitlyn. So all in all, Mules with the Rift Herald can just drop that whenever he fancies, and more than likely will roam once again to find a different lane to put it down so that they can keep their lane dominance going in the bot lane for a little while longer.
Well, we are seeing those 3.5 carry strong of the Teesside Steelers bouncing back quickly against what was a slight misplay early on. They've got both the early neutral objectives. As you say, turret plates will pretty much be guaranteed to go over to them when this Herald is put down. What it does mean having it, of course, on your support for a little while is that you haven't got that access to the oracles, so we'll assume that you will want to use this sooner rather than later.
This is immediately heading straight back down towards the bottom lane, so there will just be a case of crack the bottom lane turret open and go once again for a bit of a lane swap. Casanero.
Korn looking for the ultimate onto good mid. Casanero with the Sheen Bop Chomp is going to be able to get their first kill of the game, with Genesis arriving too late to help their mid laner. Another dragon just spawning, and this gives a bit of an edge over to Casanero once more. Herald summoned in bot. Lucian having to step away from the turret, knowing that Halsey and Mules are just so oppressive, with Milkobot already having turned their attention towards mid lane. The dragon gets started up, and this early game dominance continues.
Could have almost sworn it was only about 4 minutes ago we were talking about the Stratford Spartans having their biggest gold lead so far. It's very quickly turned around.
Artoriosis getting turned around on as well as they delve underneath the opposition turret, not quite able to regain Skarl, but they put a lot of pressure onto Art the Dragon without giving up their life.
We'll have the charge available. Maybe just wasn't entirely aware of exactly where Casanero was hovering around in the area, so didn't want to overcommit for the re-engage. Now, especially seeing that both of the T-side bot laners have gone missing into the darkness of the river, wants nothing to do with it. Mules will be spotted out on the wards, which he will clear out. And now it looks as though, yeah, we're just going to switch over to the mid lane and look to having the exact same interactions there. Oh, Artoriosis, they might not know that he's in this position. Arc the Dragon might be in some serious danger.
Yeah, he quickly steps away, realizing the danger. And let me just give a little welcome back to our old friend Rod of Ages, making a return to Belong Arena Clash for the first time in many a season. And up on the top side, we are going to see a potential 3v3 brewing. Mules is roaming, and Milkobop is responding excellently as well.
Beautiful item there. Gives you a whole bunch of stats that Kassadin will absolutely love to stack up. Tear of the Goddess as well, a whole bunch of mana, no charge available.
Flash forward, Artoriosis is in the cannon barrage, but it's Art the Dragon who, despite having expended all of their movement, is going to be chased down. Bubble connects, Genesis secures the kill. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Halsey and Mules just trying to push down, getting more turret plating for themselves.
Well, they would have liked to have had the opportunity to hand that kill off to Kled so that he can accelerate this lane, and he's been getting the better of Arc the Dragon in the trades, but Arc is still capable of dishing out a whole heap of damage, so much so that Artoriosis didn't want to risk getting close enough to secure the killing blow. So it will be one going over to Genesis. The response in the mid lane won't be all too detrimental, just a tower plate. The Milkobop is back in time to prevent any more bleeding.
Well, this is a 1,500 gold lead to the team that had fallen behind. Teesside Steelers, one more victory, and they finally get their win here for themselves, the Belong Arena Clash. They're going up against Stratford Spartans. This is the Prometheus branch. I think it was the Heracles branch that we had last time around as Corn Destroyer trading back and forth with Good Mid. They lost in the finals at where was it? Insomnia 68, I believe, to the Leicester Raptors, and
Just before the funny one.
Yeah, none of the same summoners here playing for this Prometheus team, but they're going to be hoping to go one better than their compatriots.
Mid with the Rod of Ages, just getting locked up a little bit by Corn the Destroyer, able to chunk back a whole heap of damage.
Ooh.
Flash committed. Riftwalk not enough to get out of that situation.
Yeah, flashing
Level
through the pillar almost there. Good Mid playing better safe than sorry. Second Herald of the game is spawning at the minute. Certainly looks like the red side Spartans are in a better place to try and secure this one for themselves.
Maybe if Good Mid was level 11, had the level 2 Riftwalk, might have been more willing just to commit the ultimate, but instead, we'll immediately look for a teleport and try and find a plate, grouping up with the rest of the squad, and that's an arrow in a dangerous spot.
Flash committed by both the bot laners of the Steelers to stay alive. Genesis isn't going to be quite so lucky. Casanera will die as well, and with both the junglers dead, it's just left for the remaining four team members to duke out. Corn Destroyer will flash away from a timely bubble. Halesy gets the kill on a Good Mid. Now Artoriosis tries to dash back. Not going to be able to connect on anything. His shotgun not running down, but the cannon barrage is. Protect the net. Flashes away. Milko bot will not be quite so lucky. Takes an ace in the hole to the back of the head. Flash out from the Nami to make sure that they live on the tiniest amount of health. No one gets the Herald, but most of the kills go into the Teesside Steelers pocket.
Well, no Glacial Tomb available for Corn the Destroyer to lock down any further kills, but I'm sure they'll be more than happy with what they have been able to pick up in that engagement. The upgraded Heimerdinger turret was sat on like 2 hit points for about 13 seconds in that fight. Anyone just looked at it funny, it would have gone down, but in the end, with the Leandries, it dealt so much damage across the course of that fight that the turnaround was able to be picked up. Good Mid dashed his way forwards and was immediately blown up. I don't know whether he landed on a Caitlyn trap, but he was headshot all the same. Casanero, it did take him a while to try and take down Genesis, going down in the process. All in all, won't be too upset about the end result of the fight.
Artoriosis' early commitment of the teleport to make sure they're present for this fight. They won't have the charge to come charging in. That was entirely not deliberate. Casanero will force a Riftwalk over the wall from Good Mid. Genesis steps forward. Very, very brave on this Mundo. Already having to pop that ultimate. Artoriosis on the side has managed to catch onto Corn Destroyer, but the damage is a good turnaround. Artoriosis will bounce off of Skarl. Kled now try and do what they can without their mount. Genesis has been taken low, but look at the low health bars on so many of these carries. Casanero has to be careful. Art the Dragon still waiting on the cannon barrage, and there comes the culling. It only charges on to these Heimer turrets. The Dragon started up, and it does look a little bit like this one might get conceded by the Steelers.
Very least it's put enough pressure on to force them back for the time being. Good Mid. Putting some pressure on deep.
If Corn Destroyer can get over the wall and find any kind of frozen falls, this could be massive, massive damage. They don't take the frozen path, however, and the Dragon does go over to the Spartans. They stop the charge towards the Soul in its tracks.
An important one to pick up as well. Those offensive stats were maybe threatening to start getting out of hand, especially if we look at the bot lane duo. Of course, you really don't want to hand any additional free scaling over to a gangplank wherever you get the opportunity to avoid it. Well, we're still yet to see Good Mid start stacking up towards a second item in the game, the Muramana or the Seraphs, the Archangels, whatever we're going with this season. 360 stacks on the tier. Does have the level 2 Riftwalk, but just not quite the gold yet to upgrade the item and really hit that breakpoint. 800 or so gold that he's currently sat on. Slight advantage over Corn the Destroyer's Lysandra, who will get out of a sticky situation.
That would have been bad news if they'd lost the mid laner there. Would have opened up the Herald for
Oh,
sure.
Stan, look at the gold lead on the Heimerdinger support. That's gross.
That's not exactly surprising. I'd love that there's a bounty on the head of the oldie Heimer. Meanwhile, this is going to be Arc the Dragon and co able to secure things. Arc staying down on bot side, letting the rest of the team pick up the Herald freely. And yet more opposition to crush down on turrets. It's a 2-0 turret advantage going over to Steelers. Could well become 3 if that Herald is summoned in top.
I think it's maybe best sort of described, or just the fact that Nami hasn't quite finished off the Spell Thief support item yet. Hammerdinger's got his fully stacked. Nami's still on the Walmart version, the Wish.com version of the Spell Thief's Edge, unfortunately. Good mid, though, will be able to stack himself up a blue buff, so get even more stacking. The Rod of Ages be looking nice with that extra mana regen. 2 almost fully stacked, so almost the full stat pad. And getting close to upgrading a second item too.
Charge was forced out of Artoriosis up there as Genesis is actually going to have Arc the Dragon walk straight into there waiting. Bad news for the Gangplank, who's got absolutely nowhere to go. Rift walking in, good mid, looking to secure their first kill. They get it despite the cannon barrage. Meanwhile on top, Khorne's walked into trouble as well with both the mid laner and top laner for the Steelers, potentially giving up their lives. Khorne buys a little bit of time, leaving the frozen team on themselves, but with everyone having rushed to Arc's help, there was no one to be found to save the Lissandra. Now Halesey, Mules and Casanero must turn tail and run. The tidal wave just short of knocking up the troll.
That is one of those champions that is probably uniquely qualified to take down Lissandra with the upgraded Grievous Wounds that comes through from landing the Bear Trap on a rope. Even if she does drop the Glacial Tomb on herself to get that extra safety, does not help all that much when Artoriosis doesn't have the Skull form popped and can still continue to chase down, dashing forward. So he's been trying for a long time to pick up solo kills. Arc the Dragon has just been a little bit too annoying to take down, but not the case for Khorne that destroys Lissandra.
Sometimes where that little swap of lanes pays off or doesn't pay off. We saw the Gangplank leaving topside, leaving Lissandra to clear that up, and actually Artorios is more than happy to start taking those trades, picking up that solo kill. I want to talk more about especially about the Kassadin. Really nice to see it back in here with those stacking items all coming to fruition. However, we've got to talk about the ADCs. Halesey, Protect the Neck, they have got the vast majority of their team's kills right now. They're very much going to be the champions online first and doing the most damage in these fights.
It definitely is a scary one. Both of them looking to go for what looks to be armor penetration items a second time around. Whether or not we're going to be seeing LDRs come through, I can imagine that's the case for Halesey when you've got a Mundo and a Kled who probably technically has about 4,000 health at any given point of the game, especially with a stacking mid laner like the Kassadin. There's a lot of bonus damage to be picked up on that regard. The Neck might consider going for a Cyrilda's Grudge instead. Maybe that extra little bit of sticking power if he is able to catch somebody out of position, dashing around the fight. But there is still some tanky targets to look to take down. But again, the Rod of Ages, the Tear of the Goddess, it's like what you think if you go back a few years, like a Season 3 scaling champion like Rise or something. This is the classic old school style scaling. It's good to see it back in the game.
This dragon spawning soon could be a third dragon and a first Infernal going over to the Steelers, and it looks like the pressure might be on the other side of the rift over towards the Baron. We'd seen the push in from good mid on top. Herald's going to be summoned here in mid, interestingly enough. I think that was more a case of it timing out. That dragon hasn't been started up because they're just worried, the Steelers, that they might give up Baron, and Casanero might give up their lives as they go to check it, but waiting in the wings was Genesis and the rest of their team. We see Artoriosis dashing away, Casanero getting locked down, looking like they've got nowhere to turn to. In comes Lissandra. They actually decide not to commit through that frozen trail. Somehow, some way, we see Casanero live. The Herald managed to get a charge, and now front foot positioning for Casanero and the rest of the team onto this dragon.
Subjugate really giving a whole lot of value. That time there was an opportunity for good mid to just dash all the way in, but still not hitting that 2-item breakpoint. It wouldn't have been enough to blow up a target. Well, they are still significantly more squishy than the Trundle. Wasn't quite feeling confident enough to just go all out, and doesn't have any sort of safety like the stopwatch to get out of that position regardless. So maybe the correct decision not to overcommit. It has cost the Stratford Spartans a couple of times in the series, just overcommitting to fights and trying to go a little bit too deep. But yeah, Protect the Neck has to get out of there.
Yeah, this is really, really nice play from the Spartans. However, they realize that they're given up the positioning on the Dragon, so they take the mid turret, they start up the Baron, and they've forced not just one, but both of the teleports, both Korn and Arc coming to the aid of the Steelers. This now means a big teleport advantage with good mid being able to push in that side lane, and maybe the rest of the team starting to play around the Baron again.
Actually, looking now at the items that have been picked up, maybe Halesey is more than happy just to sit on the last Whisper for now and then go immediately for a rapid fire cannon. That extra little bit of long range poke damage to come through. Seems to be the case. It is going to be the LDR picked up for Lucian. Makes sense. Going to have to be shredding through the Trundle on the front line. Lysandra will get some bonus health and health stacking Heimerdinger as well with a couple of Giants belts already under the tank. Going to be looking to build towards the Rylai's Liandry's combo. So the burn damage and the slow, even more zone control. It's going to be horrible to try and dash in towards anything as soon as he gets that second item completed, but that's what they're going to have to deal with if they want to try and win this game.
Saga, the Steelers have to play this one very, very carefully. You can see down the bot side that push from good mid with the teleports up that I spoke about already arriving at one turret is going to be able to pick that one up free and easy. If the Steelers don't do something now to either force out that teleport or gain something on the other side of it, they're just going to lose more and more.
Once again, percentage health shred on the Baron from Heimerdinger and the rest of them. They have to commit.
The Dragon looking to try and get a bit of zoning. The Baron started up. If we can look a little higher, we see how low it is. But what happens now is the fight. Arc taken out first by good mid. And this is what a Kassadin can do, taking over the fight. Halesey looking for the safety of the blast. Going over the wall goes Construct. They've got nowhere to go. Halesey hasn't got enough damage to take down these tanks to protect the net. Has got enough damage to take down the Caitlyn. And, sorry, take down the Heimer. The Caitlyn now being chased down. The last standing from the Steelers is slain, and the Spartans get their reward. Castanero is still alive, still looking for potential still in this Baron, but it'll have to be utterly miraculous.
Oh, well, why not both, we say, as they're going to take down Caitlyn and the Heimerdinger. Castanero actually caught over the wall with the Infected Cleaver, so they know full well what he's capable of doing. He's done it multiple times. He doesn't have flash available, and that's really heads-up play from Artoriosis to hop over the wall, break the blast cone, make sure that there's no chance that Genesis can get into the Baron pit. They won't find him. He's already recalled. He's given it up. That is a big turnaround. A whole lot of gold and good mid. Well, now with those two items stacked up, but crucially with the stopwatch on top of it picked up as well, now he feels confident to use that Rift Walk to stack it up, to get on top of targets and completely blow them up. Despite the fact the Glacial Tomb's used to try and lock him in place, he just hits the stopwatch, resets himself in the fight, and just allows Lucian and Kled to run through the team. So by the time he comes out of stasis, he's right back in the safety of his own team, and it's the Stratford Spartans who have the Steelers on the run.
Yeah, this is the terrifying Kassadin that the Steelers did not want to have to deal with. And right now we have to ask the question, do they have any way to deal with it? Based on the last fight, the answer may well be no. Important moments will be happening over the next few minutes. However, we see this Baron-empowered team for the Spartans. They can push forward. They can look to further increase this 4,000 gold lead. But then the Dragon that spawns in a minute's time, that's going to be crucial as well, because it could give over an Infernal Soul. Arc the Dragon having to be very, very careful. Using the orange at the right time will give himself a bit of separation from the Kled, who does not opt into a charge this time.
Might have just seen what could prove to be a potentially important moment that has occurred. It's one that will more than likely go understated, but Heimerdinger trying to steal away the blue buff. Oh no, is Genesis blocked?
Genesis completely stuck behind our pillar, and that's all that's needed to secure the kill. In with the teleport, out with the Skull. Kled in all sorts of trouble, having to flash out after having already burned the other summoner spell. Waiting in the wings though, he's good mid.
Good mid.
Looking to pick one but two off. Gets Halesey, will probably get the kill on to Korn as well. Good mid, rampaging through the rift now.
This is what I was about to mention before Genesis got stuck between a rock and a hard place. Well, Mules was trying to steal away the blue buff before the reset could come through, but wasn't quite able to do so. If they could have denied Kassadin from having the blue buff, Yeah, he does eat through that mana very, very quickly.
Oh,
Can't
no.
stack up quite so much, but now there's nothing stopping him.
Yeah, Mules gets absolutely shredded. Protect the Neck is going to get chomped down on. Is going to give up their life, but they've bought enough time for this Infernal Dragon not to be slain by Trundle, who will have to disappear, accepting they're not going to get the soul. They get a kill, but they might get death as well. Blastcone betrays Good Mid somewhat, but they're going to have Rift Walks for days, and they're going to be able to get the kill, a 6-1 of the game for not just the Good Mid. That's a great mid.
Yeah, that is a very spooky, scary Kassadin rocking you down. It's a couple of months late. It's not the spooky season anymore, but I'd be pretty spooked if he just suddenly appeared on my screen.
I'd be terrified if he just suddenly appeared next to you, right?
Can't even steal away the red buff. A double buff Kassadin. Look at the health regen coming on top of him as well now. That is a horribly scary sight. And the old school scaling champ is about to pick up a death cap as well. So it doesn't get any easier from this point on.
Heimerdinger, who had that empowered early start, hasn't been able to have the same impact in the last couple of fights, and a lot of that is just because of the absolute wiping Good Mid has been doing. Protect the Neck with a decent amount of damage as well. Both those carries running 6 to 4 KDs as the Spartans look to equalise this series.
Lissandra, we always talked about how it could potentially be a similar style of matchup. Lissandra into Kassadin as Lissandra, the classic counterpick to LeBlanc, but normally when you see that, you're seeing like the Aftershock Lissandra to come through for that extra burst of resistances. Not the case here, and I don't know maybe how much of a difference it would have made, but maybe that could have been beneficial. Milkabop steps on a trap, and that's half your health just gone.
Arc the Dragon baiting this one out, but immediately Good Mid responds, knowing that they can't overstay, can't take the fight on this one. This is beautifully executed play by the Spartans. They're not overstepping, they're not giving over important shutdowns, especially that Lifeblood of Good Mids, which has 700 gold attached to it.
It is definitely a target that has been painted on the back of Good Mid that realistically anyone on the side of the T-side Steelers wants to take down. As much as you'd love to get it onto one of your carries, onto the Caitlyn in particular, as long as you can shut him down, you'd just be happy to see him out of the game for at least 45 seconds or so. Now the death cap has come through. The damage is already insane. Let's find out how insane it is.
I think Good Mid thought they were going to find Arc the Dragon alone there. Instead, they ran into Casanero first, and you can see the good damage that comes onto Good Mid. Ace in the hole thrown out as well, but at only half health for Caston. We know how quickly that can be found back again. Meanwhile, up on top side, we know how things go when Artoriosis goes up against Khorne's Lissandra, and this is very, very bad news. Forcing the play here, knowing that Good Mid can't be present. We're going to see Mules getting a kill on the Milkabop. Cullen gets thrown down. Casanero down below a third health. That opportunity is there for Good Mid. They manage to get the kill.
Alive.
They go golden. They stay alive by inches. Here comes Khorne Destroyer, a little bit too late to the party, but already Arc's killed off one. Does get killed by Protect the Neck, who looks to turn things around. Frozen Thralls no more. Khorne now in a 2v1. Artoriosis chasing forward, managing to land that bear trap. No separation despite Skull being gone. Khorne goes over the wall, doesn't have anything left to try and finish off. Will maybe try and get one last burst of damage, but it's not enough. The ace is completed. The pings onto the inhibitor turret start to come through, and the Spartans are one step closer to victory.
Oh my goodness, I really thought Good Mid had overstepped just slightly, dashing into that fight. And, man, when I see one player surviving that situation on less than 100 hit points, I really was not expecting it to be him. With the Zhonya's Hourglass giving him the stasis once again, did eventually go down. It was picked up by Arc the Dragon's Gangplank on the back end of things, and when the Destroyer picked up a kill as well. I believe that was onto Genesis, but all said and done, it wasn't enough to prevent them all from being ran down. 20 kills now on the board. We're dangerously close to 1 kill a minute again. 5,000 gold lead now stacked up for the Stratford Spartans, and they're in a very solid commanding position. No attempt to steal away the blue buff, deny it from Good Mid. As impactful as that might be, they don't get the chance to do it. Now look at him, he's roaming again, looking for targets on the bottom side of the map. They know Casanero isn't here to defend, and Lissandra might be in the bin.
Yeah, Kun has absolutely no hope here. Just going to clear out as much of that CS as possible before eventually giving up their life once again. Good mid with their 8th kill of a fascinating game of League of Legends. Baron is up on the table again. Dragon spawning in less than a minute, and both of these could very, very easily go the way of the Stratford Spartans, who have this 5 versus 4 power play with Khorne still dead for 30 seconds.
Seems as though
Cannon Barrage.
almost every champion on the side of Stratford just has the tools to chase you down.
Pinsir.
I think they might have been expecting them to be setting up around the Dragon. Not going to be the case. But the Cannon Barrage has been baited out, expended, and now they can just happily look for their 3rd Infernal of the game. That is one that will be good to deny the soul point as well. They have managed to steal one away on the side of T-side, but to make sure they don't get that little extra boost of damage. Very useful.
Tell you what, though, brilliant dance work there from the Steelers to negate a potential massive power play threat. Khorne back on the field again, doesn't have the teleport available, so maybe won't be able to join any fights around Baron just yet as they clear out bot lane, but the fact that neither Baron nor Dragon were lost to the Spartans there was frankly remarkable.
It comes down to what can they do with this situation now that the charge is still unavailable. As soon as the presence is shown down towards the Dragon, they turn their attention over towards Baron, but good mids on the flank. Full level advantage over Lissandra.
Always on the flank. Khorne goes golden, doesn't have the ultimate because they tried to use that on good mid, and you can see how much health they still have left. 2 kills already. One of them's the jungler, one of them's the mid laner. Genesis charging down Mules and Halsey as well. There's nothing right now that can be done to stop the onslaught of good mid, who finds a quadra kill, a game-winning play from the mid laner, and that is going to take us to 2 games apiece. Start playing Silver straight, baby, because it's Biwoo Woo. That's the only Christmas carol that's ringing now. 2 games all. We're going to a game 5. Absolutely love to see it.
2 apiece, 1 game left to go, and it's completely different drafts on both sides of the board. They've shown their hand, and now they've showed their secret pocket picks as well. What is left in the tank, and what is left that needs banning out for this final game? You've got 4 games worth of information on one another, of data that you can use to try and formulate a plan, but there's only 3 bans available, and a lot of them haven't changed since game number 1. But now you're looking at champions like Kassadin, like the Lucian in the bottom lane, both of which had double-digit kills by the end, and you're thinking, okay, now there's a lot more that we need to be worried about for this final game, which decides who walks away as the champion.
Castle Win is back in Belong Arena Clash, and the Stratford Spartans are back in this series. We're going to a deciding game 5 after a short break. During that break, why not click on the retweet button on one of our tweets at Belong Arenas UK. It's the one that says we are going live, and if you retweet that, you are in with a chance of winning an Xbox Series X courtesy of our fantastic sponsors. Retweet. What's the worst that could happen? Catch you soon.
You make me, you make me, you make me feel like a bad girl. You make me, you make me, you make me feel like a bad girl. Me feel like a bad girl. Feel like a feel
to my bones and veins. Still feel you feeling me. I can't seem to release this pain that you've planted inside me. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. You won't watch me bleed. Just lay all the face in my way. I'll show you crazy. Still feel you feeling me. I can't seem to find peace. I can't let go. Every time you lose control, it's another blood I hold. Twisting and twisted slow. So get those just like all the face in my way. I'll show you crazy. It takes some time to realize it's not your fault. It took me time, my whole damn life, to find the power that's in my hands. To find the power, to find the power that's in my hands. You don't have a hold on me. I have on myself. Just like all the face in my way. I'll show you crazy. It's enough having you there.
Be woo whoop, 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 be woo whoop. Not my
Interesting
words,
point.
but the words of Silver Scrapes. It's 2 games all here at the Belong Arena Clash Grand Finals, Thor. I am so excited. We've got Stratford Spartans, we've got Teesside Steelers. Only one of them can stand tall. I'm Stanley Greyheart Barker. I'm joined by Rick Saga Sharples. Are you as excited as me, Rick?
Let me check. Be woo whoop. Be boo woo weep whoop. Yes. Yes, absolutely. And let me tell you, Stan, I have peeped the pro draft this time around, so I know what to be excited for. And I will tell you, the weird niche out of pocket picks did not end in the previous game. It gets more and more diverse and spicy.
Okay, well, we're already seeing some interesting variations coming through the ban phase, things that have been added as this series has gone on. The Heimerdinger taken away this time. It's going to be a real target towards Mules, who played that one in the last game, even though they didn't get the dub. Silas, of course, we saw good mid, sorry, not good mid, but I think it was Genesis playing in the first game, absolutely dominating on. Orn has been a couple of victories for the Steelers. They're not going to get that one again. And the Nami, they're essentially removing Lucian as well. So it really means we'll have a bit of a mix-up in the bot lane, maybe returning to things we saw earlier, like the Caitlyn or the Vayne. We're going to get the first lock-in coming for the Sejuani. We've got things slightly out of order here. We've got Genesis up on top side, so I'm guessing that is going to be a Sejuani in the jungle. Interestingly, opted into rather than the Gangplank, but with all of those bans
to build tension.
The Jarvan is going to get locked in. That's an Alawi going up against the Gnar in the top side, with LeBlanc against the Zero in mid.
Well, once again, we've pro-drafted our way through this, and so things are slightly out of pick order, but Alawi was the 3rd round pick after J4 and Gnar were locked in. So, I mean, you drop a Cataclysm on Alawi, that's free tentacles, baby. But also pretty good up against Gnar in the top lane if you're maxing out the E, tearing the soul away, so you can get some decent damage in to Gnar, even though if he does have the ranged advantage. The Zeri ban was one that was strange to me, although it may have been given away by what Stratford first picked on the blue side in the pro draft, which is yet to appear on the screen. So we'll
you talked about cringe, you talked about not doing something.
It was real cringe.
The only thing I can think of you'd be annoyed about would be Seraphine mid. And that
I would have also
First pick Seraphine!
I would have also wanted to die if I had to watch a Seraphine Sona in Game 5 in the bottom lane, so thankfully, or Seraphine Soraka, or Seraphine basically anything, but Lucian is fine.
Seraphine or Yuumi, based on what you'd said, and there is indeed one of them. The question is, what's Kai'Sa going to get paired up with? Kai'Sa, which we haven't seen so far, often has been paired up with Rel this clash, or the Leona. Both of those are available. There it is.
Funny you should mention, Rel was the 3rd pick for the Teesside Steelers, came alongside Jarvan and Gnar, so setting themselves up for some enormous combos in the team fights. Of course, Azir, pretty much a staple now at this point, and has had some solid performances too, and definitely contributes well in the team fights. Alongside the Kai'Sa, the damage will be pretty insane coming out from that squad, but you've got a whole lot of sustain through the Alawi, Sejuani, nice and tanky, and a lot of pick potential as well with LeBlanc and Lucian. So it's once again team fight compositions on one side. On the opposite side, there is team fighting capabilities. There's the front line to try to survive through it, but that has really more so been the case on the Teesside Steelers side of things. They've had that enormous tanky presence that becomes unkillable at some point, and Lucian and LeBlanc maybe not the best at shredding through the tanks, but Gnar and Jarvan not quite as tanky as a Sejuani Ornn. So it's a little bit of give and take on both sides of the draft. It's a really interesting one for a Game 5.
What it has done, though, is it's opened up Casanero to, for me, what's been their most comfortable champion this entire split, something that 100%. They have just taken over games on. The opportunity to see the Casa J4, which I didn't think that we were going to be seeing all series long, is finally here. And if we see those early game leads, which we've seen coming through for the Steelers in so many of our games today, happen again, that could just be foreshadowing for the Steelers getting the victory. Over on the other side, though, Spartans, they've shown in games 1 and 4 just how dominant they can be, how well they can play through the end game, and now it feels like they've developed some more of the tools to round that out. Alongside, I really like what I'm seeing from this Seraphine pick. So this game, very much anybody's to have. I'm not even going to ask you to make a prediction or try and make one myself. Whoever wins will be deserving champion, and even so, I will say that whoever loses will have to feel very unlucky, very sad, because it's been an absolutely tremendous contest.
Been back and forth all the way from game number 1, the very get-go. It was a tightly contested affair, and then while it quickly spiraled out of way in favor of Stratford in game 1, game 2 was all T-side. It's really been back and forth. Red side still 100% win rate. That has got to be playing on the mind of the Stratford Spartans this time. They used the blue side first pick to pick up a champion that has had no contention whatsoever all through the series, in the hopes that maybe Seraphine can be the secret to picking up that elusive blue side win. And the maybe out there pocket pick of the Alawi could have been an answer that they had all along to Casinero's J4. Who knows exactly how it's going to go down. We do not see the gangplank in picks or bans for Arc the Dragon. And so sometimes, you know, the individual comfort pick is not quite as important as just getting the dub on the board. So the T-side Steelers, again, they have all the tools to play effectively as a team, to win out team fights, particularly around the Dragon and the Rift Herald, the Baron. That's where we've been seeing a lot of contention in this series, and they've really drafted to give themselves the best chance to do that.
There's no doubt that Arc likes the GP and will lock in pretty much every opportunity it had seen before this game. However, their ability on the Gnar can't be understated either. It's one of their most sort of consistent goes to when that GP's banned away, or in this case situationally where they feel that they need to make that little change for the greater good, and that greater good could be a first victory for the T-side Steelers for the League of Legends Belong Arena Clash history, and they must desperately hoping they can not fall at the final hurdle like we've seen them do so many times before.
That little blue Tau for the greater good in Narc the Dragon up in the top lane, just doing what he can for the squad. I think this time around he's been really, really solid when it comes to the tanky picks. Very much unkillable in a whole lot of these matchups, and is going to have to try to fulfill that role once again. It does feel that almost the T-side Steelers is maybe the most traditional, maybe front to back styling in their compositions. Casinero a little bit flexible, whether he goes for an aggressive champion like the Xin Zhao, the J4 can build some damage, look for dueling, but is always typically going to be the one engaging the fights and getting things started off for the T-side Steelers. They're going to need him to bring his A game for game number 5. It's going to be a very tightly contested one. That's pretty much a guarantee.
Well, it's Christmas time, so I've got 2 gifts for you before we jump onto the Rift. The first one is that after the Frost earlier on, he's all thawed out. Here he is.
Hey,
it's my favorite little ginger mascot that isn't called Saga. And we are going to be jumping onto the Rift with a second gift from me to you. That's the opportunity for you to go out there and win yourself an Xbox Series X. It is a random draw based on people who have retweeted one of our most recent tweets on @BelongArenas UK. Go there, find the tweet that says we're going live, tweet that one, and you will be entered in with a chance to win a fantastic prize. That Xbox Series X, and much better odds than entering the lottery, let's say, and cheaper as well.
Yeah, it costs absolutely nothing. Well, 1 ward exchanged on the blue buff on the red side and the red buff on the blue side, so both of the bottom half quadrants of the jungle have been warded up, but there is an additional one on the blue buff blue side top quadrant as well, so extra information picked up for the T-side Steelers after Halesey just played a bit of a dangerous game, just lurking on the side, caught all 5 members of the Stratford Spartans making a move to go for an invade. For that pressure, they knew to dodge it out. They got 1 ward placed early on. They've switched over to the sweeper. They've cleared out the vision, but the information that Casinero is starting on the top side of the map has already gone over, and the exact same favor of Genesis.
Slightly delayed as it may be, let me one final time for this season welcome you to Summoner's Rift. Jarvan has gone unbanned, and so we've got ourselves a Royal Rumble in the jungle. Casanero and Genesis both topside at the moment. Casanero known for those early level 3 ganks. Probably not going to be able to find too much of that just yet.
Stretchy Rel in the bottom lane, just
Yeah.
stretching out the legs a little bit. It's one of those where you've got to find some way to get your APM up as a melee into double ranged in the bottom lane, I suppose. Still not quite feeling confident enough to go for the hyper aggressive level 1 play. Realistically, not much point in doing so when the stakes are so high. Really don't want to go for a coin flip and accidentally lose the game based on that at this point.
All right, just a slow, steady build-up. Like you say, both of these teams have so very much at stake. It'll be a real nice early Christmas present for one of these two teams to not only get the win, but also that slightly better prize. Good mid, going aggressive on Khorne Destroyer, getting the lockdown there, managing to trade back and forth, but crucially, despite having the electrocute, there is no ignite for either of these mid laners, so good mid not going to quite have that kill pressure just yet.
Khorne the Destroyer is really being bullied around in that lane, even with the Arcane Comet. The early advantage going over to good mid. There's a bit of an engage from Mules, but no follow-up for Halesey.
We saw this in the semi-finals, how sometimes going a little too aggressive too early on the Rel can cost you in the long run, especially when there's so much poke from the opposition. There was really no threat there, but there could be some threat onto Casanero. They're going to have to give up the Scuttle Crab they mostly wanted to set their eyes on and lose considerable amount of XP to Genesis.
A little unfortunate for Casanero that both of his lanes are being pushed in so aggressively, but he's got a chance.
Flash forced out of Milko. They're still going to die to first blood because the Flag and Drag found the knock up on the back of the flash away from Rel. That goes over to Halesey, and really, I don't think the Steelers could have asked for it to have been on anyone better.
Void Seeker narrowly avoided the minions, but found its target. Seraphine taken out in the early phases of the game. The flash expended, but the heal was not used in time to keep herself alive. But I was about to say, it's a little unfortunate for Casanero that both his bot and mid lane were being shoved in quite so heavily. He wasn't able to really contend for the scuttle, but might not need to.
Good mid goes aggressive. Khorne Destroyer having to flash over the wall to keep themselves safe from Genesis is waiting. Grasp, and down on bottom side, Rel maybe with a slight overstay, but not going to get caught out at all by the Lucian Seraphine bot lane.
Keeps distance. Khorne the Destroyer now is going to need some attention in the mid lane. Good mid has constantly been getting the better of these trades, just proccing the electrocute anytime there's a possibility, and the corrupting potion really helping out in the sustain department as well. Now Khorne the Destroyer has gone back, picked up a refillable potion, but the teleport already in the lane. Mules caught on the roam.
Yeah, has no flash, dead to rights here, trying to clear out vision, but Genesis is going to pass this one over to protect the net. Both the ADCs now with a kill to their name. This is an opportunity for Protect the Neck to find that recall as well, and to almost just equalize the itemization we've already seen coming out of Kai'Sa.
Get to stick around a little longer, clear up another wave or two before it does. It's a bit of a bold dash in from good mid with no mana and very low health. From the Destroyer, didn't quite have the Sand Soldiers in place to punish it for the time being. Actually, why bother going back when you can just pressure out Halesey from the lane in the 2v1? But for the time being, no flash on Seraphine. We go again.
I guess that answers the question of why back, is that they're barely tickling the Kai'Sa and immediately threatened by the aggression of a Hex Flashing Rel, of Casanero able to join with the Flag and Drag. Going to get spotted out by that control ward by the Tribush and put down their own vision, which will instantly be lost.
Managed to clear out most of the vision. From the red side, still just one ward that remains, but wasn't swept or pink warded out. Briosis has a nice happy little freeze in the top lane, going immediately for the Ninja Tabbies, knowing that the vast majority of the poke damage that will be coming out of Arc the Dragon's Gnaw will be from those auto attacks, so just nullifying immediately, 12% of that, and with the corrupting potion as well, has a chance to scrap back. No real jungle presence shown towards the top side, or the top lane on either side of the coin. Now, the dragon started up.
making life so difficult for corner mid lane, getting that significant CS advantage. We see the same for Artoriosis in top as well. But look at that massive gold lead for Halesey. They've got the same number of kills, but 20 CS up already against Lucian.
Huge wave that Lucian essentially crashed into the tower before going back, and the vast majority of it was cleaned up as well. First Dragon going over in favor of the T-side Steelers, a Mountain Drake, so a little bit of extra resistance picked up, so will be useful down the line for Arc the Dragon, for Mules, possibly Casanero eventually when he starts to stack up some defensive items, but for the time being we'll be looking for a slightly more aggressive build.
Yeah, Casanero generally does look for aggressive builds. If you haven't watched Casanero's Jarvan in Clash before, you've missed out. It's very, very aggressive. It focuses on early game plays and eventually tends to become something of a juggernaut. And at the moment, there's certainly the opportunity, though, that early core fields. And meanwhile, up on top side, one of the matchups we've not spoken too much about, this Alawi into the Gnar. Obviously, we've seen the Gnar a decent bit already today, but going up into a very, very different matchup this time.
Alawi, whenever she lands that sort of soul rend ability, it's a lot of guaranteed damage onto Gnar. And as much as he's able to dodge out of them the vast majority of the time, only one needs to land and he's losing a quarter to a third of his health pool. Not really much that you can do to fight back against it. Artoriosis will head back, get a couple of extra long swords in the bag. Khorne the Destroyer still struggling in the 1v1 against good mid, but actually, turns it around relatively effectively. Mimic wasn't put to full use, so the full burst combo wasn't put down, but Khorne the Destroyer not starting from full hit points might be a more useful target, and actually dodging out on the Glacial Prison would have been a definite kill over to good mid, so good dodge from Khorne the Destroyer.
Yeah, good fancy feat, and at the moment we've got a very evenly balanced game, as has been regularly the case throughout this series. Just the 400 gold separating the two teams here at the 9-minute mark. Quite often we've not even had first blood by this point, but we've had two kills to talk about so far, both of them going the way of the ADCs, who have both picked up a Noonquiller as a result. Second Dragon will be coming up in about a minute and a half's time. This could maybe be a point of contention for both the teams, as we see the Gnar used interestingly here. Arc the Dragon taking this one against Artoriosis.
So nicely done to lock up Artoriosis for the duration of a couple of tower shots. Mules locked up as well.
Yeah, not having to flash though to get out of trouble this time, and Genesis raining the damage down to Sejuani. That
was a level 6 Rel. Genesis might have been in a little more trouble. Get dragged back under the turret.
Forcing the flash, opening up the opportunity for the Cataclysm. Genesis and Protect the Neck able to flash out. Milko not able to because they'd already burned the flash to get away from Mules. Casanero again coming in clutch, passing the kill over to Halesey.
The two that had their flash to get away from it did exactly that, but Milko had just used theirs seconds earlier, and the heal, well, as nice as it is to get that extra little burst of health, survive a little longer, was not going to be enough to prevent Halesey from picking up their second of the game.
And what a Cataclysm that was. Cataclysm onto 3 with 1 kill and 2 flashes as a result. That's what you call a worth out of an ult.
Yeah, definitely. We've been questioning whether a lot of things are worth from a couple of jungle positions and plays so far, but that one, absolutely, no argument about it. Huge R gets an extra kill on the board for Kai'Sa, which is exactly where they want it.
It's looking pretty nice at the moment for the T-side Steelers Forgers team as they look to forge forward, trying to pick up a win they couldn't get in game number 4, a win which would get them the title they have so desperately desired. But the Spartans, they're no mugs. They have already stopped 1 match point. They're prepared to try and do it again.
Have to go back to back to prevent the T-side Steelers from walking away as the champions and claim it for themselves. The Destroyer on the move. No vision whatsoever around anywhere of the bot side jungle on either side. Now that final ward has been cleared out. There was the possibility that LeBlanc could have been lurking around that area, but maybe knowing the recall had come through, felt safe just to walk through the uncharted territory to regroup and start putting some pressure down, knowing that the dragon respawn will be very soon. Still not level 6 onto Seraphine, so that is a big team fight ultimate, game-changing ultimate potentially. that is not going to be available just yet.
Well, Loki's joined me on the caster desk. Literally, they're on my desk. It's quite annoying. Don't knock over the microphone, Loki. But as that happens, we do see that next dragon spawning. But the real objective being gained at the moment is by Genesis up on the top side of the map, picking up the Herald free of charge. Does look like they'll probably pass over a second Drake to the Steelers as a result.
The trade that they feel comfortable taking, it's not a bad one, but there's always the chance that they might just contest anyway. No vision, though.
Good mid. You are not playing Kassadin this time. You are not able to rift walk out to safety. You can't even dash on the LeBlanc to save your skin. That's going to be a very, very dead mid laner and a dragon as a result too.
That's just the benefit of having such good vision control around the area. They cleared absolutely everything, baited out that they were starting the dragon, and just set a trap in the pixel bush. It's a third kill to Halesey, and that will be a second dragon going over a Cloud Soul. First we've seen of it. Well, you're not going to complain if you can stack it up quickly.
We've spoken about champions that just take over games. We've had it happen already today from the Sylas, from the Kassadin. Let's start talking about what a Kai'Sa can do. This is a 3 kills at 13 minutes Kai'Sa with the second highest CS in the game. Probably going to be able to complete Mythic on this next recall after picking up yet more turret plating, already with a couple of dragons to their name. This is going to be so difficult for the lineup of the Spartans to deal with.
Dragon is, at the very least, being able to fight back somewhat against Artoriosis. But now with 3 members collapsing in towards him, it's not the timing that you want for the Mega Gnar to come through. Although, you can try and pick something off, and Casanero might be the target.
He gets flashed onto and absolutely destroyed by good mid. Meanwhile, up on top side, Ark wins the 1v1 against Artoriosis with a nice Gnar under the turret, but now he's going to have to try and deal with the Sejuani. Sejuani, who needs to turn tail and run to try and save good mid. 2 quick kills picked up, 1 for each team.
Ark the Dragon has been somewhat being bullied around a little by Artoriosis whenever he lands from Illaoi, but now he gets the chance the second time. He uses the Gnar early to force the misposition from Artoriosis under the turret. Those extra little turret shots that give that bonus damage over. Just working out. Artoriosis continuing the trend of not going for the mythic item first, going for the Black Cleaver before locking anything in. If once again we see the Jack Show come through, it is definitely a more team fight oriented item, so not the biggest of sins to go for a more lane oriented first choice before the real grouping phase starts to occur later on, where you get the maximum value out from the Jack Show. Let's see if that it will be the choice when the time comes. But for the time being, it is still a mythic lacking on either mid laner. We might see one from Khorne the Destroyer. Yeah, Luden's first up, so we'll now be able to answer back a little more in the poke battle in mid lane.
Saga, so often in games like this, it's just very small details that make a huge difference, as we see Seraphine having to flash out in mid from the aggression of Casanero's Cataclysm. And one of the things that we just saw there was a Herald put down by Genesis in mid that crashed into the turret 3 seconds after the turret plating fell off. Little things like that, little bits of gold denial, they can really hurt team, especially when we're looking at just a 1,500 gold advantage. Ark again wants to fight against Artoriosis. Again, finds the Gnar under the turret. There's fights going on the rest of the map, but up top where the tentacles are, that's where the first kill's going to be. It's answered back in mid as Protect finishes off Casanero before dashing in, finding a culling, flashing, repositioning, and killing off Khorne 2. 2 for 1 across the map for the Spartans.
It's a bit of an awkward angle for the culling to come through, but when you've got a dash, a Gale Force, and a flash, it's enough for Casanero to be taken down. That could be the start of a big turnaround. It's looking a lot more back and forth once again. Halesey desperately trying to finish off that turret before the teleport comes through. Not going to happen, but at least has mules there to just dissuade good mid from going any more aggressive. Didn't quite have the Mimic available either to try and finish off that one-shot kill onto the, so far, still pretty fed marksman of the T-side Steelers, but Protect the Neck now with those 2 kills he picked up in the mid lane has definitely evened the score by a considerable margin. Obviously the CS lead is still very much in favor of Halesey, but in terms of the gold values, less than 1,000 difference now.
It's not so bad. The Spartans, by the way, finding first turret blood there. Despite the slight misuse of the Herald earlier on, they were able to redeem that fact by killing off the mid lane turret, which had been crushed down to earlier on. We've now got a third dragon of the game coming up. Remember, it's Cloud Soul up for grabs this time. Straight away, positioning is there from the team on red side, looking to try and take this one. Steelers closing the net towards a potential soul.
Casanero behind slightly on the gold. Arc the Dragon slightly ahead. It's pretty much back and forth, alternating more or less across all the roles. Who actually has the advantage? Halesey is the big differential for the time being. Pretty much all of the 600 gold difference that exists between the teams will be the difference between the two carries, and it might extend if Genesis dies here.
Genesis getting absolutely obliterated. Halesey gets their 4th kill of the game. Protect the Neck has to dash away to make sure they're not the second victim of this onslaught. The dragon spawns just as the jungler dies, and this is going to be a free and easy secure if history has anything to go by for the Steelers.
Yeah, well, the one true Steeler is no longer on the field. Genesis taken down early. That's the perfect target for them to have found. A bit of an attempt from Good Mid just to go in and put some pressure down, maybe try for a Hail Mary steal. Wasn't going to come through, and actually catches Mules in an awkward spot, but still has plenty of mobility to get out of there.
Plenty of mobility, plenty of tankiness, and Rel is okay for now. Up on top side, we saw Arturiosis opting into their teleport earlier on. They're managing to secure the turret on the back of that. Arc the Dragon, they've made sure that the dragon was going to be secured, their own namesake, and it's an interesting trade. It does mean the gold gap actually closes slightly in favor of the Spartans, so even though they gave over that kill, gave over that dragon, they're still looking strong in this game.
Won't take much for that bot lane outer turret to fall, though. Good Mid just doing what they can to be enough of a presence to prevent it from falling just at this very second, but it won't take a massive push. Might even just send Arc the Dragon down to clean up a wave or two, get a little bit more of a push up against Arturiosis. That turret shouldn't last all too long, so that gold might just influx once again in favor of the T-side Steelers, but for now it will just be duo lanes in mid. Halesey looking to find some damage with the Void Seekers as well. Now Kraken Slayer first item completed. Got the Last Whisper alongside it. It might be a very similar build where we go Last Whisper into the Zeal item. It's really starting to stack up a lot of damage. The Plasma already has picked up several kills, and now the ability to shred through tanks as well with Kraken Slayer starting to stack up too.
That second Herald looks like it's going to go untouched with only a few seconds before it despawns to be replaced by Baron. Massive plays out of Casemiro and Mules as well. They look like they'll get at least one kill in return. The charm is going to connect, and also it's Casemiro who's in danger of being the first to die. Halesey trying to chase this one down. Loki getting inside the background as she hopes for kills. Halesey certainly does. Manages to land one shot for the killer instinct. Goes in, rains Plasma down to secure one, which surely was deserved based on Mules' heroic play.
Oh man, we said they've set themselves up the tool to get a good engage to start off a team fight, flashing over the wall. 3 players magnetically pulled in towards Rel, set up perfectly for a Cataclysm, and Halesey will fire a little bit, not expending the heal and getting, I'd say, too close to a Good Mid, which is probably within 2 screens distance of Good Mid. Almost gets completely blown up, and the shutdown gold goes over, but not quite. In the meantime, it was just Milkabop who was chased down for the 3rd time, cleaned up, and Halesey will be the one once again to claim the credit.
Oh my gosh, this game's so intense. Not even 2,000 gold is the gold lead at the moment as we've passed 20 minutes. The Baron has spawned. Both of these teams still very much so in with a chance of taking home the trophy. LeBlanc just clearing out a little bit of vision around the Baron, and so many times in this game, burning these teleports and gaining vision around the Baron has been crucial. Right now, I'd say advantage Steelers, not just in gold lead, but also in the fact they've got 1 teleport to their name in comparison to the 0 over on the other side of the rift.
Give them a little bit of a possibility, but for the time being, it's Arc the Dragon who's playing the opposite side of the map to the rest of the squad, so that's not the teleport that's available. So realistically, the teleport advantage is more or less nullified. Arturiosis will have theirs available in just a few seconds, as will Arc the Dragon as well. But the real pressure is coming directly down the mid lane, the even Shroud for Mules, so the next time that engage comes through, a flash, and just the crowd control onto everyone, just additional damage to come through. Casanero's Cataclysm will absolutely dunk whoever is caught within it. You have to think Milka Bop, with no flash available, has to once again be a prime target.
Yeah, is going to have to be a lot more careful with where they're moving than they have been for most of this game so far, though it feels like some of those deaths have been very, very avoidable, but nonetheless, as I say, game very much still anyone's to be claimed. 50 seconds until the next dragon spawns, and that's going to be our next big point of contention.
Game is somewhat in the balance here, but it could tip the scales if the Cloud Soul is picked up.
23-minute soul would be so incredible.
Yeah, they would be crazy, and especially when you got a champion like Rel, who you stack up that movement speed post-ultimate cast. Mules has to get out of this position, won't be able to, completely deleted.
As you said that, I thought to myself, a champion like Rel who's just stayed too long, no flash up there. It was just the Hex Flash available, and there's no way you can get out of town. I think they thought that the Blast Cone was going to be their savior. It was not. Casanero flags and drags and lives. But it's still going to be the dragon almost certainly going over. Casanero doesn't live anymore because Goodmid was within 2 screens, and as you said, that's enough for kill pressure. Fourth dragon goes the way of the Spartans. That's their first of the game, and maybe they can turn their attention towards Baron with a 28-second death timer on Casanero.
You know, I feel like Casanero might feel a little hard done by that. It was actually the Cloud Drake, the effect that it has on the map, the extra movement speed through the jungle that gave Goodmid the chance to catch up and get within Mimic Distortion range to just blow him up and take him out of the fight. And that is both of their big engage tools lost before the potential contention for the dragon came through, and they still don't have Casanero available. The Baron, it's a tanky beast still at this point in the game. It's not going down quickly at all. So it might just have to be a pull-off and potential engage, but they're really committed to this.
Milko threw out the encore. It did not connect. This opens up a much bigger window, much bigger potential now for the Steelers to come in and do something. Dragon, Baron down to 2,300. That's going to be aggro saved by Jarvan, and now the turn of attention goes on to Artoriosis. Tries to put down the ultimate, but is going to be killed off by Korn. Now we see that Genesis is dead too. This is a push forward. Mules, not the one caught out this time. They're doing the catching. Protect, the last one living. Dead now. Triple kill for Halsey. Baron for the Steelers.
Oh man, it just took a little too long for them to shred through it. It was down to 2,000 hit points, but by that point, Casanero was already in the mix. He'd hopped over the wall. The Flash Cataclysm is more than enough to lock up the entire squad, and Halsey again. 3 kills, triple kill in the fight, 8-0. The Kai'Sa pick is really proving effective for the T-side Steelers.
That was a little bit of an all-or-nothing play from the Spartans, and you can see which of the two they got, deciding to stick around and try and take the Baron, trying to play off that Casanero death power play. Unfortunately, the turnaround was brilliant for the Steelers, and it felt like the moment the Spartans lost that one was the second Milko Bop didn't hit the encore.
Halsey with 3 items completed on Kai'Sa now as well. That is a huge problem that only really Goodmid can solve, but every flank angle is covered. Mules not giving LeBlanc a chance to get in distance.
Culling does take Mules down to a very low percent of health. However, it's only going to be that clone coming out of the tentacles that is going to get popped this time. That's a nice use of the Sun Disc by Constroy, giving even more safety to this Baron-empowered Steelers team.
Makes it really hard to try to push back. There's no semblance of split pushing. Artoriosis is not able to get the better of Arc the Dragon in the side lanes. It's kind of just a stalemate at this point, but while the objective bounties are still available, become available for the Stratford Spartans, what can they do with them? And actually, Goodmid is the one who almost gets assassinated by the Kai'Sa.
I think Halsey was just purely, I mean, I can't see where the vision is. Oh no, Halsey had vision of that, knew what the LeBlanc was trying, and just tried to turn it around almost very, very successfully. Arc the Dragon now opting into split pushing style, knowing they've got that teleport up to join the team should they need to.
LeBlanc clone spreading the damage from the Cathian Rain that might have been enough to save Goodmid. Maybe an extra tick or two of that would have got the plasma burst damage at the end, but all in all, it's enough to send good mid back to base. You hate to see a mid laner on par levels with a marksman from the bottom lane, but level 13 on the LeBlanc. And, well, Halsey with 8 kills, 230 minion kills as well. Plenty of damage to spread around, and an absolute raid boss to try and take out.
Has been absolutely amazing this game, Halsey, and I think we've got to call it like it is. We are at a point now with a 10,000 gold lead where we've hit a gold lead spotlight that hasn't been come back from by anyone in this series so far. Whenever those death nails have been hammered in, there's been no coming back from beyond the grave.
I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure that many people have come back from like a 3,000 gold lead, because we haven't really seen them that often. It's been so back and forth, and apart from in the game, maybe game 2, where it was consistently controlled, but it was a much more slow burn affair time around. It does seem like the acceleration factor is there. The Rel and the J4 might have been the missing link for T-side Steelers to pick up an early advantage and just run with it to round out the series. They might finally have got their hands on the Jarvan. They might just get the job done.
Maybe, just maybe, Saga. Things certainly looking good at this exact moment in time for the Steelers. They maybe can feel one hand on the trophy, but right now the Spartans still want to prise those fingers away from that grip. Genesis runs into trouble. Mules able to find a bit of lockdown. Dragon putting down damage. Genesis looking to try and get out safely.
To try and hop his way in. A bit of a re-engage attempted by Mules. Maybe wasn't intentional, but that is a huge chunk of damage that Alawi is able to do purely through the souls, and this is an important dragon to go over. It will be the soul picked up. There will be no steal. Genesis is down, and the next one's going to be an Elder Drake, and that would surely be game over.
It might well be, but for now the game's still intact. The Spartans still with their chance of coming back. They lost their jungler there and it was key. However, the very fact that they denied that last Cloud Dragon before that one has come in so clutch for them being able to extend the length of this game.
Yeah, imagine if at this point it was an Elder Drake. Yeah, there would be no coming back. At the very least, they bought themselves a little bit of time to maybe take some objective bounties, get some items on the board, try and do whatever they can to blow up Halsey, because that has to be the main target now. Get good mid, get Protect the Neck in range to take out this Kai'Sa, get that huge influx of gold, and remove the damage threat from the board. And if they can do that cleanly enough, and they might have a chance of a comeback, but there's just been no opportunities to do it cleanly. Halsey just not being left alone, isolated at any point. Just too much protection on it. It's really difficult for good mid to find any sort of opportunity.
That's exactly the thing. One of the things Halsey's had in this game that maybe they weren't afforded before is that level of protection. Game number 4, we saw so many carries, but it meant so little separation for each of those carries. This time around, we've got Halsey with so many people doing their best John Cena impression and playing blockers, where you've got Mules there for safety, Casanero with the Cataclysm. Arc is now 3-0-4 with two big defensive, big defensive items there and armor items. It's going to be tough to kill off Halsey.
Yeah, a level 17 Gnar standing around with a solid 3,500 health before he transforms is going to be a big blockade to try and work your way through. Suppose they're going to have to try something, maybe a stun to come through, but that's not a 1v1 you're going to win.
Casanero goes on to Milka, who's trapped in this Cataclysm. Art the Dragon gets the kill on to Protect the Neck, and just like that, the dreams of the Spartans are smashed. It'll be coal in their stockings this Christmas. Instead, it's going to be the Steelers getting the silverware. They take down an inhibitor. They push towards the inhibitor. This could well be the game-ending play with 25-second death timers. They are finally taking home the Belong Arena Clash League of Legends Championship. So many times they've been denied, so many times they've come so close, but this time it belongs to the T-side Steelers.
They've finally done it. It's taken them multiple attempts, and it's taken them multiple attempts in this series as well. They've been on match point since our 3rd game of the series, but it went to all 5, and much credit where it's due to the Stratford Spartans. It was back and forth the whole way. They really had a solid fight to be put up in every single one of the games, but the early pickup on the kills from Halsey just ran with it completely, took over the game on Kai'Sa. This is what, like the fourth AD carry champion that we've seen them play on in this series alone, and it has been absolutely nuts to watch.
I can honestly say there was no caster bias for me in this game. I genuinely would have been happy to see either of these terrific teams pick up the win. Both of them arguably deserved it based on this amazing performance in the final and the rest of the series. But there's something special for me seeing this team of players who I've seen at live finals, who I've seen participating in Belong Arena Clash for years and years, getting so close so many times, finally able to capture that crown. And my only disappointment is that it's not an in-person event like some of the finals previously, where I could sort of actually get to say, you know, congrats to the lads in person, because they've got to be so happy, and I'm so happy for them right now. Equally, I'm sad for the Spartans. They've put up an amazing showing. Genesis and the rest of the team explaining in great detail by their actions on the Rift why they've made it to the finals, why they're such great competitors. They fell at this hurdle, but I'm sure we'll see them back again. What an incredible series to end what's been an incredible season, Saga.
It really has been from the get-go. I mean, we've had our favorites coming in and teams that we looked at, teams that have won in previous series. Leicester Pactors Raps got quarterfinals knocked out. We had Sutton Spectres putting up a solid performance in the semis as well. But in the end, the grand finals was a deserving 5-game series, and the Teesside Steelers coming out ahead. They've been a team that we've been sort of following from the early weeks and knowing that they have the potential to make it all this way. And in the final game, Halsey's Kai'Sa, to be honest, looking at the numbers, 15,000 damage doesn't sound like much, but it was by far and away enough to get them over the line to round out the final game of the series.
9-0 and 4 in that last game. Tremendous performance from Halsey and the rest of the Teesside Steelers Forgers team. They are your League of Legends champions for Belong Arena Clash this split. Absolutely tremendous stuff. It is my duty to sign us off with a few words of thanks to every single one of the teams who performed both on stream and off stream. Thank you so much. Wouldn't be possible without all those players going to our arenas and playing, and in those arenas to all the staff that make things work, especially to our wonderful production behind the scenes in Yours and My Ear, Saga, keeping us going through these long casts, and to you, Saga, for as always being an absolutely admirable companion, and Loki, to you for finally showing up in the last game. Good job, girl. I have to say, if you want to show thanks yourself to, especially to our production, our team, there's one thing you can do for me. You can go on Twitter to @BelongArenasUK, and you can retweet our tweet from earlier today, which says we're going live. It's not true because we're signing off, but we still want you to retweet it. And if you do retweet that tweet, you are in with a chance of winning an Xbox Series X provided by our fantastic sponsors. And that's a great prize that you could find wing its way to you this Christmas. Speaking of which, to those of you who celebrate Christmas, I wish you a very happy festive season. I hope you enjoy it. And to everybody else, hope you enjoy the rest of your year. For now, I'm Stanley Greyheart Barker, signing off with Rick Saga Sharples. Goodbye.
You make me feel like a bad girl. You make me feel like a bad girl. Me feel like a bad girl. Feel like a
shame. It moves to completely seep into my bones and veins. Still feel you feeling me. I can't seem to release this pain that you've planted inside me. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. You won't watch me bleed. Just right on the face in my way. I'll show you crazy. Still feel you feeling me. I can't seem to find peace. I can't let go. Every time you lose control, there's another blood I hold. When you stick and twist it now, so get off those roads. Just right on the face in my way. I'll show you crazy. It takes some time to realize it's not your fault. It took me time, my whole damn life, to find the power that's in my hands. To find the power, to find the power that's in my hands. You don't have a hold on me. I have on myself. Just right on the face in my way. I'll show you crazy. It's an up avenue. Never let someone tell you surface and I'm falling down the stairs of your love. Baby, it's easy, it's not so easy. You trust me that I'm making music. I wish I could touch with my vibe music during all my fucking life. Last year again, I'm falling in love again. But if only you could see yourself in my eyes. But I know you listen to me through my music. Baby, it's easy, it's not so easy. You trust me that I'm making music. I wish I could touch with my vibe music during all my fucking life.
I remember seeing you last fall. It was hard to recognize you at all. It took away the art of plucking touch. I know you think that I'm ready more. Now that I will and that I should be lost. But the breaking news wasn't that we're over. That we finally took the mask off. My mommy told me that we shouldn't worry. Daddy told me just a good story. He said to move on and keep going. Imagine, yeah. We had one more life, one more shot at sunrise. A razor, things start with new eyes. Heartbreaks the same tragic goodbyes. What if this things start with nightstand. Not to reminisce, just a reminder to never go back to the life we shared. Anytime I'm feeling the urge to look at a picture, how I get so confused. 'Cause I swear I am so over you. My mommy told me that we shouldn't worry. Daddy told me just a good story. He said to move on and keep going. We had one more life, one more shot at
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. The time is finally upon us to dive into the grand final of the Valorant Arena Clash for this season. You've got obviously two familiar faces if you've been with us for the majority of the season. Myself, John P, joined by the mighty Rook once again. Rook, you excited for today, my friend?
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how Leicester City take on Maiden City. I've been really impressed with how they've all managed to kind of show over the entirety of the season, but I mean none more than what we've seen from Leicester Raptors Scavenger. This team has looked so solid. They come in at the top. You see them take down some really strong teams. For example, Stratford Spartans. That was definitely a really interesting match that we got to see ourselves. And I mean, Maiden City Bat Shadow is certainly nothing to sniff at either, with a strong performance over the course of the season, taking down Birmingham, who obviously a newer branch of Belong, but really managed to put up an impressive performance.
Yeah, I'm excited to say the least. I think we've got two teams that, could potentially take us all the way here. We've got a best of 5 for you today. We're usually in the best of 3s, but we thought, why not go one or technically 2 maps better and bring you a best of 5 for this grand final. But nevertheless, like you said, I'm super excited. I think we've got two teams that, have potential to take us all the way. But before we head into the game, we have got a bit of a cheeky giveaway for you. If you head over to our Twitter page, that is at Belong Arenas UK. I believe I've got that correct. Apologies if not. I'm sure one of our crazy mods will be typing the Twitter in the chat for you right now. We are going to be giving away an brand new Xbox, courtesy of one of our partners and sponsors here at the Arena Clash Xbox. So all you got to do is head over to our Twitter page, and on the tweet in regards to the Valorant Arena Clash finals, just hit a retweet, hit a like, and you are entered that simply. So Rook, I mean, if someone gave you a chance to win a free Xbox, would you want it?
Yeah, I absolutely would. And honestly, you guys need to keep in mind, though, that you do have to be 18 or over, or have someone who's 18 or over do it for you in order to apply, because otherwise, you won't quite be able to get it.
Yeah, exactly. But I know a few players that might not want this Xbox because they're too busy playing on the PC is these players here from the side, like you said, of the Leicester from Leicester and from Maiden City. Sorry, my brain went completely numb for a second there. But we're going to kick things off on Icebox. We're going to head straight into the action, and we're going to get this best of 5 underway.
Leicester Raptors versus Maiden City Bats Shadow. I mean, these teams have been playing so well over the course of this season, showing up with some fantastic individual players. I would like to highlight Ven, a player who's definitely very impressive for that side. And then looking over towards Leicester, I think it was just last Monday, we saw Polar and what they were able to do in this jet, and I am certainly excited to see more, even though the comp doesn't necessarily line it up itself up so well for this map Icebox here, as I think potentially Maiden City do have an advantage coming on in.
Well, let's see what happens. It's going to be Polar Q. So kick things off, like you said, on the defensive side with his squad. And it's a player that's really stood out, you could say, for that team throughout the whole of the Arena Clash. And the question is, can he turn up in the finals when it most matters? The answer is, well, not straight away, as Sweetie is going to find the first. It is going to be Polar who falls. So already, early aggression here on that attacking side of Icebox seems to be paying off a little bit.
Does indeed. Really well played early on here by Maiden City. Look at that. Sweetie being well aware that Porridge is going to try and sneak around there, and that's what managed to catch it, spike down, and from there it's kind of cleaning up Chromosome. He's not really able to get anything going. Now, the one thing I would like to highlight is obviously we saw them on Monday, and the one consistent issue for this Leicester squad is that they took time to warm up, right? And here on a cold, frigid map like Icebox, that might take a little bit longer. And I think with the way that we're going to see a lot of the pressure come out from Maiden City Bats Echo, it's definitely going to be something on their minds that these first few rounds have got to go the way of Maiden City. Otherwise, this map will start off at a disadvantage for them. They've got the attacking side, they've got a great way to set the pace. And if they can do that, they can deny players like Polar, players like Grieveless, and Chromosome, who definitely had some pop-off rounds as well in the previous time we saw them, from really exerting their influence on the game and taking control like we know they can do.
Well, let's see. You're correct in what you say, but already Rudy Boy comes straight from behind, trying to get that sneaky beaky like flank over towards B Long, but does find a headshot tag. But speaking of headshots, it's going to be Desi to return the favour and find the first. Porridge, the classic in hand. It's going to be a tough task to try and take down Benjamin. The Spectres running at you and poking you in the face, but this should be a pretty much standard throwaway round for the side of Maiden City, sorry, they should really pick this up nice and easily. Nothing too much to worry about, as they're the ones, of course, coming onto the bye round.
Last player standing.
Going into this next round, though, you got to say, for the side of Leicester, they're going to be the ones that obviously get the Vandals, get the Phantoms into hands, and this is where we really start to see how they might approach this game.
Yeah, nice frag could hit, but it could be good here for Puller. But as you say, the weapon advantage is just really quite significant for the attackers right now. They were able to kind of force their way on, and in spite of what was actually really good flank from Rudy Boy, they didn't really manage to turn it into anything. They just don't have the raw pushing power to be able to make that happen. And just sensibly, we see players backing off. Polar maybe trying to drop in at the nick of time, see if they can get something. They actually, I think, have enough time here if they stick this one.
They
just
do.
Barely, yeah.
Oh dearie me. That is very, very poor from the side of Maiden City, to say the least. You can't allow yourself to basically get ninja diffused like that. Yeah, okay, you don't want to die to the spike, for example, but you at least leave one person there to try and stop the damage, right, in case someone does go for that sneaky diffuse. And oh dear. That is not what you like to see from the side of Maiden City, Rook.
No, it's a big slip up there. On one that is easily rectified, but will really sting, right? You look at this economy now for the defending side. They've got those rifles in hand. They picked up a win here. Even if they lose here, it's not the end of the world because they've managed to at least stem that bleeding somewhat. But a good early frag onto Yummy and even onto Desi. That shows the kind of play we expect to see from Chromazoni and why they were on Chamber in some of the previous.
Well, how the side of Maiden City adjusts to that mistake, and although I would say it is technically their bonus round because they did keep 5 players alive, it's really the round advantage over to the side of Leicester. But I think here, you know, so what we might see here, Rook, is some of the nerves start to creep in and set in, right? That could be a real conversation topic. Some of these players might be playing in a grand final for a cash prize for the first time. They, you know, definitely not playing on stream for the first time because we have had a chance to check out the majority of teams that are on. Oh no! I feel like in this Prolong Arena Clash final already, the teams have just agreed to see who can make the most mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Well, it does happen, and we were talking about teams warming up. Obviously, it's their first game today, so they won't have too much of a chance to warm up, and this could be their time to do so. Chromazoni gets another one there. 4 kills on the board. And honestly, this is so good to see, because they were struggling at the end, I think, of the previous maps we saw from them on the previous outing. But starting off strong like we know they can, like we've seen before, seen a lot of these kind of scorelines come on through, and Chromazoni really has delivered. So glad to see that today we're going to be able to see that in full form, at least to kick things off.
Starting off well, finding the quadra there in that round, and well, this is technically the first full buy round for the side of Maiden City. They're going to have the Vandals, Phantoms, just one Guardian in the hands of Ven to work with and rock into this 4th round. But, you know, Icebox a funny old map. It can swing them round about many a times, and when you're ahead on it, you got to really make sure that you keep the presence and you keep pushing forward. But you got to make sure when you're pushing forward, you're checking the corners, or Polar Q will be there to punish you. And unfortunately for Yummy, is going to fall, but Sweaty instantly going to find the refrag, and the revive does come through. So early doors here, numbers advantage over to the side of Maiden City.
Yeah, really nice as well. They invest the ultimate. They know what they're going for. Love the fact that we've actually seen a lot of those longer range weapons, even on the slightly more cheap buys from the attacking side. They know that this map really relies on those long sightlines. They're going to put a player up there to really deal with it. Ven already heading up, who's going to lock this down. If they can deal with Chromazoni as Chromazoni tries to go for the peak, this could be a big opportunity, especially with all that info that Sova brings.
Yeah. Location instantly going to be revealed from the Sova dot. Pop flash does come through. Dezel is going to find the first, spots the second, can't convert the kill though, as Porridge and Chromazoni. They make this a 3 versus 3, so don't count the side of Leicester Raptors out just yet. And you've got Chromazoni shooting the way he does. You can never say never, but, well, you blink and you miss it. That's the unfortunate situation when you haven't got the likes of a Chamber with the trademark behind you, and obviously being out of the range of the turret of the Killjoy. That flank has worked perfectly there from Grievous, and leaves the side of Maiden City grieving in their tracks, as already they're starting to push a little bit of daylight between themselves and Maiden City here.
Yeah, nicely played, honestly. And all off the back of that almost instantaneous shift in the momentum, picks up the first round, and then a slip-up gives an opportunity over. And this absolutely is, this Leicester squad absolutely is a team that will not give away an opportunity to kind of push the envelope. And I think that's none more kind of surmised in Polar Q and how they play. Obviously, not up to the greatest start just yet, but we've seen what they can do with this operator, and I really would like to highlight it as a PowerPoint for this squad, as Polar with that can be so comfortable, but Yummy just knows, hey, Chromosoni, you sat there like 2 to 3 times now. You think we're not going to punish you?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can afford to play the same position once or twice, but once people get a read on you, it's just a easy headshot, line in wait, and, well, speaking of what should have been an easy headshot or an easy kill, Rudy Boy does whiff a few shots, so that's going to open the doors here for the side of Maiden City to maybe get some work done on this attack inside, and I'm not too sure if Porridge actually got spotted in that Aldrome. I don't think he did. Well, for Porridge, he is going to end up finding a kill eventually. It is going to be Desi, who picks up 1. Well, for the side of Maiden City, I think they're just second-guessing themselves a little bit here, Rook. It just seems like they can't get a read on what the side of Leicester are doing at the moment. But as I say that, he's going to take down Porridge. Polar, an uncharacteristic, whiff of the operator for him, and all of a sudden it's up to Rudy Boy. And while speaking of operators, Ven has it in his hand, and Ven finds the kill.
Yep, good to see them being able to pick that one up, and honestly impressed with Yummy Ice Cream and their entrying ability, right? Normally over on these Sentinels we don't see that kind of thing, but making their own opportunities. I mean, sure, it was off the back of a mistake on Polar managing to miss that shot, but Yummy Ice Cream really heads up, knew exactly where Chromosoni was going to be, placed that Marshall shot perfectly, and really was the crux of their team picking up that round. Fantastically played, and now they have that weapon advantage, pretty significant weapon advantage as well, as there's only going to be 2 rifles on the defending side. Polo's going to bring out these knives, but you've got to find something big, and oh, what a good usage of the knife, but Rudy Boy denies, at least manages to make it a 2 to 1.
Great stuff from Rudy Boy. Has got the null command available now as well, and I think they're banking on the fact that they're going to try and gamble their luck over towards B and potentially walk straight in to the Viper set up on that B site for Porridge though. Oh, the timing of the Aldrome is going to be unfortunate, or is it? I think he really should have converted the kill onto the kill trip, but nevertheless, Grievous is going to find one. It's going to be Yummy who falls, so 1 minute left on the clock here for the side of Leicester to try and hold on to this round, and well, it seems like they have managed to find the numbers advantage.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Rudy Boy's finding some really nasty angles today and really nasty positions. Will be the spike still in hand of Desi, but 1 versus 3 is going to be hard to get that spike down. I think just how well that was kind of shut down by the defenders.
Yes, I mean, never say never though. Has got the Phantom to work with. Does find the kill, so that's the triple up for Desi. If he finds the final 2, it will be the ace, of course. More command available as well, but he's going to jump on into the operator bullet to the chest from Polar Q. And that's going to be the 4th on the board, and a nice thrifty round as well from the side there of Leicester. As obviously they were down on the eco round, and it really come through the likes of Grievous and Porridge holding towards mid to find a couple, recycle the rifles, and then when you've got a rifle in the hand of Rudy Boy, he's only going to find one thing, and that's going to be headshots.
Yeah, an impressive performance to kick things off, and I always love to see this initiative players popping off, especially when they can kind of make their own individual plays. We saw, for example, Desi pushing onto that side on their own, showing how effective that utility can be, even for an individual, not just for the team. But speaking of initiator, Porridge can get some information early on that sofa, and then we'll be able to clear it out, but not before it scans away some of those players and shows that there's at least an early push onto the safe side, and we see very quickly a vacation of it. They don't want to mess around, they don't want to have to deal with this one, so the attackers even invest the lockdown here. It's going to not quite get shot away. It does find.
Yeah, it does find a tag up onto Ven as well. So at the moment, Maiden City, I think they're just struggling to live with the util usage out of the side of Leicester at the moment. But saying that, the spike does go down. Viper's Pit available to work with and invest should they need it, but they don't when Desi's just swinging and finding headshots like that. Really, really good stuff there from the KO. It should be Porridge to pop the recon dart out and try and get a little bit of that information, but unfortunately, I think he starts with a Devil too long, and the swing comes through. Yummy Aluka there to combine to find the kill. Third on the board for Maiden City.
Honestly, I've been really impressed with Maiden City in the way they hold a lot of these angles as a squad. Again, kind of highlighting Yummy Ice Cream. I know they're not top fragging like Desi, and Desi's been doing a fantastic job making their own plays, but I love the fact that Yummy Ice Cream has been really good at holding down some really major angles in the post-plant situations, really understanding what a lot of these defensive positions are all about in attacking them as well. So really cannot praise that enough early on here, and it's allowing them to pick up a couple of rounds where otherwise they probably wouldn't. That alongside with some really nice picks on players who try to push past the wall. I mean, Sage is fantastic here. We know it to be true. Dromazoni and Grieveless, however, managed to only trade 2 for 2. Rudy Boy ups for 1, but only for a short amount of time, and that's going to get right back on up.
Well, you can see what he was trying to do there, right? He was trying to sit behind the Viper's wall, but unfortunately the way he plays it through the crate, it does leave a bit of a break and gap in the wall. Although, a 2 versus 3 isn't the worst of spots to find themselves at. Porridge, though, has to try and go huge, but I think the timing might be dividend here. However, Polar could play a spoiling role, as he does find one, finds the peek onto the second as well. Surely, you just swing together now. If you're the side of... Oh, Maiden City somehow put it out of the bag. Quadra up for Ven.
Thank you.
4 for 4. All you had to do, though, if you were Leicester, was just peek together, play time. You peek one by one, and it allows the snapshots out of Ven like that. And that's going to put the Hunter's Fury online this round as well.
Yeah, really impressed with that from Ven. Again, showing how well they play around some of those positions. And honestly, not something I was expecting to see. I thought with Polar getting that flank off in the way they did, I mean, we've seen what kind of plays Polar can make happen. I was absolutely ready for it to happen again. This player can really put the team on their back when they are on a hot streak. It's important for the opposing team to keep them shut down. That dart, however, among other things, and the presence protected, means that Polycube is not quite as safe. And you can see that Desi is already keeping an eye up. They're spraying on through. Importantly, Polar is not dead yet, but that was only a brief approach.
Oh, here comes the Hunter's Fury. It's going to find one tag as well. Onto Porridge, eventually cleans him up as well, and all of a sudden, it's just up to Grieveless. He will save that Vandal through to the next round, and that's going to be the 5th on the board for the side of Maiden City. For the side of Maiden City, seems like they've woken up and realised that they're in a grand final here, Rook.
Yeah, what an impressive performance. What a crazy round as well. Getting those initial frags, denying away any sort of the cheeky plays that could potentially give an edge over to the defenders. And then from there, just going, okay, we're going to invest these ultimates and really deny away anything. Surprised that they use the Viper's Pit here, but hey, if it works, it works.
If it works, it most definitely works indeed. But one thing that's not going to be invested is the Viper's Pit on the side of the defensive team, to say the least, as Grievous, like we said, just going to save that Vandal through to the next. Potentially might even find a few exits as well. Is the call to be checked? It is. The headshot's found, and then that's going to be heartbreaking as well for Grievous. Wants to try and keep that rifle through to the next, but gets punished.
Yeah. Nicely done by being able to pick up that kind of little bit of extra money denied away. It really does impact that economy. Having just one rifle really can make the difference. And sure, on the defense, I think you can get away a little bit more with having lower power weaponry, but not when a team is as coordinated as we're seeing right now from the attacking side. I've been really impressed with how they've kind of chatted with each other and made that information so key to their strategy. But with Grieveless locking down this A site pretty significantly, they're going to have to rethink their pressure a little bit, because so far they've had a lot of success on that A site. B site's been a little bit iffy, if you ask me. And I'd love to see what they do to try and go for this, or whether they're just going to find a way to really break through. And that certainly could as well. If you get a good dart in here, Grieveless can be sussed out and can be taken down pretty easily.
Desi, not too sure if Ven is going to spot Grieveless. He does spot him. The spray comes through as well. Sweaty's going to find the kill. Luke's there as well to get the kill into Porridge. So, all of a sudden, Maiden City, they just seem to be doing everything correctly at the moment.
Yeah, that was masterfully done, knowing exactly how to deal with it, and they completely circumvent the Viper's Pit, deny that player away, and look, yeah, it was an eco round from the defenders, but they invested not on a hit. They expected to get something a little bit more, and all they got was a single frag.
I mean, 4 for 4 at the moment for the side of Maiden City, and you got to think, imagine what would have happened if they didn't, you know, lose that Ninja Defuse round as well. It could have probably snowballed out of control from there, but they've done well to answer back after the initial pressure, you could say here, Rook, from this Leicester side. And I mean, you're coming into a final here. Obviously, nerves might be a thing, pressure, of course, the weight of quite literally a city on your shoulders. Do you reckon a little bit of nerves are starting to set in for these teams here? Is that why we're seeing a few more mistakes than usual?
Yeah, I think absolutely teams should be worried, should be a little bit kind of stressed about this. It's a high-pressure scenario. And I mean, Desi, though, seems to really be thriving in it. Individual players certainly can. And I love to see that we're having them kind of respond to things quite well. But I do think that while Leicester have been a little bit iffy here and there, that is them warming up. Keep in mind, they lost their first map and then came back absolutely swinging in those semi-finals. So expect them to really be able to deliver moving forward. Right now, I think Maiden Bats have got to keep the pace. I think they're definitely the team that you're expecting to win with players like Ven on it, but they need to make sure that they don't get ahead of themselves and give opportunities over, because as I highlighted before, players like Polar, players like Chromazoni, they look for those critical junctures, and they're so good at punishing teams for giving up just a little bit of slack.
Give them an inch, they'll take a mile, they'll take a map off you. Some of these squads, and again, that's why making sure you're composed, you're calm, cool, collected, and consistent most of all, because a game like Valorant can be heartbreaking at times. It can be, you know, a map can be ripped out of your hands within the space of seconds, and they should be the 7th on the board, though, for the side of Maiden City. And, you know, 7-4 is going to at least guarantee the half win for them, and coming into a grand final, that's the exact way you want to start.
Absolutely. Will be a nice advantage to take in, and obviously going onto that defending side, I think they'll feel more comfortable than ever. I was kind of highlighting this team and how much they love to be playing, holding those angles well and communicating efficiently with utility. With the information they're going to get off the back of KO and the Sova here, I honestly think that they're going to be able to get a really good look on this A and B side. I think the only thing which they're potentially missing in terms of their information gathering is either another initiator or potentially moving out of a Decipher. But I love the fact that Yomi Ice Cream has access to a really impactful ult like the Lockdown. It means that they can formulate those strategies, have those set plays, and I think for a team that wants to play around information, that's so key. Let's see if the information, if the knowledge gain can be circumvented by these crazy plays, by these kind of taking the initiative upon yourself that we see from two of these fraggers already moving up through mid and putting pressure on the flanks. They start to separate away and respond to this push onto the ace.
Well, here comes the side of Maiden City. A looks like it could be that targeted place once again, but Rudy Boy tries to lie in wait, but Sweaty's the one who pounces. So first frag is found in the side of Maiden City, and to go in at the half 8-4 up here would be fantastic, but Polar Q might have a thing or two to say about that. Finds the first on to Ven, so that's going to be the reply found for the side of Leicester.
Placing swarm grenade.
Well, yummy. That lockdown is going to be invested. Nothing found. However, the Viper Pit comes through.
It does indeed. Let's see if it can have a bit more effect this time than it did in the last. You can see that Grooveless wants to look for a chance to maybe push on in, but they're not so comfortable. They don't have the invasion. They don't have the Sova to really pick out everything, at least in position to do so. Porridge, instead fighting for their life, does manage to take out some frags. He's 3 versus 3, but with the res, now there's a chance for the defenders, but look at that from Luke, and it's denied!
It's going to be all up to Sweaty, but unfortunately he falls. Polar Q's there to find the kill. 5th goes up, finally a break in momentum for the side of Leicester. And that's going to be a 2-round deficit for the side of Leicester to try and claw back once they switch over at the half. And
Switching
well,
sides.
it is the half time in map number 1. I mean, what did we see from the side of Leicester there on the defense? That, you know, was there anything that worried you, anything that you were happy with? For me, I think they probably gave a little bit too much respect at times to Maiden City in some of those rounds. I feel like they were probably forced off the site a little bit easier than they potentially may have should have been.
Yeah. I think it's always an interesting thing because a lot of teams focus on strategies and like, okay, let's play for retake, let's do this, let's not lose any players early. But when you've got individual players, sometimes it's better to just let them trade 1 for 2. Then you've got an advantage going into the post plant. It really depends on the caller, right? Sometimes they just want to make sure that they have every single piece of utility they have for that retake and players for that retake. But I think it's certainly true. They certainly could have gone for more aggressive flanks because we saw it work. We saw how much they can do. But at times they also over-aggress. So I think they're really kind of measuring their position quite adequately. The problem is sometimes it just doesn't quite happen. And they're going to really have to rely on some of that individual play if they're going to find these advantages early. With players like Yummy Ice Cream holding these angles well, it's so hard.
It's hard, it's almost impossible at times, but Yummy does find the first, can't find the second. It's Chromazoni, the trusty Sentinel play up for the side of Leicester to answer back, and that spike should go down uncontested. He's going to get himself off the site and give a little bit of health over to KO, but I mean, it's going to be such a hard spot here for the side of Maiden City to try and retake on Grievous, and Chromazoni once again going to find a few kills, but Luke is there to snap onto the first. There's the second. He spotted the third as well. However, Ven's going to come through for the swing, and that is a fantastic retake for Maiden City.
Yeah, really well played, and just showcasing how much they can get out of these little edge case scenarios. The fact as well that they managed to really make a lot out of Ice Cream is so big for the time they bought, for everybody to be in the right position at the right time. Again, kudos to this player who's not at the top of the scoreboard, but is a key function piece of this team. And again, on defense, I think this Killjoy is going to only be more relevant in the information it's buying, in the time it's buying, in the positions that it holds.
Yeah, and it's why KO, once, you know, he was initially brought into the game, it took a little while to become a meta agent to have in your team comp, but once he was in there, he's sort of been around ever since, right? Again, it's if you're a player that can play really good at pop flashes, can use the U2 and the ability set that he has to use, he's such a real nuisance to deal with. I find is the word that I use to sum him up more so than others, because he's just got such a frustrating util set, you know, the nade, the flash, the knife. Pretty much a champ that you could easily, you know, 1v3, 1v4 with 9 times out of 10. But for now, look, Spike does go down in the hands of Leicester. Now for Maiden City, they've got to try and hop on the retake.
Oh, holding it down. Yummy just about ticks it over. And they do get it. You saw all the spraying, all the darn well praying, but in the end, 5 players from that defending side from Maiden City really just managed to pick up the win. That's really shocking to me because you saw so much utility. The Viper's fight was just a smidgen away.
I mean, it's nice that we've seen Maiden City learn from their errors of the pistol round in round number 1, but nevertheless, though, yeah, so close from that snakebite landing and probably would have shut the player's defuse down. But nevertheless, 9-5 now for the side of Maiden City, and a very good start from Maiden City. They've answered back well after the back of a poor start to the first game, to the first half. Sorry.
Yeah, looking for chances to kind of keep control of things. Spike already again posted up towards the A site, but it's this player, this KO, slipping into the back on this left-hand side. They are checking for it, and in fact, look at that Viper. Doesn't manage to slip away just in time, doesn't get spotted. This is big, and this allows the rest of the team to start to make a move on up. They catch out one, trade 1 for 1 with a Rudy Boy down. Sure, he dies, but he's a sacrificial lamb for a little bit of space. Good shots from Sweaty do mean it's not all bad. They do buy some space and time, but with that site control lost, Ven is going to have to push up a line.
It's going to be Ven sneaking his way around. Can't find any because Chromazoni does get the peek, and Polar Cube does cause a bit of trouble backside. The reload has to come through, but that's going to be the headshot for Grieveless. And it's an eco round win for the side of Leicester. Is that going to be the start there, potentially, of a nice little comeback for the side of this Leicester team?
I think it really could be. I think this Leicester squad could bring it back. They've got the ability, they've got the individual players, and with the kind of aggression we're seeing from them, the fact that they're playing across the map, that's exactly what I want to see. Because a team that relies on information, if you're approaching them from one position, they're like, okay, we know exactly where you are, we know how to deal with this problem. Now, if you can split them up, if you can have, for example, Rudy Boy on that left-hand side, well, then they're not so sure. Then they drag players away, and then they're not full all together and not as a squad and at full force.
And to go toe-to-toe with the likes of Maiden City, you've got to be at full force, you've got to be able to trade blow for blow. Revive up, though, for the side of Leicester, so that'll give them a little bit of encouragement here as they head onto the site to try and take it. But can they get through the first line of defense where 3 players have seemed to hit the flank almost instantaneously, and they're going to go for the retake here from behind. It's going to be Desi to lead the charge. Can he find the first? He can't. Rudy Boy's there to trade it on out, but it doesn't matter because Yummy finds the refrag. That's going to be the killjoy through as well, and that's going to push the players straight off of the site. This is fantastic stuff here from the side of Maiden City, but they do have 2 players shut down. The issue, though, being they've got to try and stick his spike, but the wall's there! The wall's there, he's got it. Half the snake pipe doesn't land either. I think for Yummy and his teammate, they might just do this, and Sweaty's there, gets on the spike in time. 10th on the board for the side of Maiden City.
Yeah, again, showing how well they play around that utility. The spacing is just kind of unfortunate, honestly. Not quite deep enough, a little bit too far. It really is hard to get it right sometimes. And these teams, as you kind of highlighted earlier on, are under a lot of pressure, are under so much. This is probably the first time they've been playing for money and playing money in a finals as well. After all these weeks, and for the pride as well of their Belong Arena, that really makes a big difference. It really does. And it does grind on you, especially at the start. And when it really gets bad is the end. Because then the pressure's really on. Then you're so close you can taste it. That's where it gets really brutal. So watch these players and see how they adapt to kind of the pressure increasing as time goes on.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's that conversation we have, right? About is this the first time these players may have played in the likes of a grand final? Is the pressure getting to them? And I think it might be here for the side of Leicester. Venn opens up his round with 2. Polar Q there to instantly find the refrags though. So in the 3 versus 2 and the Blade Storm available, this isn't over just yet. It's going to come down to whether or not Sweaty can find the kill timing. He dashes forward. Oh, Polar, I think he's dashed the wrong way there. Unfortunately, the trades do come through. However, Porridge is 1 HP. Yummy cleans up shop. Is that potentially first little bit of encouragement for the side of Maiden City to take this first match?
Yeah. Leicester right now not looking as warmed up as they'd quite like to be. Not quite firing on all cylinders, but I mean, Venn certainly has been. And I mean, keep an eye on the rest of this team. Not a lot of deaths as well because they're coordinating well. They're efficiently kind of placing their players. In the rounds where they win, they lose so little. And that is the mark of a team who are well drilled right now. And with Luke kind of spearheading this with the amount of kind of, well, frags and information and assists that they're bringing, it's such a good look for them.
Well, 2 rounds is all that separates the side of Maiden City and taking home map number 1 here in this grand final of the Arena Clash. Venn opens up the fragging once again, and
deploying drone.
When you've got your likes of your initiator players, your sentinels for example, all playing well, odds are that things are going pretty damn well. Polar Q does get tagged up, and I think 2 players have been spotted off the back of that, but Polar Q finds a pixelated angle onto Yummy's head, but look who lies in wait. It's Sweetie. He finds the first with the judge. Can he find any more? He's got eyes on the spike as well, so he should give this information over to his team, and they got to try and collapse. I'm not too sure why his team aren't walking their way over towards him because he's in a bit of a tough spot here. Polar Q does eventually find the frag, but has the timing on Luke got good enough? Yes, it has, but he tries to take the challenge. He does. He finds the first. That's going to be the Viper's Pit invested onto the site as well. So, for the side of Maiden City, they're investing big into this round. They want to win it and put themselves on map point.
They desperately do, and again, focus on that time of 15 seconds, and then there was one. They're spraying on through evenly, and Kurumazoni, you made it out, but that will give you away, and that gives the jig up. 12-6, they are closing out this map with aplomb. As soon as they saw that kind of route to victory, they sure as heck are taking it.
Oh. They smelt the fruit and they took it, Rook, I think is what you're trying to say. And just like that, they put themselves onto map point here on Icebox. And that's always good for the confidence, right? Going into a grand final, take map number 1 in quite a convincing performance as well. If it does end up being 13-6, that's not a bad score to kick things off with. And if you're the side, though, of Leicester, what are you saying to yourself here in this situation?
I say it's okay. It's just the first map. It's just time for us to warm up, set up, get ready, and also learn some of the habits of your opponents, right? If you're looking at this team, you've never really played them too much, maybe you played them once over the course of the season, you now know that they are this more strategically focused team. They are this information and squad-based team. What can you do to deal with that? I mean, the question comes up to the team. You've got to really make those individual plays count. Well played by Desi, backs off, doesn't commit too much towards it, but with the backup, this is going to be so good. Grieveless, however, using the pit well.
It's going to be now or never for the side of Leicester. They do get the spike down, however, Luke's lying in wait for anyone that should come out of it. However, I think the timing might have been a little bit bad. Now he does spot 1 or 2 plays, the revive available as well for the side of Maiden City. That's going to be the Vibrant Falls. Desi finds one more. It's all up to Chromazoni, and with 60 HP, he just hangs on a little bit, but only the Bulldog to work with. He knows he has to take the swing. Desi holds strong, 13th on the board. Match 1 for the side of Maiden City.
Defenders win.
Yeah, really impressed what we saw from Maiden City to kick things off here. Icebox just looked so darn good for them. They looked like they understood how the map played. They understood how all the angles are. And it's kind of like, it's not like the classic micro, like, oh, they can click heads. It's the micro in terms of that small positioning, the understanding of kind of the unique kind of interactions between the different angles. They've obviously drilled a lot on this map, and you really can see it in pretty much every single player's movement.
Yeah, guys, don't forget we have got that giveaway going on over on Twitter, so make sure you get in with a chance to win the an Xbox Series S, I believe, is the Xbox that Xbox Series X. Let's get that right before people complain about the wrong Xbox. I nearly took a big chunk out of my paycheck for a second then. But anyway, make sure you guys do go check that out over on Twitter. Go do his retweet and like. And well, although map number 1 is done and dusted, we have got map number 2 coming up very, very shortly. And Rick, you excited for map 2?
Well, yeah. I mean, we saw some great warm-ups, but hopefully we'll get to see that a little bit more from Leicester.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we are going to throw to a short break, and then when we do come back, we'll have map number 2 coming up shortly. one down. Who knows how many to go, because it's grand final time here at the Arena Clash for Valorant. Myself, John P. You guys can call me the second best looking caster ever, because I got the best looking caster ever just to my right hand side. I'm joined by Rook once again, my fantastic dude. Rook, it is always a pleasure to join you on the microphone, my friend. We've had many experiences in our life, but casting with you is definitely up there with some many memorable moments. But we have got the side of Maiden City Bats Shadow. What a name, by the way. Credit to the PR or marketing or Arena Clash team for making up that name, because it rolls off the tongue effortlessly. Taking on the side of the Leicester Raptors Scavenger. The side of Maiden City up 1-0 after a very, very dominant performance on Icebox here, Rook. We expecting the same again? Or do we expect the Raptors are going to come back and claw their way back into it?
Well, I actually got the name wrong earlier. I said Maiden Bats Echo, which is the other team, which actually, I'm going to be honest, I prefer, because obviously, you know, Bats, Echo, location, everything going on. But I don't think we're going to see an Echo here. I do actually think that Leicester are going to come into this one. They're going to swing on through. I think they're going to show a really impressive performance. And I think that Polar, again, is going to be that key player. Keep a watch on them, what they're able to do. On this map, they looked very, very comfortable, especially in some of those clutches. They were coming out of left field consistently. So this player really can put things on its head. And alongside that, with the backup from players like Rudy Boy, this team is really a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I completely agree. But on the side of Maiden City, I think the two players that you've got to really look out for is Ven and Desi, right? To keep up fragging the way they were. The amount of times we saw Ven pick up the first frags on the likes of that Sova, Desi popping off with 2 or 3 Ks on the likes of the KO. And I think Ascent is a map that really suits the likes of a KO super, super well. You know, the likes of a Sova, I think it would always be viable on the likes of Ascent because of, you know, the amount of shock dart lineups and recon dart lineups you have for entry to site. I think since Fade has been added to the game, Fade is a little bit more viable in Ascent, if you ask me, and I prefer the Fade pick. However, when you've got someone like Ven shooting as well as he has on the likes of the Sova, it's always a scary sight to have. But if you have just joined us, we saw a 13-6 map win for the side of Maiden City in the first map of this potential best of 5 grand final here for the Valorant Arena Clash for this season. It was a very solid performance from Maiden City, to say the least, and now it's up to the Raptors to try and get themselves back into this and keep themselves alive, because they do not want to be going down 2-0, right, Rook, in a grand final that could potentially see them going into the last map of the day.
No, they really don't. I think it would be really brutal if they don't manage to pick this one up, because, as I mentioned before, that pressure, you really start to see it mount. And I believe these players can perform under it, but it's certainly not an easy feat, and not an easy feat to keep up for 3 games. There's a reason why reverse sweeps are hard, why we care so much about them. They're so poetic, and they're so difficult as well. Sweetie looking to try and take some heads off, but Leicester this time, they may not have been warmed up in the prior one, but they are raring to go.
Yeah, they come out swinging, trade blow for blow, but at the moment, it is going to be the side of Leicester who have the upper hand, and they are going to get that spike down free of charge. Or when I say free of charge, they did lose 2 players in the process, but no concession to come through from the side of Maiden City just yet. And Rook, one thing that my brain is really struggling to process right now is to not say Leicester City, but say Maiden City instead. And I think we've said Leicester City about 6 times throughout the regular season broadcast, right? Or maybe that's just me. But
football on the mind with the World Cup tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it'll look like England will want to bring things home, and so do the side of Maiden City in this round. And Yummy in particular finds the triple. Luke's there to find one as well, and that's the first on the board for the side of Maiden City. And in the 2 versus 3, they make that retake look absolutely effortless.
They really did, really well played. Honestly, didn't think it was quite going to go their way with the aggression onto that site, but sometimes you're clicking heads and you feel like you're John Wick. You just go tap, tap, tap through with those pistols, and it feels sick, especially when you got those Sentinels. Always keep an eye on those Sentinel players in the clutches. It's the Duelists and the Sentinels. They just seem to have that factor down to a T.
And I mean, I kind of like, though, from the side of Leicester what they've done here. They've elected to force it into the round, because obviously they get the spike plant. And they do find 3 kills as well, so they can, you know, financially and economically afford to do so. I think one thing that the side of Leicester really lacked in map number 1, Rook, not too sure if you agree on Icebox, was that killer instinct, right? And with themselves being called the Raptors, you would have thought they would have a bit more of a bite to their step and a bit more of a bit of a ruthlessness to their gameplay. But either way, I think at times, compared to the regular season, and again, it might be that conversation that we consistently have about the grand final, is the nerves and the pressure on their shoulders starting to set in. But it looked like they just kept second guessing themselves a little bit too much, and you can't do that against the side of Maiden City Bats, because they'll just make you they'll make you pay every single time.
They absolutely will, and we kind of saw it in the previous map, and we'll likely see her again with that retake that came on through. But with Desi down, that's a key player off the board. But look at the aggression from Yummy here. Sure, it doesn't work out, but I love that this team is so decisive that they're willing to go for things like that. Sure, this round might not end up quite how they want, but hell, at least they're going for it.
Well, they're going for it indeed. However, there's going to be the spike that does go down in the 2 versus 5. It's basically a 2 versus 2 though, because 2 players so low on the side of Leicester, but Ven seems to have a bit of a tough spot trying to deal with that turret at the moment, and this could be the first round on the board here in the second map for side of Leicester. But as I say, that Maiden City do swing through. It's going to be Sweetie who finds 2, but with not much HP and more than a dream left alive. Rudy Boy's there to find the trade, find the refrag first on the board for the side of Leicester.
Yeah, I love the confidence as well for that force coming through. Again, I was talking about aggression for Polar and the gang, and I think that really came to a head there when they just decided, you know what, we're going to buy up, we're going to force, we're going to take our opponents down, and we even saw that kind of aggression in how they picked up the second round of the previous map. Bit of a slip-up last time from Maiden City, but still, the fact that Polar went for it shows that they don't give up. They do not care how bad the odds are. They're willing to go for it, and that's so important for a team, and we're potentially going to see how important that's going to be if we go later. If we go to 5 games, that might be the deal breaker.
The game of Valorant, so many potential outcomes and if buts and maybes. Yummy though. Speaking of butt, gets tagged up on his rear end a little bit and does eventually fall. It's going to be Polar Q to find the first there in this round, and I like the aggression here though from Leicester. That was the killer instinct that I was talking about back in the first map. They spot a mistake and they instantly capitalize and try to force their way into the middle of the map. And well, I think they've got the information out. No one's probably on this B site. It's completely free as you like, and well, they are going to take that 9 times out of 10. Of course, it is just the eco round off the back of that round number 2 win for that attacking team. So for Ven and his squad, not in the best of spots to win it, or are they? Ven snaps onto the head, finds the wallbang. Rudy falls. Polar's there to trade.
Oh, that killer instinct. Ven looking for a combo breaker there as they take down Porridge. Set the pace for their team a little bit more. Looking for a chance to maybe peek on out. They want to make this retake happen, but the inferior weapons makes it so hard. Just look at those headshots. Sweetie gets it, but unfortunately there's only so many bullets and a revolver's clip, and the Sheriff not enough to deal with the law that was being laid down.
Yeah, well, judge, jury, execution, you could say the least, and that's going to be Polar Q to find 4, and unfortunately for Sweetie, couldn't find any more than the snappy headshot he found with the Sheriff initially. Taking a little cross here, as usually around the 4 or 5 round mark is when we first see the first wave of ults invested into the rounds, and well, it looks like at the moment Polar Q's got the Blaze Storm ready to go, Lockdown, Hunter's Fury nearly available for investment as well, alongside the Null Command for that side of Leicester. On the other side, though, you've got, again, 3 ults almost instantly available for this Maiden City lineup.
He's looking for a potential early pick here, and again, Initiator who really wants to make those plays on their own. They don't know. No, they check for him. That's so brutal. Desi really wanted to strike one of these players down, get an advantage, get an opening for their team, but instead, they've seeded one to the other side. Again, keep an eye on Polar, who's just, sorry, not Polar, sorry, Sweetie, who's just around this corner.
Patience from Sweetie, but the reactions from Rudy to find the first, and well, it looks like all of a sudden Leicester have woke themselves up here in this grand final, and again, it looks like they're just doing exactly what I wanted. I wanted them to just shift gears slightly. It was like they were stuck in 2nd and 3rd gear almost for a little too long, and as I say that, Rudy, that is not the 0 point you want to be throwing, my friend, or maybe it's just clearing close quarter angles. Who knows? But this should probably be the save come through here for the side of Maiden City, and the 3rd round go on the board for Leicester. What is it that Leicester are doing at the moment, Rook, that the side of Maiden City are just really, really struggling with?
I think right now, Leicester are just kind of pushing through aggressively as a group. in a lot of these angles. And also being ready for cheeky angles, right? When you're down, you're like, okay, we've got to find a way to get an advantage. Sometimes you just need to play solid Valorant. And solid Valorant doesn't always entail holding random angles. Look at pretty much all of the deaths on the map. At least 2 of them are in off angles where you're trying to catch someone out, play someone off. And right now, because they're moving as a group, because they're ready for these angles, it doesn't quite work in the same way. Luke did the exact same thing here. Sure, it worked out. Sure, they took down Polar, but they'd already lost so much in this situation. Luke doesn't quite manage to find Rudy. Instead goes down. But it was the fact that they were going for these individual plays that were kind of gambles, and the opponent was entirely ready for them, was really foisting their own petard.
Well, that's actually a real vital kill that Rudy's found onto Luke as well, by the way, because that would have been 2 rifles in the hand, plus you had the Blade Storm available for Sweetie and the Hunter's Fury in the hands of Ven. So, you know, you're probably looking now at around a lot more easily to navigate against the anti-eco with just the 1 rifle and a potential Blade Storm in the hands of Sweetie. But I like this though. I like it from Leicester. The aggression straight onto the site. Here comes the null command. Luke though, first line of defense. Podacute does with the Blade Storms ever so slightly, but not before Ven can find a kill. Ven finds 2. Ven has been so snappy today, bro, and he could be the difference maker here for this Maiden City squad.
Yeah, I'm really keeping an eye on Ven as this kind of goes along. Seeing how well they've been doing in the previous map, even over on that Sova. I mean, I always say it, I say it every single time. I love initiators who can push and be playmakers in and of themselves, and Ven has certainly been that. They're going to try and use this to take down the lockdown, give themselves a little bit more time to move on in. With their own lockdown, they're going to buy the space, buy the time, get the defuse, and that should be all fine and dandy with all players dead.
All players drop, spike detonated, round win. That's usually how it goes, right, Rook? And well, for a second, you thought that although the numbers were in favour of the side of Maiden City, it might have been the superior weaponry that played dividend in that round. And again, it all comes through Ven, right? He finds the first 2 with the Sheriff, then picks up the rifle to pick up another. And for the side of Leicester, they're going to be kicking themselves because that's a round that they really should be converting. And they invested a lot of ults as well. It was the null command invested, the lockdown I think was invested in that round as well. Not the lockdown, sorry, it was the null command, wasn't it? And the Blade Storm. So, I mean, you can't afford to make them many mistakes and them kind of mistakes here, Leicester. Not in a grand final, at least, anyway.
Really can't. Too many slip-ups that have led to advantages going the other way. But obviously, it's early days on this map. It's a lot of time to work with, but you want to make the most of the defensive side, and if Maiden City don't manage to do that, I think that Leicester really could run away with this game. Again, the individual playmaking playstyle fits well on this map, and we've seen what they managed to do with it.
Well, Spike does go down. It's going to be the Owl drone that leads the charge back onto the site, and although it can't do damage physically, it can certainly do damage in terms of finding where the opponents are. Desi, though, is he going to find the pop flash? Doesn't need to. Finds the first, second confirmed as well, as Ven and Luke are there to help him out. And just like that, the side of Maiden City storm their way onto the site. Ven sticks the defuse. Flawless. Luke finds the kill. 3 out of 3 for either side, and they're going to find themselves tied up here.
It's really got a sting when you see so many exceedingly successful retakes coming on in the previous map and in this one too, from this defending side. The fact that they're so well organized on it, that they've got all this information, it really makes them be able to work wonders. Love as well that they're using this Brimstone, right? Because one of the things that I always highlight about Brimstone is, yeah, Omen obviously has those regenerating smokes, and let's not talk about Harbor. I don't really have too much of a formulation on him. And Viper has a great ability to kind of reuse them. The important thing about Brimstone is he can just go. They are that you see 3 smokes drop, it's go time. There's no delay, no nothing. He's great for when your team wants to make snap decisions and aggressive pushes.
I think the mystery of who the best controller on Valorant is almost as crazy as the mystery as to how the pyramids were built, right? All 3 controllers defy gravity at some point. But no, I agree. I think that's why personally I like the Brimstone, and whenever I play, not like my definitely unprofessional playing style opinion matters, but I just like the aggression that you can bring with Brimstone. Put the stim beacon down, put the smokes down, and get yourself onto site. And well, Rudy Boy is going to find the first, charges his way straight out towards Garden to pick up one. Oh my god, Porridge, hello! That's a bulldog to the brain of Ven. And all of a sudden, the side of Leicester, they've just stepped it up an amp here. It's almost like they've just, you know, slipped it up another 10 or so %, and they get themselves onto site pretty much uncontested. They win the Angels, they get the spike down, and they're going to probably see the side of Maiden City forced into a save here.
Player standing.
Oh. Good couple of shots coming in, and as you say, that economy for Maiden City going to be put on the back foot yet again. Here in this one, they'll be able to buy up at least on some of these, but you look at the players like Luke, and they don't have a huge amount of cash. They have died a couple of times. The rest of the team has enough to maybe buy up for them in the rounds to come, but that operator for Sweetie is an expensive buy.
Expensive indeed. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to think back to the first map, right? It was Maiden City that, you know, I don't want to say that they were playing lights out, when I think it definitely was really off the back of Ven and Desi's frag, but it was more so that Leicester just couldn't really get into the groove, and maybe that's a credit to the actual team play of the side of Maiden City that just made it a little bit uncomfortable for them. So I think if they can try and replicate that, because let's be honest, I don't think Ascent and Icebox, they don't play too differently in terms of the likes of executes onto site and the way that it's a traditional 3-lane map, and the structure of the map is very, very similar. I think they've just got to try and replicate that a little bit. I think at the moment Leicester are just having it their own way a tad, but as of now, it is the side of Maiden City have the upper hand in this round, in this map at least, anyway. Or this round, sorry.
Yummy, trying to get that frag onto Polar, trying to set things well in terms of their team, but it's Desi on that off angle who falls instead again. I think they're trying to get a little bit too cheeky with it. Hold solid angles, hold solid crossfires, not these slightly out there positions that could maybe net you a frag uncontested. Players like Yummy can deliver results. It's just you need to give them the space to do so.
Yeah, you got to be taking shots. That was, would love to have got a ping check on Sweetie for a second there. He almost delayed about a minute and a half before taking the shot, and oh dear. You got to be landing those. Does not even find one eventually. So, is that going to prove costly? Potentially so, as Luke's going to fall. They know exactly where Sweetie is. But Grievous is going to get picked up. Does he know one player is behind him? No, the location is revealed. Porridge, it takes the life. And it's going to be the 5th on the board for the side of Leicester.
I mean, it's always hard for those operator players to retake in that situation, especially when you're 1 versus 2 and you don't even know what that second is. That's when things get really difficult, because if they're both coming from the same angle, the operator is relatively fine at dealing with it because you can get chances to pop behind cover and reload, but getting flanked is just the be-all end-all. Again, it kind of greatly highlights the fact that this team does know how to deal with problems. They just need to know what problems they're dealing with, and that's part of the kind of warming up that we're seeing from this team, that we always see from this team. Porridge and the gang ready as well for any potential piece of utility that could force them back, but this time it doesn't come. Instead, they're going to be ones pushing forwards. They do lose Rudy Boy, which does feel a little bit awkward, but at least Polar manages to take a lot of space for their team. We saw them on Neon as well, for example, over on Breeze, and it showed that they really want to be focusing on what they can bring for their squad.
Yeah, and well, a little bit of impatience from Ven towards the back of the site there, cost him his life, but when you've got Desi swinging back into things the way he is to find Grieveless, no hope is lost, and Pop Flash does come through. That's going to allow him to walk his way out of CT, but Porridge instantly invests in the... Oh, does get tagged up, but not before Desi can find one. Chromazone does fall. Polar Q there. Polar Q finding heads, because Polar Q's turning up here in the grand finals. The ace is denied, because Porridge is there to find Desi, but you've got to say, credit where credit is due, a huge quadra for Polar.
Yeah, really impressive by Polar. Yet again, this is the player we're highlighting. This is the player we're always watching when it comes to individual plays, when it comes to those multi-frags. Look, everybody else in this game can deliver. We've seen them deliver, but Polar is the one who does it the most consistently. That's why they're on the jet. That's why they're the forefront, why they're the focus for this team. And why with this ultimate available, they're looking like a threat yet again, but they're not going to have anyone to fight. This A site completely open, and if they manage to get the information, that's an easy execute for their team.
Yummy does push out, finds the first onto Chromazone. Luke gets spotted. Ven's there. Polar does find the refrag, but oh my lord, the round's been pretty much thrown away here from the side of Leicester, but it's off the back of some Maiden City aggression out towards B main. The plant does go down, or will go down, should I say, rather, free of charge here for the side of Leicester, but in the 2 versus 4, Bladestorm invested as well. This is going to be a tough old sight hold from Porridge, and has he heard them? Finally does hear them towards long. Finds the first, finds the second, can't hold on to the third because Ven is there, but guess what? Polar Q finds one, the swing comes through, Quadra for Ven. It's just the patience needed though from Polar. You had so much time with it, you had the dash to work with as well. Jiggle peek out, dash yourself away if you need to. But either way, though, an over peak from Polar, the headshot from Ven, a little bit of BM come through as well. And finally, after the back of 3 consecutive rounds there for the side of Leicester, Maiden City, they find somewhat of a footing back into this game.
Yeah, it's good to see as well that Maiden City are still desperately trying to bring themselves back into this. A couple more rounds on defense would be nice, but it might be more than we can really ask for. The fact that Maiden City have not been able to kind of keep up that pressure here does worry me a little, but obviously is still not even half time. They've got a lot of time to come back, and we've seen teams really deny what we consider to be the stronger sides on map at times. It just worries me because they themselves are a relatively defender-focused team.
Well, a little bit of change of pace here for the side of Leicester. They've just slowed things down a touch or two. It's going to keep the side of Maiden City guessing. It's going to be the Aldrin, though, in the hands of Ven. Tries to get a little bit of information. Blind fire of the ult down towards Shook, because that's where they think the push is coming from. They are correct, but to no avail. Is that ult used? Oh dear, for a second I thought they nearly trapped Porridge out on the other side of the door with a spike. That could have gone disastrously wrong. However, the ult does come through. That's going to be the lockdown invested, so site control momentarily in favour of the side of Leicester. But here comes Yummy. Lockdown of his own, available for investment, but is he going to expect Polar Q and Grieveless there to find the peak? He does find one. Can't find any more though because the flash does come through, and that's going to be the lockdown destroyed. But in the 2 versus 2, he finds the shots onto Grieveless, but Rudy Boy holds his nerve. Now 1 versus 1, both players are very, very low. Pop flash does come through. Rudy with a triple, 7th on the board for the side of Leicester. Finally here, they are looking like the team that we saw through the playoffs.
I'm so glad to see that kind of just ability to know exactly when is the timing, to go for the shot and have complete confidence in doing so. And confidence will take you a long way. I always highlight that aim is really a confidence game. Obviously, you can do all the practice you want, but if you're not confident, you're just not going to be hitting your shots. And I'm so glad that this team is coming into their own, and this is going to make this series a super interesting one. Otherwise, I think the strategy, the kind of mind of Maiden City, Bat Shadow would have been a little bit too much, but these guys are on fire, at least to start off here. Let's see if they can be doused somewhat by Maiden City. Otherwise, Leicester are going to run away with this map at the very least.
There's still a long old way to go. At least a round win secured for the side of Leicester, and well, the way the odds go so far in this series, the team that won the first half in the last map went on to win that very map indeed. Of course, being Maiden City back on Icebox, 13 rounds to 6. Again, they seem to really favour this A site. They like to work their way towards short if they can. Yummy though, look at Yummy towards long. Yummy can go huge here. Isn't going to find one, only has the Sheriff to work with. Want a bit of a listening chat onto Grievous for a second there. He checks it as soon as I say look at Yummy, but either way, it doesn't matter. Because Smitty is going to find the kill. Makes it 2. That's going to be Polar Q who falls. So although the rifles definitely in the hands of Leicester favoured them coming into this round, all is not lost.
Not at all. Good spray down again. Sweetie even claps Porridge right on through that. But Chroma's only waiting in the wings. And again, the fact that this team know their opportunities, know their outs, and play to it. Moving on to the defense, they are looking so comfortable right now. And if you are a Maiden City fan, you have to be worried about how this map is going to go. Things are not quite stepping the way you want them to, at all.
It's not going well, is it, to say the least? 17 kills though from Polar, and this was a player, right, that during the broadcast, you know what, look, us casters, we don't do much on a daily basis. Me and Rook were sat there playing some Valorant and some League of Legends while we were waiting for the League of Legends games to finish. We were saying, okay, who are we going to expect to see pop off in this grand final? And one person that we could not stop talking about, and probably haven't stopped talking about any time he plays, is Polar Q, right, for the side of Leicester. Had a little bit of a slow start back in map number 1. Really, he is the difference maker. He's the person, he's the go-getter, right? He really kicks things off on that momentum side of things for the side of Leicester. So there's no shock that him dropping 17 and 9, I think it was, or 17 and 10 at the moment, and all of a sudden the side of Leicester are starting to really get a foothold in this game is no shock to me.
It really shouldn't come to a shock as to any of you viewers just how much of an impact they're going to have on this one. Yummy managed to pick up the spike and manages to head on in, but unfortunately what is waiting for them is an actual trap forced out into the open. Polar is ready and waiting, and that was a clean as round as it could be. Really well played after that initial scuffle.
Well, speaking of Devil, he'll show up. 19 and 10 is the exact score that Polar seems to be rocking at the moment. And you know what? I don't want to say I put a little bit too much pressure on Desi's shoulders, but he has really, really stepped his foot off the gas a little bit here. And he's struggling at the moment. Again, though, I think, you know, he's a player that has the potential to just turn up any given moment and put on the fireworks. But nevertheless, though, Leicester, they are looking great so far on Ascent.
Smoke's down.
They certainly are. They've looked much more comfortable in the way they're playing. And I mean, again, it was the individual play, it was the micro that was so good as well from this now attacking side. But here on this map, it's just not looked quite as comfortable. Straight through catches them, the fragment as well. And the coordination looks to be very much more in the favor of Leicester right now, as every single angle just seems to be under their demand, under their control. But I believe Maiden City Bats, they can certainly bring this map back. They just need to find those couple of openings. And they could make it happen.
It's momentum, right? I think that's what it
absolutely.
is. And I think both teams are two teams that we've seen throughout the whole of the season be real momentum shifting and momentum bearing teams. We talk about it all the time. Sometimes when you're down in the depths, you know, we know that the mental factor in Valorant is a huge thing. Honestly, if you've ever tuned into my live streams and seen me play ranked, you'll know that I'm talking very much facts. Rook's seen it on LAN many times when we're playing in the caster room, hanging out, and I'm losing my mind at my teammates. But you know, it's a big talking point, right, Rook? Like, you got to have your mental factor constantly locked in a game of Valorant. So if the side of Maiden City, they can start to make it a little bit interesting here, find a few rounds to, you know, maybe bring this back to the likes of 10-6, 10-7. That's when the pressure then starts to build on Leicester. We might see that mental shift slightly.
Yeah, and I mean, look, ranked games, they matter a lot to individual people, but these kind of games where you're in these finals, that just kind of concatenates all over the place. It adds up, and you see that these teams just can't quite make that play that normally is so easy for them happen. It's the nerves, man. It's the nerves, and it does hit something fierce. With the players backed up with a little bit of information, obviously information can be key, but sometimes you're just not hearing straight. Sometimes your brain just doesn't compute it properly, and then you see frags like this come on through, 2 quick kills, and an advantage towards the attacking side. That's exactly the kind of opportunity that they are looking for.
Complacency. I think that's also another talking point that we have to have here, Rook, and I think it already seems to be slipping in and sinking into this map at least anyway, and at least these past few rounds, a little bit overzealousness, a bit too much confidence peaking when you say, okay, I've got a Spectre, they've got a Sheriff, but guess what? The Sheriff is definitely the Sheriff of the town sometimes, because that can rip your head off with one single bullet from the majority of distances across the map, and you can't allow these teams to, you know, get a few kills with the Sheriffs and recycle the likes of the Spectres or the Guardians or whatever it might be into their hand, because they'll make you pay from it. They'll punish it, and just like that, it looks like they've just... That's exactly what's happened. Desi's going to find a kill. This is going to be a round winning a 5th on the boards for the side of Maiden City now.
Yeah, really well played by this team to be able to kind of bring it back into a position where they can actually take control of this. If they get some good rifles on hand, which they absolutely will be doing now. Sure, their opponent has some good economy, but one more round, it's back to broken. And look, they didn't feel so comfortable when they didn't have the ability to kind of get those headshots. They didn't have the kind of just pure fragging power and to come back to it, the killer instinct that comes from obviously being able to play effectively with a weapon that is powerful, that you are comfortable with. And it makes a huge difference.
Well, that's the start, right, for Maiden City. That's the start that you're saying, okay, we've broke the momentum. Checkbox number 1, check. Now, the question is, though, is can they string a few rounds together or not? It's all well in breaking the momentum and finding a round here or there, but if you can't follow it up and string a few rounds together off the back of that, that's where you might find yourself in a bit of a tricky spot and a bit of a tough situation. But nevertheless, we saw them do it and let's not forget, right? I think was it not Maiden City that was the 3-1 down, right? In the first 4 rounds back on Icebox, and they went on to win that map and only used 3 more rounds from there on out, and they ended up winning it 13-6. So they're a team that they don't mind the underdog story and they don't mind coming from a bit of a tough spot. But especially on that, like I said, although like I said, it does play similar to Icebox, it has its very own set of, you know, circumstances and a real technique of the way to play this map. So it has its own perks, like you said. So I think it can be a very hard map to try and string something together for at one time. But nevertheless, here comes the aggression. It is going to be Ven who gets himself out onto log pile, and the side of Leicester are forced to back their way up as that attacker Killjoy is gonna lock down. But unfortunately, no players detained, and they should have a good old shot at the retake here.
Right, no, it should be good and allows the Braveless to push on out with that. That turret actually bought that little bit of time they needed. 4 versus 4 on the retake. They have a health advantage for the attackers, but they lose out a lot. Porridge steps up and it's just right for them as they get a 3k here, and it's Desi versus the world, but unfortunately, just no dice.
No dice. You can't play Monopoly without old Kent Road Rook. And well, for the side of Leicester, I mean, I was trying to think of a quirky street in Leicester, but I've been to Leicester the grand total about 3 times, so my geographical
You could have said Leicester
of...
Square, and I guess that could have worked. Obviously, it's in London. But...
Okay. Production, cut back to the round a minute ago. You can't play Monopoly without Leicester Square, Rook, and the crowd goes wild, and everyone thinks I'm an insane caster, and my punology is fantastic. But either way, though, 11th on the board for the side of the Raptors, and yeah, they've really stepped it up here, and they've got that killer instinct in them. It looks like they've got the spring back in their step. And surely at 11 rounds to 5 now, right? You're down onto the anti-eco. You can't be throwing this round away. Can't be throwing this map away, surely.
Surely not. Surely not. They feel comfortable in it, and they look like they're in control. But it's not just them who can take these critical junctures, who can take these weak points and really exploit them. Maiden City, they showed how well they kind of did at understanding their opponent's flow, understanding how they were going to be approaching the game, and really showing them that no, that doesn't quite work. But so far, the individual play, the coordination has been on point from Leicester. Might be enough to take them across the line. I sure as hell hope, with 11 rounds to their name. But we've seen some chokes. We've seen some rounds being lost from some comfortable positions. And again, it is that hubris. It is that cockiness. It is that kind of getting complacent that you were talking about before. And they certainly don't want to slip up.
Yeah, Sweetie does find the first, and you say don't slip up, and guess what happens? I know it's cold, and it's a very cold and chilly December, and the ice is out, but the first slip is made from the side of Leicester. Second one made by Polar. And it's like these rounds where they should be winning, they have a need to throw them away for some reason. I've got no idea why, but either way, if you give the side of Maiden City a foot in the game, they're going to kick the door wide open and charge on through it. Luke does get that spike down. They have got the orbital strike, Noise, of course, to work with on the afterplant, and then, oh, look at him. So cheeky, so sneaky, probably going to find the freest frag of his life. I think the only problem is he knows that it's a Killjoy, but surely the fact that he's been hit by the suppression blade means that he's not going to be able to have the alarm bot ready to trigger, and then has found some fantastic timing over towards Market, although Desi's there to find one. Luke cleans up the job, and although Chromazone can find the refrag, it's Ven for a refrag of his own to find the 6th on the board. And again, that is just a mistake from Leiden, not from Leiden City, sorry. I mean, that's a street that I wouldn't mind going down, but for the side of Leicester, it just seems to be coming back to bite them.
It really does. I mean, it's Leicester overstaying in some of these angles in a similar way to kind of what we saw from Maiden City in the first half, where they were going for these cheating angles, trying to make something happen. You don't need to force it. Sometimes when you force things, it just goes worse. You got to let things go naturally. And, you know, if you're in the advantage state anyway, if you've got the access to all these weapons, as long as your opponent doesn't do something that's absolutely mind-numbingly good, you should be able to pick up the win anyway. And the aggression here, sure, you trade 1 for 1, but the rifle's lost. That's not where you wanted to be. You wanted to try and keep access to as much weaponry as you can, utilize the advantage. When you lose on the lose players on the defense, it's worse than when you lose players on the offense. That's fine for them. They can pile 4 players onto a site regardless, but you're the one who's got to split up between 2 or 3 in the case of Haven's sites. And that numbers game is so pivotal.
Smoke's down.
I think for a second now, I thought the Maiden City squad were going to just push their way onto B because the rotation actually came through. And for Grieveless, he's set up with the Judge over towards A main. Probably going to put a smoke down and sit on inside it, but Chromazoni, first line of defense here for the side. And as I say that, he does find one. Grievous is there to pick up a kill, but not before Luke can fly his way through with the Vandal to secure the frag. And just like that, though, Rudy Boy is going to pick up the kill. Porridge is there to trade it out. Map point all of a sudden for Leicester.
My lord, map point already for Leicester. This is showing kind of the same dominance we saw in map 1. And I'm so absolutely here for a series that flips back and forth like this. That's the most exciting kind. And again, it shows the depth of field that we have here in the UK and that we have here in Belong Arenas. These guys are really practicing every week to get the grind on, to show us the kind of level that they can achieve. And honestly, mad respect for them, mad respect. And I'm absolutely down to see to the very bitter end who's going to be able to pick this one up, because honestly, I can't tell. This map, sure, you know, I've got an inkling, but, you know, never count your chickens before they hatch.
You took the word straight out of my mouth, I was gonna say, but I don't know. You took the scrambled out of the poached, I guess is what you could say instead. I don't know. It's Saturday evening, all right. I'm having fun with myself, Rook. That sounded very strange on many levels. This broadcast has gone down a very dark path tonight, mate, so far. But anyway, back to the Valorant at least. Anyway, so just one round needed for the side of Leicester to get themselves that lucky for some number 13 on the board, and you know, at least push us to a 4th map this evening. Of course, if you just joined us, Maiden City winning Icebox 13-6 out. Leicester looking to do the same here on Ascent. You got to say, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a few more turns in this one here.
Wouldn't be surprised at all. I mean, we've seen twists and turns, loop the loops throughout this season. Teams that we thought were going to absolutely stomp, and then it didn't quite go their way. And again, it shows that even these low-ranked teams that people have joined up, spent their times really investing in, can deliver some fantastic performances here. Look at that, 2 quick kills for Maiden, but you can see the Hunter Fury trying to get through. Sweetie desperately attempting to dodge and does use that elevation to great effect, but it's 3 versus 4 now. The retake is coming their way. They have a chance to make it happen, but that no command is it's gonna run out of time.
Oh, look at Ven. He gets. Oh, I thought he got spotted for a second by the null command. I think he did. But guess what? Ven holds strong, finds the triple. Sweetie's there to find the trade as well. Do you know what? I just quickly want to say that was fantastic use right there of the flash from the side of Maiden City to not even worry about the kill. They didn't need to worry about the kill. They knew that the task at hand was to get out of short and get onto site, because they had the weapons to overpower and hustle the bustle onto the site to win those engagements. All they did was they were like, okay, we don't mind about you being short. We're going to use the flash to cross. And then when the player from short tried to reaggress, that's when they snuck in and found the kill. So 7th on the board there for Maiden City, and great stuff indeed.
Was indeed. I think that the knife went in and they spotted him, but what they thought was he was underneath Heaven. And you know what? That's a pretty standard position to hold, whereas the off angle was not a standard position to hold. In, you know, that's why it's called an off angle. And they really fell for a hook, line, and sinker. Well played, kept his cool, didn't worry about it, didn't need utility in that position, just needed hot lead. And I mean, dispense that with fury.
Well, again, 3rd map point for the side of Leicester. It's going to be a 3k from... Was that a 3k from the Killjoy? No, it wasn't. It was only a double. Desi finds one as well. And, well, could the side of Leicester potentially throw this map away, Rook?
I think it's possible, but implausible. I think this team has it in them to not choke out a 12-6 lead But I've been wrong before. I have been wrong before. But with Polar, with Rudy, with everybody else in this squad, they can deliver some fantastic frags, and they just need one, right? They need to be lucky once. The other team need to be lucky every single time.
Yeah, although Rudy does find a triple on the exit. So for the side of Leicester, is he going to try and sneak the ninja again? He is, but I think...
They're not falling in for this time. Desi does his due diligence, dies for it, but does at least make sure that they don't lose the round. What a disheartening way to lose a map that would be.
Do you know what? It's so unlucky that he didn't have max HP, because I think he would have been able to stick through the KO fragment on max HP, or even on, I think it's what, 70 HP it does, right? If you stand in the middle or on the edge of it, which he was. Not too sure if he might have been able to stick it, but either way though. That's 2 for 2 though, in terms of the comeback for the side of Maiden. Leicester, they're making this a little bit tough work for themselves.
They are maybe overcomplicating it a tad, at least in this position, but I believe regardless of that, they'll be able to find it, and Mal Polar punctuates what is potentially the final round in this map for them with a good old shot, taking that advantage early. This time, let's not see them cede it.
Well,
Take flight.
I make this the 4th map point for Leicester. Surely can't throw too many more away from here, can they? I mean, if the side of Maiden City come back from here, force overtime and win in overtime, that would just absolutely demoralise the side of Leicester, and they would not be looking the best. Either way, though. I mean, I'm just trying to think. What can Maiden City do to keep the side of Leicester on their toes here? They're down a player. Here comes the execute. Brimmy, very much with the stimmy. That's a great recon dart from the Sova to reveal the location of Rudy, who gets tagged up through the wall. Just like that, though, Porridge is going to find the refrag, but not before Sweety's there. That's going to be the spike plant. Hunter's Fury, very much available for investment to keep them off it should they need it. Bladestorm, too. However, I think the big player to watch here is Desi. He struggled in this map, but when the squad need him to go big, well, they could very much be going home, at least on Ascent anyway. He could have the potential to do that. Does find the first Chromazone. He's there. 1 versus 1. Then versus Chromazone, the player that has been so solid for the side of this Maiden City lineup. Is he gonna... He doesn't have time. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have time. It doesn't matter. Yep. He knows he doesn't have time. That is so smart from the side of the BM from Ven as well to peek out and just nod at Chromazone on this fight. A big old investment from the defensive side of things as well. But Rook, is this going to happen?
I mean, it might. The economy right now for this defending side is really not in a good state. It is not where they wanted to be, but the attackers, they felt so comfortable with the lockdown kind of wasted in that round. It's going to require some pretty impressive performance to kind of bring it back before the double digits, and to bring it back at all with the momentum. We kind of highlighted how important this momentum is going their way. Maiden City could pick this one up, and this looked like a shoo-in for Leicester, but Maiden City are making it known that they're certainly no slouch. They're certainly still able to pick this map up, and they will give their opponents no quarter. This is dark covers and all the other utility goes in to make sure that push doesn't come, at least initially here. 4 players waiting on the site. They choose to rotate that spike away. 100% the right decision from the attacking side here. What they need to keep in mind is, well, where they go next. They're looking like they're shifting up gears towards that mid. They could change where they're going, but this is going to be a big gunfight in mid here.
Rudy boy needs to try and find the first. Doesn't. Luke's there to find the kill. But that is going to be a tag up from Polar Q. And with the guns, surely you got to think that Maiden City can close this round out at least. Porridge finds the first, can't find the second. Polar Q is going to try and help out from CT. That's 2 players he's found the tag onto. With the Marshall, does confirm the kill as well. Onto Desi. Porridge is there to find Sweetie. Do none of these teams want to win a round while they've got a rifle in their hand? It's all up to Yummy.
I cannot believe it ended up this way. lost round after round after round, and Maiden City looked like they were in control, but with rifles in hand against those pistols,
Defenders win.
things just slip away and slip up. A funny round to be sure, and honestly, an impressive performance from both teams. I think, honestly, this map leaves me all the more unsure about who's going to pick up this series.
It really does, right? And it's one of those situations where we talk about it all the time, where it looks like one team is so much in control coming off the back of map 1, and then into map 2 they start off slow and they work their way back into it, right? But nevertheless, you got to say, Maiden City, they're probably going to be disappointed with themselves that not the way that they lost a map, but the fact that they lost it on an eco round, right? I mean, to come back and bring 3 rounds back and put yourself on 9 from 6 is like, okay, we gave it a good shot, but to lose against an anti-eco, that's going to be a real bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah, it really is. What isn't a bitter pill to swallow, though, and is actually quite a sweet deal, is that if you are interested in winning an Xbox Series X, well, boy, do we and Xbox have you covered. If you go to the main Belong Gaming Twitter, which I believe is Belong_Arenas UK, I don't quite remember, but I'm sure someone will be posting in the chat. Like and retweet the link that is on there for a chance to win the Xbox Series X. But we are pretty much ready and pretty much going into our third map of the day. We are going straight into it with Haven here. This is another shift up, honestly, if you ask me, in terms of coordination, but sorry, in terms of the kind of style we're going to see from these teams, right? Haven is an entirely different map. Sure, it's large in kind of similar manner to what we see from Ascent, not quite as the same size, but it is certainly interesting to see how these teams are going to deal with the kind of macro function of it all, because this is a map that heavily relies on how you're going to move or maneuver around it. And I think that actually puts it in a really good position for Maiden City to take control here. But we've seen what can happen either way. Both these teams could deliver some really supreme performance when it comes to individual plays and great coordination. So I would not be shocked to see it go either way.
I mean, it's the beauty of Valorant, right, Rook? You just never know which way that this damn game is going to go. And that is why we absolutely adore Valorant here at the Arena Clash. I mean, I know you guys might not enjoy my annoying voice and ugly face on a weekly basis, but guess what? You've had to put up with it, all right? So deal with it. We're now into the finals, not long left until I'm off your screens. But nevertheless, we are going to head into Haven with 3 seconds to go. Sorry, great to know that my private education pays me dividend, right? But either way, a strong, aggressive surge in towards the B site is looking like that's the way things will be kicking off.
Does indeed. Now on this one, Luke. Ooh, going to be able to make it out of that one just in the nick of time, but Polo's already peeking around on the backside. And the aggression through mid has worked off well. They've got a lot of space and got a lot of players, but not a lot of health.
Here comes the retake, though, onto that B site, and a successful one by the looks of it for the side of Leicester as they storm in. It's going to be Grievous to find a couple. The body block. You can't clip an elbow, my friend. Porridge is going to find a kill. Who's come through first on the board for the side of Leicester.
Yeah, really like the fact that they actually pounced on that. The low health players were a big part of why they didn't even remotely try and mess around. They just wanted to go straight for it and take those players out. Love as well, just kind of a note, and obviously Cypher is great on this map, but I'm so glad to see that we're getting a Cypher for Maiden City. I think this suits them super well in terms of information. They've also changed things up to go with the more standard style of that fade on both sides. But I think the thing I really want to highlight is Ven no longer on the Cypher, no longer held back over on this Phoenix. And it's not an agent we see every day, but it's an agent I am always glad to see.
I think Phoenix has really sort of developed into the meta for the likes of Haven as well. I think the pop flash ability for the curveball is great. I think the wall can be useful for getting onto the site as well. It almost acts as a second smoke, right? Even though it's a little bit shorter. But no, yeah, I don't mind seeing the likes of a Phoenix, to say the least. It's not a bad agent to bring to the fight. I mean, for Maiden City though, they know how deadly the side of Leicester can be now, obviously off the back of that Ascent win. And I don't want to make too many mistakes on a map like Haven, sorry, it's a bit bigger. You can open up teams and exploit their mistakes a little bit better.
Indeed. Oh, Rudy setting a good flash there, but unfortunately, there were 2 angles, too many players coming from lane. It's a good shot story, but Yummy doesn't quite land, is peeking out on their own, but again, that numbers game being so important here, and with 2 players on the attacking side right now, Making the action actually happen is going to be easier said than done, especially with Ven getting sprayed down like that. They're ready on the other side, and they finally pincer it out. And Leicester off strong. Off to a good start, like we'd expect from them. I mean, this team loves aggression, even on the defense.
They do. They're a team that sometimes their W buttons might get stuck a little bit, I think, is the best way to describe it, because we do like to see a bit of aggression out of them every now and then. But nevertheless, I think for the side of Maiden City, just started off a little bit slow here. They do have the rifles to work with now, and I would say that this is probably a map that you would say probably favours a little bit more of the longer range weapons as opposed to the close quarters, but let's not discredit the fights towards Garage, the fights towards Short, for example, to entry onto the likes of AOC site. So don't count the side of Leicester out just yet.
Certainly don't. Oh, Rudy Boy gets a quick kill on Sweetie. But that flash did not work out his way. Yummy is so happy to hold those down, and oh my lord! Picks up a 3k. And that is the kind of round we like to see, striking right on back. Maiden City not letting themselves get shut out just yet. Want to pick up that round and obviously force their opponents to pick up the big guns before they're really going to let them play.
Yeah, I think if you're Maiden City, you're saying, okay, it looks like Yummy shooting pretty well in this game, as he has a triple lineup and finds the heads of all 3 victims. Again, though, after Rudy Boy finds that first round, that's a round that you'd probably not then back the likes of Maiden City to take, but at least put them in a better standpoint, because if they don't peek one by one there, they probably find the refrag and the trades and have 2 rifles to work with in a 4 versus 3. Oh, well, I said Yummy shooting well when he finds the first on the Porridge. Again, it looks like we're going to be in for one of those cagey back and forth affairs here, it seems.
Does indeed. It seems they're looking for a chance to kind of get an advantage in this round. With those first couple of frags, they are so happy to do so. They commit towards this B site, and that flash was good, but unfortunately the shots were not so great, unfortunately, for them there. Maybe getting a little bit more used to playing a duelist rather than playing for the team like they do over on that Sova. Back off that C site, all set up, and unfortunately nobody hanging out there. Instead, it's the aggression out here. The Force Scrum is already back just again, but tries to opt in for a fight. But again, with the duo, we're seeing people play with the buddy system so well here, especially with the refrags, especially with the fact that they're just able to win these duels with that extra rate of fire.
No, I mean,
Where will they go this time?
this is kind of got the end of that last map feel to it, right? It's like they've come into this start of this third map the way that they finished the second off, and it's I think it's going to take one player probably, you know, whether it be the likes of Ven or Desi, for example, Polar Q maybe. It looks like it's really Rudy Boy and Yummy on their squads at the moment that might be the ones to just sort of take a foothold in the game and say, right, this is my map and I'm not having it any other way.
Make a big difference there. If a player decides, now is my time to shine, I mean, again, that confidence really is key. Fuller does it. Expect this game to be going pretty crazy. Then off the board, the ways they're going to crack open the site rely on someone like the Sentinel to really be that entry frag with the backup utility here. But keep an eye on that camera. It's not looking the right way just yet. They're able to sneak on. No one's listening. Roman's only just about sends out the Prowler. They knew it was coming, and now is go time. Known by the dart. They might be shot through it, but look who's waiting on the other side. Grieveless and Yummy. So close to each other, but Grieveless, he's praised the wrong side. That's so unfortunate. Yummy takes that one all the way to the back. The Rolling Thunder has to come on through there to buy them some space, but Luke was waiting still in an angle completely unhindered, unhampered. And that means it's 4 versus 2. What a great round for Maiden City as they take names all over the place.
Yeah, that execute was perfect as well. Everything from the patience, you know, knowing which way the camera's looking, to finding the trades, finding the frags. As soon as Yummy gets the kill as well and pops the neural theft, there's only one round winner off the back of all the locations being revealed. That's exactly what you want if you made in City, though, Rook. You know, you've come off the back of a disappointing loss. You've lost the first 2 rounds, but you've answered back with 3 on your own once you've got the rifles in lock and loaded. And again, you got to say, not lucky, sorry. I just combined Luke and Yummy together there. Yummy seems to be playing so well on the Cypher. And it's nice to see Cypher being brought back into the meta these days, right? Because it went very quiet for a little while when Chamber got released.
Yeah, I was really sad to see him go. Obviously, fantastic in bringing that information, and I love to see teams play around it. But obviously, you know, the fragging tower of Chamber was certainly nothing to sniff at, and now slightly less viable. We see more of him, more of Killjoy, and the like as well coming back on through. It does open up for some really interesting kind of situations just like this with the backup of something like the Astra. Because these angles are so hard to hold. Porridge just domes Desi as they dare to try and contest that C site. And it's a position where often you really just can't contest.
Numbers advantage for Leicester. They doubled it up as well. Although Sweaty is there to trade. Ven finds one as well. So all of a sudden, with the likes of the run it back available for investment, this isn't looking the worst. And I think Ven's going to know that. He's tagged Chroma's only up relatively low. A little bit surprised he's not elected to try and put the hill down here for a second. He has got the hot hands to work with, and one player that's got extremely hot hands so far is Yummy. The headshot snapped onto him from Chromazoni, and all of a sudden this round has taken a bit of a turn because Ven's in a great spot to try and be a bit of a nuisance, but oh my god, Ven, the flick from Ven onto Rudy leads Porridge now in a 1v1.
Yeah, I can't believe he actually managed to find that shot. Porridge, however, as you said, 1v1 versus a Sentinel. Again, these clutch situations can be so difficult. Not a lot of stars, that's the problem. Only access to one. Has the Cosmic Divide, and honestly, I don't even think that's that bad a shout. Has to pop onto the other side, though. Gets the spray anyway, and manages to net that for their team. Honestly, a last-minute revival and bringing things back to even Stevens on this map.
Oh, I mean, you know, you're in a grand final, Rook. Us as casters, as much as we would like 30-0s across the board and to have a nice early day, we love good old close games in grand finals, right? That's what we love to talk about. We love to break it down. We love to dive into the action. And it's safe to say both these two teams have really shown up here so far for this grand final. Just taking a little look, though, across the old economy. You got the Nightfall available for Luke. From the Shadows as well, that TP on the Omen. Ready to go from Sweetie. Blade Storm for Polar Q. That's going to be invested. And you've got that Neural Theft. So, could ults be a key factor here in an important round number 7.
Good indeed. Oh, shots are coming through. Trying to find a Green Flash. It's right around the corner, but that Nightfall was so big in kind of clearing out that site. They are, however, looking at the flank. Keep an eye as there's that jet coming on through. Polar is looking for frags, but doesn't know there's a player just to their left.
Oh, Yummy. Yummy, he lies in wait. Rudy's not going to check the corner. Finds the kill. Easy as you like. 4 versus 2. 4th round on the board here for the side of Leicester. And, well, you got to say, although, hang on a minute, Porridge does find one. Can't find any more. That is going to be the full secured as Chroma's only is going to save the Guardian into the next. And I like that, though, from Leicester. Again, that's the... Sorry, not from Leicester, from Maiden City. They're the ones that are dictating the way that this map wants to go. They're the ones that are saying, okay, we're going to dictate this round. If we lose it, it's off our own back. And I think that comes off the back of the likes of Desi, for example, finally starting to heat up attack.
Yeah, that's good to see. Again, moving away from the KO and onto something more individual focused with that jet. I mean, it can be fine. It can be good. Double Duelist is fantastic on this map. But you need people to be playing in the right style. And if you're not then also providing the frags, then why aren't you playing something that can provide to the team? Why aren't you still on that KO? I think Desi needs to prove that. And, well, if he's starting to heat up, that's exactly what I want to see. This guy can deliver, will deliver. I believe in it. And, well, with the knives available, with a rifle in hand, it's exactly the time to do so.
Well, knives in hands indeed. There's going to be an eco round out of the side of Leicester, at least, anyway. So Maiden City looking to try and extend that lead back to 2 rounds. And Sweetie does a great job of making that the potential case. It's going to be Rudy who falls. The key piece of the puzzle has gone missing for the side. Maiden City. I like this though from Leicester. They get the first kill and they just change pace slightly. Don't get too overzealous. And as I say that, Desi does over peak and Chromazone finds the headshot. But I think Luke knows where this player is. The timing does come through, but Chromazone is just better.
He just is. He so is. Van wants to look for that one. With access to the neural theft, they have a lot of information about how this is going to go. They are able to take one down. That C site now wide open, even with the Viper's cam. Looking to watch. Shut out denied, and 3 versus 3 on the post point here. Nightfall available for the defenders to go for this retake, but I don't think that you're in the right position as the Fade right now. Especially when you're pincered away from the rest of your team. I think this Fade is going to go down. Keep an eye on this right now, because Yummy Ice Cream yet again denies, finds the opportunity, and then Polar is moving in all alone, completely useless. But does that matter to this player? I'm not quite sure, honestly. Half the time, Polar just managed to make it happen. Ben, with this shot through the wall there, does take him down eventually, but all off the back of Yummy Ice Cream's fantastic positioning and denying a chance for Chromazone to really join up with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, for Yummy Ice Cream, I think plays it very, very well as well. As soon as he gets the tag onto the dart from the Cypher, I think it's pretty much round secured, right? Can't stick it through the smoke, unfortunately. The wallbang comes through as well. 5th now goes on the board for the side of Maiden City. And here, what is it that Leicester have got to do? Because they seem a little bit lost right now.
They really do. They seem completely lost, unsure about how they're going to be able to deal with the kind of pressure that's coming on in. With Ben is able to actually make these entries happen, that's not a good look for them. But this is an attacker-sided map. I think if they're in this position right now, they're going, okay, it's fine. We just take as many rounds as we can. We understand how to play around a utility. We've got the Astra as well. We can lock down some of these sites when we've got access to what we need. We just have to wait for the right chance to do so. Don't overestimate yourself. Don't overstep your boundaries, because then you start to lose these opportunities, and that's the last place you want.
Well, it's not even that. He tries to pop the smoke, right? Because he thinks that it will stop him from being revealed. But I think the Horn actually, with the lineup was mucked up a little bit. It bounces off the top of the wall and keeps him just in harm's way. Spike does go down though. So this is looking like a potential 6th round on the board here for the side of Maiden City. Unless Leicester and Grieveless can do something about it. Polar Cubo, operator in hand. We've seen him do crazy things before, but not in this round, as Desi does confirm the kill. 6th on the board here for this side. And wow, Maiden City, they look like they want to get this map number 2 done with, and done with quite quickly.
Yeah. I love the fact that we're seeing them kind of just continually contest these angles. Polar really wanted to try and make that happen, but with Grieveless going down in that position, there's just no way they could have made it happen, at least on that angle. Approaching alone with an operator, you need to change over to a rifle of some kind, and they just didn't have the time, nor the space, nor the opportunity to do so. But speaking of opportunities and no space to do anything, Polar only on 3 frags here, 9 rounds into the game and dying in every single round. That is not a good look for Leicester. This is not the kind of game which Leicester wanted to be playing. They're a team who don't necessarily rely on Polar, but certainly focus on Polar to make a lot of their plays happen. And when their opponents are able to get a lot more of these entry frags out, it's not a great look, especially when Desi is able to perform just that little bit better on this Jet. And they've been over on the KO the entire time. It's nice to look as well that Maiden City is so darn flexible, so darn ready for pretty much anything that comes their way. With a couple of hand pistols in hand, we've seen some miracles happen for Leicester before.
Well, I know Leicester sometimes do believe in miracles, but well, we'll have to wait and see if it's gonna play out or not. I mean, Christmas might come early, who knows? An angel or two might be looking down on them. Well, for Luke though, he's going to be stuck inside that gravity well. Porridge, I think, somehow manages to avoid all the bullets, but eventually gets caught. It's going to be Desi and Ven who find a few kills. The spike should go down, and it's all up to Grievous. Stinger in hand, but unfortunately, the poison ain't strong enough. As Grievous drops, it's going to be Yummy, the doppelganger of the Cypher, there to clean up the job. And that's going to be the half win at least secured here for the side of Maiden City.
Yeah, not quite enough to kind of take them over in that position, but a few ultimates going their way to at least maybe eke something back. With rifles in hand, they could pick it up for 7. maybe even 5-7 if they manage to use their economy well. But one slip up, and this could be looking at a 9-3 half. And yeah, sure, there's the curse to vaguely worry about, but hey, a higher number is always better.
Well, here comes the aggression over towards the A site from the side of Maiden City. Nightfall does come through. That's going to delay the push ever so slightly as the locations are somewhat revealed. Chroma's only though, then getting sneaky, finds the tracking onto Polar through the smoke as well. So now it's all up to Grievous. Does find one, does find two. Gonna confirm the kill on the third. Can't snap onto the fourth, but the triple from Grievous may have just kept the side of Leicester in this round.
And that May was very conditional, with Porridge going down like that, with the spike going down here, with all the time to set up now for the Sentinel as well, and Desi even activating that dash, can go aggressive, trying to push through the cyber cage. Rudy has so few opportunities available to them. They even lose out to Yummy here, and it really was a May, and now it's looking like it's going to be 3-9 again, unless those pistols really manage to show off. The economy just really isn't there. I mean, they're going to be able to get rifles on some of these players, but not everyone.
I mean, final round and a half. You've got to be saying, though, if you're Leicester, let's go in at 8-4. 8-4 is better than 9-3. I mean, unless you're a superstitious person, you believe in the good old 9-3 curse. But nevertheless, for one of these sides, they are going to put themselves after this map on to championship point. Oh, Rudy! Snappy, naughty, yes please, from the breach. As Luke is going to be dropped, that's going to be a big old kill as well, because that's going to be the fade. So no reveal on the site from the Haunt, no prowlers to detect the presence of enemy players. But just like that, though, Ven instantly trade out. We mentioned the Phoenix on this map, right? How sneaky it can be, how annoying it can be to play against. And Porridge, well, he's going to charge straight through the smoke to find a kill. That Phoenix ult's going to be to no avail, but they do get themselves a little bit of information onto site.
They do indeed. Sweetie manages to get at least a frag to even things back up, that add more. They actually used that teleport to move on over. Sure, position is known, but look who's behind you. You've got to be a little bit worried here. No, ready for Polar, deals with it absolutely. Oh, the Grieveless flicks around just in the nick of time. Trying to teleport away, but that neural theft means, yeah, you can teleport as much as you want. Position is still known. Will he go for the double fake? They don't know, but Grieveless certainly knows. Did not deal with the camera. And it's a big mistake here for Sweetie, is then how Grieveless just able to push on in. It is finally that round going away, and a slip up means it is 8-4. It is the half that they were at least striving for at the very end, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not the best of situations, but it's definitely not the worst. You mentioned this. Haven, I do agree with you. I think can cater towards the attacking team ever so slightly. But for the side of Leicester, you just got to say to yourself, let's win this pistol round. We win the pistol round, we'll most likely win the buy round going into the second, because we're going to have the Spectres, they're going to have the Ant-Eco, and all of a sudden, you're back up to 8-6 and you're within touching distance of tying this game up, right? So a big old pistol round about to come up here for these two sides.
Yeah. Really well played by defending side now. Maiden City have just kind of shown that they're able to play a more standard kind of old school comp with the double duelist, with the single initiate, single smoke, and that sentinel. And I'm absolutely here for it. It means that they can play more aggressive styles. They can play to varying paces. And it means that if their pace doesn't match up well with their opponents, they can just shift it. But with Ven off the board, that is certainly some of the power of this squad neutered somewhat. But still looking for a chance here. Desi wants to get their headshot, but it's just not quite going the way they want with that flash going in as well. Desi is in for a rough time as they try and tap away, but the backup of Luke, at least it's traded 1-for-1. They're only a one-player disadvantage, but on the defense, that can be all she wrote.
Yeah, I hate to laugh because I would be doing exactly the same thing as what Desi was doing, but the crosshair placement of Desi after the flash was, it was unfortunate to say the least. I think if it was a giant that was stood there, I don't think the crosshair placement still would have hit his head. It might have been slightly above, but then again, a breach flash is very, very much a strong bit of kit to try and counter, to say the least. But no, this is exactly what you wanted to see, though, right? From the side of Leicester, you get yourself into the game off the back of winning a pistol round. Now you've got the Spectres to work with in the next. So that is the perfect start into this second half for the side that are currently trailing by 4 rounds.
Really is. Gives them a good chance to move on in here. Luke wants to get A-Frag something desperately, but all the angles being held. And again, a highlight of that Cypher, and while it's not for the side that I was particularly looking forward to for, it's still doing fantastic work. Grieveless is looking really good, despite the fact that their team was so down in the previous half. They've shown up on the attacking half more than anything, and that's good, I think, for this team. When Polar isn't able to deliver, they need other people to step up and really be that critical point kind of power to push forward, because this team requires someone to be at the front of the snowplow. Otherwise, it doesn't really push anything away. It just kind of carries it with it.
It just kind of carries the mush around, right?
Yeah.
That's what I think you were trying to say. But no, I agree. And, you know, whether it be Polar, whether it be someone on this side of Leicester, but if they can continue to try and step up and find these kills, they can definitely claw their way back in. But speaking of kills, Desi finds the first. Sweetie, oh no, they're not checking corners, and he's got a right click in the hand of the Classic Spectre now. Pulled out. Flash does come through. That's going to be the paranoia. Although Polar Q is there, does he manage to find one? I'm not too sure he's going to. He does, but then he finds the trait. All of a sudden, it's up to Grieveless in the 2 versus 1. Has got the spike to work with.
Yes, indeed. Has a way to bring them to him. You can see those two players, you know where they're coming from, but the spray is going to be easier said than done. Uses the Cyber Cage well to keep them at bay. Grieveless wants to get it. It's that Cyber Cage drops. They're going to be wide out in the open, but they are too ready for him. And it's 9-5 now. They're moving towards those double digits after a brief respite. After what was some awkward starts to this half.
Yeah, it's keeping us guessing, right? I think that's the best way to say it. I mean, either way though, I think there's still some mistakes that will be made in this game, in this map, sorry, should I say. And I think if it's the side of Maiden City that make the mistakes, it's fantastic. Leicester get their way back into it. But for the side of Leicester, they've got to keep those mistakes to a minimum, because when the team that you're playing against is on 9, if you lose one round to put them on 10 and you're forced to eco the next, a couple rounds later, the map's done.
Yeah, it can be really brutal when you just like slip up that one time and then it just falls catastrophically into a round loss from what felt like such a big gap between you and losing, but it really doesn't go that way. That's the big thing about Valorant, is things can slip away from you in just a second, just a heartbeat. Like their lives are slipping away from them right now. 2 players already down in Leicester. And this attack is looking again in a position where it's just not strong enough to weather the storm. We'll be able to not even get one. I mean, Ven just literally walked out there. But because Sweetie was there with some backup,
I must wait a
it's all
moment.
fine.
Grieveless. Sheriff in hand. What can he do? Nothing, because Ven, the run and gun on the Spectre's a little bit too good. Who would have said that it needs nerfing, right? Not me since beta, at least, anyway. But 10th on the board for the side now of Maiden City. But it doesn't matter, because, okay, it was a save round. It was an eco from the side of Leicester. They have now got the rifles to work with. The Cosmic Divide as well, the ult of the Astra, available for investment should they want to try and make sure they get onto the site at least. But look at this, a big old C-stack here from the side of Maiden. Have they sniffed onto something here?
I think they're feeling it. They see the idea. I mean, they've pushed A, they've pushed B, they've been all over the place, but the C site has not been something they're going for. I mean, again, when there's less utility, when you've got this kind of Cypher as well towards the A site, this C site should be an opportunity, but there's so many people waiting. Will it be?
I don't know, but Polar Q is going to find 2. Rudy's there to grab one as well. So, a 3-for-1 trade. But Desi looking to spoil the parade. But guess what? Christmas isn't coming early just yet, my friend. We're going to see a 6th round go on the board for the side of Maiden City here, unless there is some absolutely ridiculous plays out of Yummy. He's top of the leaderboard in terms of the frag department for his squad for a reason, though. So let's not count him out just yet. He's going to shift his way, though, over towards CT. I'm not too sure if Polar Q has actually spotted him cross. But that's going to be the first point of contact. Triple up for Polar. 6 on the board for Leicester. Big round to win.
Huge round to win if they can make it happen.
I can feel them getting ready.
In the next one as well, that'd be such a good chance for them to bring this one back, in spite of what looks like a strong position for the defending side. Their economy, and we can see, is not exactly there. Luke is maybe able to drop over to someone else so they could get armor, but they choose to keep that money in hand, maybe looking for an operator in some of these later rounds, but no, they do shift it around. They do make sure that Ven has access to that armor, and I think this is absolutely the right call. Over on this Phoenix, he can be that bit more aggressive, he uses to run it back, and, well, is running it forward, trying to just get these opportunities. Takes one, looks for another, and does get some information, at the very least. That spike is now dropped as well, and that's a big game changer. This now forces this entire round to be focused on that point. And that smoke is not quite where they want it to be. They try and make a play on the other side of the map, and completely denied by Yummy.
Sorry if I've just jump scared anyone in chat, but that was a ridiculous shot from Ven to keep himself alive and drop the first frag. So 4 versus 2. Polar Q and his teammate. It's going to be the fade that he's got to work with. It's going to be Chromazoni. So 2 players that you're probably back in this position to potentially pull off the dramatic 2v4. However, the issue is the neural theft's available as well. So should they find the first, they probably can clean the second up quite quickly. I don't think they're going to need to invest it. It's all going to come down to Polar Q. If he can find the first, this is going to be a huge round. I think if the side of Leicester lose this round, they've probably lost a map, and we'll see Maiden City advance onto map point. We will be heading to Bind after this, so could they finish it off in the desert?
30 seconds left.
Will they be forced into a frosty map number 5? Polar Q, though, buying his time, buying the patience. 20 seconds left, but the read has been absolutely superb from the side of Leicester. They know exactly where these 2 players are because they've got their player, the Cypher, Yummy, set up over towards CT. This side has to save now. This is going to be a round win for the side of Maiden City, and Leicester, they've left it a little bit too late.
Yeah, frankly, they were choked out of this round as soon as they tried to push on up here. And again, that's the Sentinels, right? The backup of the Fade with all the information they're getting. There's no way you could feasibly make that push happen. I don't blame them for not trying to go for it. It's better to have those rifles, especially with the pressure they're under. The next round loss that they have, if they have no money here, then that Econ's going to be broken, and then they're just going to get stupid. Obviously, there's still the chance of picking up the pistol round, and I certainly wouldn't count pistol round as an absolute loss, but it certainly is a likely loss, in spite of Valorant's tendencies to have these teams overstay their welcome and get caught by some of these shorter-ranged weapons.
Well, Yummy. First line of defense over towards Garage has got Ven to work with. It's going to be Aftershock forcing Ven out, but to no avail. I mean, talk about not being able to make any mistakes here. Yummy does get flashed, but the kill doesn't come through. Oh, that would have been a huge opening towards Garage there if Rudy found it.
Yeah, I mean, there would have been some backup, but it wouldn't have been enough to really hold it. That C site would have been flushed wide open in just a second. Let's see if they can do the same towards this A site now. They've got Concussion ready, they've got the Tremors, they've got this Cosmic Divide as well, which is really going to split things up. They're going to push on into it, but look at that. Trades 1 for 1, even trying to go for more, as it looks like even for now, and that spike will go down.
Well, Spike has been planted. Rudy has got the Rolling Thunder to work with. It's going to be Luke to find the first, though. So 2 versus 2, a big ult burn as well, as nothing's really found off the back of that Rolling Thunder for Ven, though. He's got Desi to work with. Oh, the pop flash is great. It's going to catch Chromazoni. They know where the last player is as well. I think he's just going to stick it. Ven has to stay alive. The flash comes through. I think that's going to play dividend as Grievous falls. Desi confirms the kill. 12th on the board. Map point for the side of Maiden City.
Match point.
They are really well played there, honestly. You have to pick that one up, and now that economy we were talking about before is relatively shot. There's not much else to back it up. They got some ultimates. They've got access to Polar on these knives, but this map has just not been for them, and this is something we sometimes see on this map, right? We see players, we see teams able to shut down these more kind of focused squads when they have that really carry player, because there's so many different parts of the map. You could just run them around, make sure they're not going to be so relevant, and pick up far more rounds than you would otherwise.
Well, Maiden City looking to close it out now for Leicester. They've got to try and win this round to keep themselves alive. Ven's gonna find the first. The tag on the dart was perfect from Yummy. And somehow, this side of Maiden City, yes, they lost the icebox in quite convincing fashion, but boy, oh boy, are they in Dreamland because they answer back fantastically here on Haven. Porridge, though, does grab 2. 3 versus 1. It would make it an ace if he pulls it off, but the spike is down. Yummy confirms the kill. And we see the map go to Maiden City.
Wow, wow, wow. Maiden City, I mean, they showed their tenacity in map 2, almost bringing it back, but they really hung on there. They really delivered an impressive performance, finding round after round after round. I cannot understate how impressed I am by the fact that this squad can come together like they do.
Yeah, well, guys, don't forget we have got that Xbox giveaway for the Xbox Series X. I said it right at that time. I'm not going to get shouted at by production. Make sure you go over to our Twitter. All you got to do is retweet and like the tweet that mentions the Arena Clash finals. But while you do that, we're going to take a short little break while we head into map number 4.
Scenario is this. Things are going to be difficult. Things are going to get rough for these teams, especially if we go to that 5th map. But here in number 4, they've really got to start delivering. This is where we often see some of the best Valorant. Here in map 4, when people are pushed to their absolute limits.
Well, it's do or die. Now or never, right? That's what the sides are going to be saying to themselves. Well, at least if you're a Leicester City fan. Oh, there we go. Did it again. Leicester fan, sorry, should I say. But for Maiden City, they know just one map separates them from being crowned Valorant Arena Class champions for 2022. Ven gonna keep things going here fantastically well as the side of Maiden City. They do find the first two. Spike instantly down. Although Rudy Boy does find a head dink, can't confirm the kill. It's gonna be Polo Q to clean things up. Chromazoni though, right click galore, and all of a sudden we do see the 2 versus 1. Both players very, very low, but Chromazoni's been spotted. They know where he is. This should be a good start here for Maiden City.
Out, catches one, just needs that shot into Sweetie, and Sweetie I think very sensibly not peeking out at all, not giving a chance away, and Chromazoni, buddy, you just don't have the time.
He's gonna die, no point saving the classic through to the next. He can grab himself a couple bullets at the Headhunter instead with that money from the death. First round win though, on the board for the side of Maiden City, and again, I can't stress how important it is that if Maiden City get off to a good start here, they really, really can put themselves in a fantastic spot to take home this Arena Clash Championship. What are you saying if you're Maiden City? You know this is it. You know this could potentially be the final map of the game. Do you keep playing the way you're playing, or do you change approach here, Rook?
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They've won 2 out of 3 maps so far. Keep up the pressure. Keep on delivering the kind of performances that we see. And I wouldn't be shocked to see it with Ben and the gang really delivering some fantastic fragging performances. I'm not shocked at all to see frags like that and to see leads like this continue to grow.
Well, here comes the storm onto that A site, although Chromazoni does get behind enemy lines, but I think that TP did reveal his location, and well, that's going to be Sweetie to clear things up instantaneously. And they go 2 for 2. Fantastic start to the attack inside, and Maiden City, they want to get this done quickly.
They really do, and I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Again, we're looking at this Leicester squad, and when things go longer, they tend to get stronger. And these pistol rounds are always a real chore for them, I think, in a lot of ways. They try and make something cheeky happen. They try and look for a way to make a play, but opponents just seem to always have their number on it pretty much. When they start winning them, that's when you need to get worried, honestly. And Leicester know that if they get a chance to kind of warm up and really get this map and understand what their opponents are doing, things are fine. But right now, with the way they're varying around, the way that they play different styles as well on that on that third map, I think Maiden City Bats are looking to just run this one through, pick up the round, and well, Polo doesn't want to let it happen, but they might have no choice in the matter.
Well, Desi answers back. Spectres in the hand, though. We know how destructive they can be. Porridge, though, lies in wait. Grieveless does help him out. So, it is going to be the side of
Spike down A.
Leicester, who looks like they claw their way back into this round. And again, just the superior weaponry seems to be the difference maker. So the first should go on the board here, really, as it's all up to Ven, left alive on the raise. Oh my god, Ven! Is that a classic or an operator in your hand? That's absolutely electric. But surely you can't find a 3v1 here, surely.
John will try and Ben wants to find this, but unfortunately, rifles beat pistols. That is unfortunately the rock paper, not even rock paper, this is just, general power level. They managed to destroy any hopes of Ben picking that up, tragically, but at least Ben managed to find a decent amount of damage there, right? Like, look at that economy. They've had to buy up on 2 more of those players. They're going to have to even go to a... Okay, no, they're opting in for the rifle, but not have armor on some of them as well. You can kind of see that. And it's going to make a big difference when it comes to these firefights, especially with 2 Phantoms available for these teams, for these players. That's going to mean those headshots are going to kill.
Well, both teams now with, you could say, equal firepower. Sets of rifles across the board. And again, you mentioned, right, this is the benefit of having the Brimstone, the aggressive smokes, right, that you can just combat stim your way onto the site and instantly find yourself a plant. And it looks like that's the way that Maiden City want to play this, but they walked straight into Grieveless.
They have indeed. Oh, good spray. Means they can keep moving forward, Ven. Getting caught there with the flash. It's a good chance for them to push on through. They can take these nades, they can take this advantage, and keep pushing it.
Here comes the side of Leicester. The retake's looking good so far. They find 3. Luke's there to trade, though. Desi gets caught with a flash out. It's going to be Chromazoni who finds the kill onto Luke. Polo Q trades. 2 for 2. Although the first pistol round and buy was found by the side of Maiden City, it's back-to-back rounds for the side of Leicester to answer any questions that were given. And, well, they've got the answers correct.
I have indeed. No messing around with that one. Good round in their hands. And in spite of that weaponry kind of leaving it in that second round, they still managed to hold it up and now force themselves into a position where they can really lock down the next couple of rounds. This is probably going to 4-2 realistically, maybe 3-3 by round 6 if we see a really solid rifle round come through. But with only a couple of ultimates at least available right now, I think it'll be difficult for the attackers to really counteract what's going to be coming through from the Res, from the Seekers, from everything else that's not so far away for the defending side of Leicester right now.
Yeah, well, Ven has got the showstopper to work with, so could potentially use that as an avenue for success to find the opening entry, and well, he doesn't even need to because it's going to be the Sheriff headshot that does the job. Well, what have Leicester got up their sleeves here when it comes to retaking? It's going to be the orbital strike available on the afterplant. The rendezvous is going to keep the chamber alive after the showstopper is put out towards the back of sight. And if you're Maiden City here, you just got to delay, right? Then you just got to keep hitting headshots. Desi, you too. That's a paint shell, big old nade. A great eco round win for the side of Maiden City.
Really, really well done. And again, a shock to see coming on through. This is something we occasionally see from the defending side in how they play through some of these more kind of difficult rounds. They play for a chance to really blow the situation right open. Rather than taking, you know, some of the more sensible angles, they catch people off guard, they get those advantages. But this time, it's Maiden City who managed to find some good frags and has some good advantages they picked through, but then expecting them to be waiting right behind to try and get that spray down, instead gets caught blindside.
Well, I mean, again, right? So they're the mistakes you can't make. You've got the likes of Maiden City who are on an eco round. You've got their backs against the wall. You've took 2 for 2 off the back so far. You can't allow them to just walk their way onto site and then get a 3K with the likes of a Sheriff in hand, right? It's just not doable. Not in what could be the final map you have in this tournament. Unless they've got to fix it, and they've got to fix it fast, or the likes of Maiden City will really take advantage of them.
They will indeed. You see already that Maiden City are trying to play around the map, look for a chance to open things up. And that tour de force, unfortunately, not going to be able to do too much with those smokes coming on in. Luke, make sure as well there's no one waiting on site. They can go for the plant. Sure, there's no wall for a sage wall coming out from the attackers right now, but they will at least be able to find something. The orbital bombardment does at least deny that plant for now, and those smokes will dissipate, meaning that the chamber with the tour de force can start to have more of an impact. They should be able to get into position regardless.
Well, can they get into position? That's the question. Ven is going to find one. The TP is going to bait him out. It's going to be Rudy to shut him down. Desi can't do much more than that. 2v2, the revive available as well. It's going to be invested. It's going to be invested successfully, and although the Seekers do very much come out to not too much avail, the only thing is I'm not too sure if they know Yummy is lurking over towards Hooker. Yummy finds 2. The lockdown available. Oh, Chromazoni with a jiggle. Fantastic stuff from the chamber. A Sentinel diff to say the least. That's nearly really unlucky though from Yummy. Finds 2 great kills. He just has to delay a little bit longer. If he has the likes of a swarm grenade, he probably actually wins the round. Oh, yeah. But either way though, great stuff from Chromazoni. 3 rounds apiece here. Both teams, they're going blow for blow and swing it.
Yeah, a shout out as well to Rudy Boy in how they played that round, getting a good couple of frags, denying away, buying so much time in that lurky position. Sure, they didn't stop the plant from going down, but they did everything else but moving into a fantastic position to get some good spray downs. And with the res coming through from Borage as well, that advantage really was kept up through the ultimates of the Tour de Force and the res to give them enough power to push on through. He's only holding down an angle again this time. No sniper rifle in hand, just a normal rifle this time, and their head might be clean off the teleport. That rendezvous saving their life.
Just about keeping him alive. It's going to be really catches Sweetie with his pants down in the sand. Pop flash comes through. Luke does actually get the assist from the flash on there. Sky as well, but Grieveless. Could he be the one to be the party pooper? Sat over towards Cubby on B side. is just waiting. Oh, but look at that. The spike still very much over towards A. Oh, the issue is, though, they're going to probably try and sell the fake. However, the trademark is going to slow the push down towards A short. And with a chamber on site, this is very much winnable.
Is indeed. With the lockdown going, they find their chance. Roma's only in a position to try and play spoiler, but look at that rotate instantly. As soon as the call comes, it's a bait. We need to rotate. We need to be there on time. Ven looks to push forward aggressively, really wants to find Chromazoni, but does. That gives them a chance. 4 versus 3, they've got the advantage now. There comes the Nightfall.
Here comes the aggression from the side of Leicester. They try to muscle their way back onto the site, but with muscle comes Vandal, headshots, Grievous, Porridge, both gonna fall. Maiden City doing a great job of holding on to this round. They play the fake perfectly, and guess what? They find their 4th.
Really well played. Again, this is a map where knowing which shot you're going to hit, knowing when to change, knowing when to swap, so important in how you play this with the teleporters, with the utility, how you utilize that. And while I love Brimstone here, it's one of the things which you've got to be really careful about. Where you invest your smokes and what you do. Sure, it wasn't relevant there in that round, but that's something to keep in mind. If you see them invest 3 smokes towards A site, it's very unlikely they're going to be able to make a rotate. If there's still a player on B site, they get cut wide open. And we saw that with how Rudy Boy was able to play.
Oh, the bot has spotted, but guess what? Ven doesn't care. He still checks the corner. If that's me, I'm screaming, why have you checked that? 2 bits of YouTube have just gone past it. But either way, Ven knows better, finds the kill. Spike does go down. Numbers advantage once again. How many times have I said that so far? In favour of Maiden City, although Porridge is there to find the kill into Desi. Yummy does trade for the refrag, and there goes Grievous. So, 3 for 3 left alive here in this round.
See here, the showstopper going deep into there to keep them away. Buy some space, buy some time, buy a chance for Luke to really play spoiler. That spray was so good, and even catches more space and keeps them just held back. 5 rounds on the board now for this squad, for Maiden City. They just need to close out this map to win as well, guys. Keep that in mind. They are on match point right now.
Ven, absolute fireworks so far. Somehow putting, I don't want to say the whole team on his back, because credit where credit's due. His teammates are still working well behind him, but when you've got your main entry point on the duel list like a Raze, dropping 13 on 5 on a map like Bind as well, it just makes your life so much easier, right?
Absolutely. You know, when you can rely on those fraggers to deliver. That was the big thing in the previous map, right? Polar did not have such a great game. And it sucks when Polar doesn't deliver, because they're such a sharp player, so brilliant in making their own plays, and you just don't see the same kind of color you see out of this team. But now, with Polar delivering and with Ven delivering, this is a matchup that I'm so thoroughly enjoying.
Well, it looks like A, once again, the site of choice for this Maiden City squad. However, you've got to do it without Ven on the entry. Yummy. Not too sure if Rudy spotted him. Seekers do come through. Grievous there on the crossfire, so numbers advantage very heavily in favour of Leicester.
So big. It's an opportunity for them to take back control of this round. But again, on the attacking side, you can still make these smaller numbers work. Your opponent doesn't have a player advantage to begin with on most of these sites, even when you're on 3 players. One of those sites is very much hittable. But with Polar holding that in an angle like this, it might not matter about numbers, it might matter about positional advantages. Polar is going to try to pick one, but altogether whiff there, and that's very important. Still a bit hold down an angle, might still find something, but easier said than done.
Yeah, it's a shot that Polar 9 times out of 10 will most likely hit. Misses again, but luckily Porridge is there. 4th on the board in a flawless round for the side of Leicester. Now Maiden City just starting to slow a little bit here, Rook, maybe. Yes, they've lost the round, but just taking across the ult economy. Grievous with the orbital strike. Porridge with the res. 2 ults that could really win you 2 rounds in a row. So 5-4 going into this, you know, next couple rounds, you're really wanting to secure a lead here for Maiden City.
I mean, given the pace of the game, I don't disagree with you. They want to find an advantage, they want to get something. But It's not the end of the world if they don't. This map is defender side, they can still find something. And look at this pace. They know exactly where Chromazoni is right now. There come the paint shells. There goes the Prowler. Sorry, buddy, you are gone with Ven gone as well. Chromazoni finally falls to Luke. Not even to the paint shells. They're very shocked by that one. It is going to be 4 versus 4, and that early pace has come to a little bit of a relaxed lull. While we're seeing some damage go forth and the spike move in, there's no actual contact just yet.
No contact made. But spike plant made. It's going to be the orbital strike to try and deny it. A big old waste of investment as well. For the side of Leicester, though, they have got the res should they need it. Not anymore because Porridge falls. It's going to be Yummy who finds the kills. So, you've got to say, for the side of Maiden City, they're going to struggle to hold on to this one here. Oh, unless Polar's going to whip like that, and Yummy finds 2. Grievous picks up 1. Sweetie, he's just going to be laying in wait in the smoke. Swings out, finds the kill. 6 on the board. For the side of Maiden City, though, Rook.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that Grievous wasn't able to find anything with that orbital bombardment really has to sting, because they wanted to use these ultimates effectively, as you were kind of highlighting, right? To get some advantage, to pull themselves back into this half. But now it's even or worse.
It's just this is where we're going to really learn how good a squad this Leicester side is, right? In these kind of situations where your back's against the wall, you know you're on the verge of defeat, and obviously not elimination from the competition because you're in the final, but you're on the verge of that team taking home top spot, and you unfortunately happen to settle for second. What can they do to get themselves back into this? It's going to be Grieveless to try and rally the troops and start things off. It's Desi who falls. Lockdown available for Maiden City. The weapon advantage again in favour of Leicester. No, I mean, gotta say, Maiden City probably not looking the best in this round, as they've got 1 player relatively low. Yummy, though, with the operator in hand, he is going to find 1, but not before Porridge can find 2. Polar swings. Polar should find the kill onto Yummy, but I'm sure Yummy will want to save the operator for another day. And that's going to be a 7th round now on the board for the side
30 seconds left.
of Maiden City. And now heading into the CT side, or the defensive side on Bind, to guarantee yourself a round win. That is a beautiful spot that Maiden City have found themselves in.
Yeah, I mean, losing that operator sucks a little bit for them, but obviously they've still got another round here. But for that, and as you say, they've got a really solid foundation for this second half. The pressure really starts to mount, and it is time to show up or shut up. That is the simple answer here. I was highlighting Polar delivering at the start of this half, but dropping down to 6 frags, that is not what you want to see. That's not the kind of roller coaster I want to see at all. I think Polar needs to really be delivering with this operator in this defensive half, and it's just not happening at all. Now they're going to be, when they're going to be moving on to the attacking side, I'm definitely looking forward to the individual plays, but that could be really difficult this map at times, especially with all the detail that we see coming through. Ben moves forward aggressively and has the Bucky. Now that's the old school play I love to see.
That's a big opening pick as well, because they've got complete site control. The Seekers will reveal where everyone else is set up. They have the lockdown for the post plant. So this really should be a Maiden City round win.
Oh, so surely should be. Polar gets a good shot in there to take down Ven. And the rest of it, they're just pushing off the back and utilizing the fact that they've just now got this number advantage, and they absolutely can make it happen, even in spite of that lockdown. Time is ticking, for sure. They certainly could find something. I think that one has to hurt a little bit. But it's just Yummy alone, desperately trying to spray, desperately trying to find an opening, but it's 6-6 in the half. And off the back of some solid play, this is the kind of stuff we love to see from Leicester. But moving on to this attacking side, they're really going to have to deliver. Otherwise, they're going to slowly but surely fall out of this set.
I think it's going to be a big pistol round as well, to the way this game goes. If the defensive side can take, the pistol, right, you probably can lock yourself 3 or 4 rounds quite comfortably consecutively in before the attacking side sort of adjusts to the way you're going to set up on your defensive half. So I don't know, man. It's real tough. Obviously, the pressure is, of course, on Leicester. Maiden City, they know they've at least got one more map to play with should they need it. Of course, they're not going to necessarily want it, but it's a good safety net to have. What's the mentality for Leicester going to be, though, going into this pistol?
Honestly, I'm looking at this right now and I'm saying, normally, Leicester lose every pistol. I really desperately don't want them to lose it here. First of all, that would take us, put this in a position closest to our 5th game. And I really believe in them, right? As soon as they start winning pistols, things are starting to go wrong. And I think you'll start to see it in a couple of the rounds. The confidence will start to peak. The players will start to begin. Wow, I am failing on these words. They will begin to really just take these angles aggressively, understand what their opponents are going for, and just clock a lot of these actions, which kind of seem innocuous, but a lot of the kind of positioning that they get information on, they'll be able to infer a lot off the back of it.
Well, Polar finds the tink onto Desi. That's going to allow a little bit more confidence onto that site. Of course, the Sky not having the ability to heal themselves. Polar Q has got one smoke to work with to try and get himself a little bit closer to the side. But look at Ven. Oh, 2 players on the flank. It's going to be Rudy who finds the first chromosome. He's there to find a kill as well. It's all up to Yummy, left alive on site.
Yes, indeed. I mean, there's a flank coming through, and Ven does sign something. That's an opportunity. That's a juncture. That's exactly what they need.
I mean, again, it's the team play, right? But as I say that, speak of team play, the peaks come through, and Leicester, they hold onto the side. For a second in the 3 versus 2, I thought it was going to be Maiden City to get the better of them. But just about. Maiden City hold on. Or sorry, Leicester hold on. And for Maiden City, can't be making those mistakes.
Can't be. And Leicester now with an advantage in pistol round. Moving on forward, they could absolutely take control of this. And we saw the last outing they had. They were really able to deliver when it came to, okay, now is our time. Their opponents struggled to get a word in edgeways as soon as this started happening. They struggled to really make the impact that they desperately needed to. And we could absolutely see the same thing happen here. Once they get going, once they set the pace, their opponents, if they play into it, well, they're just dancing to their tune.
Well, are they going to keep dancing the night away, or will the DJ pull the plug? Either way, I mean, it's been a great final thus far, Rook. I mean, I would love to see a map 5 and see who can take it all when the pressure really is on. For a second, I thought Polar didn't see the player in the smoke as he crossed, but Porridge is there to find the kill onto Yummy.
Spike planted.
So far, for the side of Leicester, they look to go 2 for 2 here off the back of a great pistol run. Flash comes through, Polar does turn away, Polar finds one, Porridge is there. I think they know exactly where the last 2 are, so this should be the 8th on the board.
They know at least the fade is in there. You can probably tell that Sweetie is likely alongside. They know there's a player on each side. There's the spray, there's the kill. 8-6 flawless round. I mean, it was a bonus. It starts to be expected.
I mean, yeah, it's to be expected, but listen, I think what we saw, like 6 round wins on the ecos throughout this competition or this final so far. So, you know, never say never when it comes to Valorant, especially when you got that classic, right? That right click on the classic is quite formidable at times, you could say. But nevertheless, though, Porridge has really, really shown up. 18 kills on the board for him. And they've got to make sure that this whole squad really keeps on top form here for the side of Leicester, because Maiden City, if they have a chance, they will take it. We've known that. We've seen that very scenario play out in this series.
Oh. They're pushing aggressively. Luke gets caught here. This is a good opportunity, and Ben leading the team forward as usual. Chance to strike on in here. So close, up close and personal. Chromes only loses the duel. And Ben's on 3 frags. They're looking hungrily for more, even on 5 HP.
5 HP. But Ven can sometimes make it work, Rudy. Heart in the mouth moment there, maybe Rook for him. Does find the kill though. It's gonna be the revive to come through. However, Desi's there. Can he swing to find the kill? 2 players, potentially both lined up. Chroma's only finds 1. It's all luck to Desi. Can he find the frag and try and find the round win for his squad? He does find the headshot. The triple comes up. Porridge falls. 7th on the board for the side of Maiden City.
Impressive performance from Maiden City to keep bringing this back. Obviously, rifles into bonus. They had the advantage, but they made it happen. And I think that's easier said than done with the momentum that we're seeing right now from the side of Leicester. I'm not surprised. The Raptors are really looking for every last scrap they can get here. And when you finally manage to snatch something away from them, that's something to be celebrated. Now with the weapons in hand, sure, it's not exactly where you want it to be. You lost a few too many players. You haven't got the economy quite where you want it. But you at least have rifles on the key players, being Ven and Desi, who are fantastic individual playmakers. You just need to see them do so.
Yeah, I think, you know, you speak about the likes of standout players, Ven, Desi, of course, they come to life. Polar as well for the side of Leicester. However, there's only so much you can rely on your key players, right? It has to be a real team effort to get over the line. And I think at the moment, I think Leicester might just be the better, well-rounded verse team so far here on Bind. Yes, it's very equal, but even there, the coordination on the pop flash to come and find the kill was, you know, not the best from the side of Maiden City. It cost them 2 life, albeit a fantastic shot and dash away from Polar. So numbers advantage for the side of Leicester. They should get onto the B site so well as well. They played the fake over towards A beautifully. This should be a 9th round on the board. Well, Leicester, they definitely want to try and force that map 5.
See them getting aggressive, taking down Ven as well. Just look at that. Running forward, and Luca's trying to make it happen, but Leicester, they are just sitting in the position, ready and waiting. Sweetie will pop this open and then have a nice surprise on the other side in Porridge, who sends him a packing. Good headshot, but unfortunately, it's another flawless and minimal damage as well. This shows the control, right, that Leicester just seem to have on these rounds.
Yeah, and we talk about teams, right? And it's something we've mentioned throughout the Arena Clash season in general. Is sometimes you have a team that has that flip of the switch factor about themselves, right? And I feel like Leicester are one of those teams, but however, they can take a little bit, you know, I mean, yes, it's December and it's like negative 52 outside at the moment in the UK, so they can take a little while to get the engine heated up. But once they do, they can be a real tough team to deal with. And I think we're going to learn a lot about this Maiden City team over the next few rounds as to whether or not they can really handle the pace that the side of Leicester may or may not set. But either way, though, Rudy Boy, speaking of pace, is going to keep it accelerated, finds the first numbers advantage again in favour of the side of this Leicester squad.
I like that they're going for it. I like that they're trying to make those opportunities happen, but look at all those players holed up in bathrooms. This time, there is a Sage Wall on this half. And I love the fact that they are able to bring it. Chromazoni gets contact, knows there's 2 players there. They are slow, they are out in the open, but Yummy Ice Cream holds their metal. Let's see if they can take that metal, bring it to the others. As it's 3 versus 4 now on the retake, and they've got a weapon disadvantage, which slow orbs are plenty. There's so much utility that's going to try to stop them, and Yummy Ice Cream is eaten all up.
Yeah, the util was used and invested, but guess what? It's just the weapons overall that just reign supreme. And yes, Ven's last alive. He'll probably fall and the 10th will go on the board. But it's just so good. I mean, yes, it's the eco round, but what they do is they get onto the site and they hold it quickly, and they just leave players off site to say, okay, you're just going to be our information scouting players. Like, if you die, it doesn't really matter. Yes, they might get a rifle, but, you know, we've got the likes of the Seekers on site to hold it should things get a little bit dicey. We know that. We've got players like Polar Q who can find a kill, and Grievous there found 2 as well. So, for Leicester, it's been really, really good so far in the second half of Bind. They've gone, you know, 4 for 1 so far in terms of round count. And it looks like this Maiden City squad, they don't really have too many answers to the questions that are being thrown their way.
Yeah, a bit of a shock, honestly, to see them manage to really show up like this. But again, the bad omen, if you're a Maiden City fan, was that first pistol round going their way. And from there, it's been a demonstration of superior kit talent right now. Polar just swings out wide, takes down Luke. Ven and the gang, they're stuck in bathroom. There's so little they can do to properly impact this round. And the rocket comes out, they take down Polar, yes, but how do they convert this more? They're still at a player disadvantage. They continue to find names, and Ben desperately wants to make this happen for their team.
You know, like, this is what you do and how you play around the Valorant when you've got numbers advantage. You play with the traits. That's not what you do and let yourself get isolated to someone like Ven who drops the spike onto the site. You know, things were going so well until then, but the side of Leicester were playing that great until one small mistake and it could cost them dearly. They have got the orbital strike, though, to work with. And I'm not too sure if that's going to come down. They have got one smoke. They do select to smoke off short. Porridge finds the swing. Yummy dies. They get the spike. They're going to TP their way over towards that B site. But I think Ven has called that TP. Of course, the sound cue will let him know that he most likely does go over to B. Already got the quadra. Ace looked potentially in. Can he hold his nerve, though? This is a big round. Oh, the aggression from Porridge. Oh, he's not spotted him. This is great from Porridge. For where it's planted, he's going to think he's holding over towards Long. Porridge finds the headshot. 11th for Leicester. Heartbreak for Maiden City.
Well, Van came, they saw, but they couldn't quite conquer right now. Again, Porridge managed to deny a player who's really showed up on this map. This Sage is so comfortable for them, and it's a great pick on the map. Again, the flexibility of both squads really coming to the fore here when we're seeing teams bringing out different comps, different agents all over the place. And I'm so glad to see it that these guys are putting in the hard work and diversifying what they can bring to the table. Makes a big difference here. And again, Porridge delivering is always a pleasure, as they're now on 11 rounds, 2 away. One more to shut down the economy. From there, it's just push. Take the round, take the game, move us to map 5.
This does look like it has map 5 written all over it. Leicester, they seem to have the game by the scruff of its neck, and Maiden City there for the taking. Yummy finds the first. Porridge finds the trade. Spike does go down. That will put him one orb off of the revive as well. No doubt he'll be looking for the kill to try and pick up that res. It'll be a key piece of kit, but the orbital strike is the pivotal factor. All you've got to do is just keep Grievous off site, let him play towards short, let him play for the trades, let him play for the ult, and you secure yourself a potential map point and round number 5. The ult, though, from Sweetie's going to come through. Oh, no. He does drop, but the orbital strike comes through in the nick of time. Grievous. Oh, no. Grievous. He spotted both. He finds both. Map point for the side of Leicester. Could we be heading to map 5?
Match point.
They were not expecting Grievous to come from that angle, expecting them to be further back off the A site. They did not know, and I mean, it's a standard position, right, for that post-plant player to be standing, setting up for the lineup, setting up for everything else, being out of harm's way by a significant margin. Instead, waiting in bathrooms, ready and willing to pounce on that opportunity, and again, delivering them to what is match point. 3 ultimates, rifles aplenty. It's time to deliver it, time to just lock it out. Polar finds one, is looking for more. You see the players right there. Desperately gets one again!
Yummy, so good when it comes to it, but Chromozone's just a little bit better as he finds his second in the round. Luke falls. They know the A site may be wide open for the taking. They're flooding over towards short. They want this map done. They want to move on to map 5 because they think that they can snatch this Arena Clash Championship out of the grasp of Maiden City.
Planted.
They desperately wanted to deliver. Chromozone
Enemy remaining.
will not give them a chance to do so. Desi and the gang, they were on match point on this map. Well, not match point, on at least one map away from picking it up, but doesn't seem like it's enough. Desi's position known, does get a frag, but there are players waiting for you. You'll take on all comers. Can they do it? Swing out wide, but there are too many angles, too many players holding too much of this map. And 13-7, what a performance. They bring it right on back. They do not let go of it. And we are headed to that 5th and final map.
Yeah, we're going to it. We want it. We wanted it. They wanted it. The stream wanted it. Life wanted it, so we got it, right? I mean, what a series we've seen so far. Fantastic stuff, to say the least, from both sides. I mean, really, you don't know which way this final map's going to go. It wouldn't surprise me if we even head to overtime, for example, in this final map. Like, it could have that sort of feeling to it. I mean, we've seen 2 really close maps, and we've seen 2 maps that have been quite one-sided. So, Yeah, I really don't know, Rook.
I struggle to tell you what's going to be happening here. I mean, it's an interesting map. It's Fracture coming through. There's a lot of variables that could be coming our way. But I'm just saying, as good as pretty much everyone on the Maiden City Bats Shadow side has been, I think that when Leicester Raptors, Scavengers, when they start finding those pistol rounds, you need to hide because they are coming for you. They will find you and they will pick up a 5th and final map. That's just the thing going through my mind right now.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't know, do you? But taking a look at the team comps, we've got the Neon coming from Desi as well. So I'm a fan of Neon on the likes of Fracture. I think the fast-paced nature of her, it really adds to the dynamic of a map like this. Of course, slightly bigger. Yeah. It opens up those doors for success a little bit more so than others might. But anyway, we're going to head on into map number 3 shortly for you. One team will stand strong at the top of the table. And they're going to be the kings of the castles, the kings of the arena, where gladiators come and sometimes fall. 5 players will crown themselves the Arena Clash champions, and for the other 5, it will be GG, better luck next year. And it's all up to this final map between the side of the Leicester Raptor Scavenger and the Maiden City Bats Shadow. Who will take it? We're about to find out.
You can feel the trepidation as well in these players, especially for Maiden City Bats Shadow after losing that map after what seemed like a relatively close half. They brought it back towards even, but then they just about get eked out. And it was, not just about even. The other team just started to turn on like a light. And that warm-up we were asking for, well, the engine was running full throttle. And they were run over. They were right in the driving line. They themselves need to really shift gears in very little time. Otherwise, this map could slip away from their fingers quick as you can say.
Well, here we go. One map. 13 potential rounds. Probably a few more than 13, but you get what I mean. Separate one of these teams from putting themselves in the very large Valorant history books. And that of the Arena Clash. And it's Desi who finds the first Polar Q. Finds the trade. No numbers advantage as of yet. But here comes the side of Maiden City. Or Leicester, sorry.
Oh, Polar's head, taking those heads off of Desi there. The head came close to being taken off themselves, but with Ven starting to move in, this is a highlight player, someone to keep an eye on. Their performance will be key, and with 2K picking up that first pistol round, they deny a chance for that momentum to keep on going. This was pivotal. It feels like maybe, the first round doesn't matter too much. Obviously, it leads into the second round and gets you an advantage there. But the fact that they managed to stop Leicester from actually picking up this round and keeping their winning streak going will mean a lot to the mentals of these players.
Yeah, I think it's again, it was what I think we had the conversation in the middle of map 3, right? When it comes to the mental attitude sometimes in playing Valorant. I cannot imagine the pressure, the nerves, the thought process. I'd love to be on a fly on the wall in these arenas right now, Rick, to know what's going through the minds of these players as every round the minute clock ticks down. They know that one mistake can cost themselves dearly, but yummy, no mistakes made thus far. Headhunter confirmed. Headhunter by name, Headhunter by nature finds one. Sweetie finds 2 after, then drops Polar. This looks like it's a successful conversion on the buy round for the side of Maiden City. And they start off 2 for 2.
Do indeed. Good solid round, playing off the back of the pressure that they know they have. Good understanding as well that they don't have to be put into these positions all the time. They could be the one dictating the pace, and that was what I highlighted as being so key. You need to be the ones leading the charge, be it literally or figuratively. You need to be making sure that your opponents are responding to you rather than the other way around, because otherwise their strategies, the ones that they've practiced, are going to be the ones that are coming through. And look, I'm sure teams might say, oh, we're good at improvising. Oh, that's nice. But as good as you are at improvising, a well-thought-out strategy will do wonders in setting your win rate up.
And I couldn't think of a better phrase to use whilst talking over a map like Fracture, right? I mean, like, we talk about teamwork making the dream work and, you know, strats sometimes winning or losing your tournaments. A map like Fracture, your communication, your teamwork, your knowledge of each other's pros and cons has to be absolutely second to none and flawless. And well, for Chromazoni, he catches one nap and it's going to be Desi who falls, albeit he only had the Marshall to work with. But that's a good start here on the third round for the side of Leicester.
It is indeed. Already. I'm looking for a chance, see how many tries to clip that head. But instead, holds a back angle. That Bucky was going to be a bit of a surprise, but unfortunately, he was the one who got caught off guard. Porridge gets that frag and sets them up, and love the fact that they're going to be able to get control of this one. The A site under theirs, and now the retake is going to be certainly difficult.
Launching smoke.
A little bit easier said than done, I think, is the phrase that comes to mind. But Luke starts it off well. He finds the first, but not before Porridge can go ahead and trade that kill on back. And well, Sweetie tries to grab the Vandal that's on the floor. It's a valiant effort, but unfortunately, not a good enough one. As he drops down to 4 HP. The stun comes through. There's the triple for Porridge. And that's the first on the board for the side of Leicester here. And Maiden City, they just got a reminder there that let's not take this Leicester squad lightly because they're very much in this game until the map is done.
Absolutely. I don't want to see either of these teams taking each other lightly because the frags that we're seeing come through from the kind of highlight players in Polar and Ven and honestly pretty much everyone across the board have been so sick to see, have been so good to see the kind of coordination as well with the buddy system, with the way they're playing off the back of each other, making sure that what would be maybe a 1-for-1 trade is instead at least like picking up that one for road because they've got so many bullets heading the way and they can kill a player before the damage even needs to come out.
Well, Chromazoni, he wants to keep the momentum building for the side of Leicester. He finds 2. Neural Theft instantly invested in. To have a Neural Theft after 3 rounds isn't a bad bit of artillery to have, right? You'd rather just think of a few ults that you'd want to have in that kind of situation, and Neural Theft's definitely up there with the best of them. So Spike does get planted 4 versus 2. These Phantoms will be saved into the next round. So after the opening 2 go into the side of the defensive team, that is, of course, Maiden City. Looks like Leicester answer back with 2 haymakers of their own.
Yeah, it's good to see. Love as well the agent picks that we're seeing. Obviously, we can kind of talk about briefly the breach, which is so key on this map for cycling through that ultimate and also ways to kind of make that that take possible. But the fact that we're seeing the Cypher come on through, that Neural Theft, I think is so fantastic on this map, which is so big, and there's a lot of flank routes. I think it's absolutely wondrous. Whereas I kind of think we kind of look towards the other side, and while I'm not a huge fan of the Chamber at the current moment, I certainly do love the fact that we're seeing that Fade come through, who could kind of provide a lot to kind of assist in terms of information, alongside the kind of relatively informationless version of an Initiator in the breach. And the fact that they've got a player in Desi to really capitalize upon that, to be the player who kind of, well, literally slides into sight while all of that chaos and mayhem and information gathering is going on behind them. So I do actually think that if you're looking at the compositions, Maiden Bat's Echo, if they can utilize it well, have such a good way to crack sites open, and I think that's key on this map, be it for offense or for defense.
Oh, I love it from Desi, though, the aggression out. I think he's a little bit too trigger happy, though. Luke does find 1. Desi momentarily delayed by 2 sets of flashes. Porridge doesn't find the kill because he ends up flashing himself, and Luke and Desi's there to find the trades. And all of a sudden, Rudy's forced out from the aftershock, and a shock is what it gets as he swings into 3 players from the side of Maiden City. And that's going to be shooting practice for them. Luke does get the Nightfall online. And we're going to have one of those matches. It's going to be you take a round, I take a round. Rook, I can smell it already.
Yeah, I mean, that was a messy round, so glad that Maiden Bats were actually able to pick that one up. Normally, that's the kind of round which goes the way of Leicester. And I'm absolutely here for a map where we go back and forth and back, and I think Fracture is a map where you don't always see that because it's such a weird map with how its attack and defense work, but I'm absolutely down for it because it means that these players are going to make some crazy plays when it comes to kind of just forcing these opportunities to be theirs and no one else's.
Well, let's see if Leicester can put a few tricks out from underneath their sleeves. Chromazoni is gonna get control of A main. That spike not down just yet, but Desi is going to pounce. It's Porridge who falls.
Planted.
And for the side of Maiden City here, they're set up very nicely for this retake. They've got 2 players pinched in. Is that ult going straight onto the site? Of course it is. That's going to force Grieveless out. And oh, the retake has been fantastic so far for the side of Leicester. Maiden City. That's a great round.
Yeah, really well played. Honestly, kind of sad we didn't see a pop-off round there from PoloQ in the end. It's in, like, coming back, getting the ace, looking hella fly with that, with those knives. But in the end, it was great positioning from Ven, brings down the orbital strike, managed to deliver a lot for their team. Again, the fact that that we're seeing Maiden City really on all cylinders firing is great. Yummy already has that operator. This defense, they could lock out this round, they can lock out the next, but these rifles are obviously going to be the big kind of foil to that. And they need to make sure that that doesn't happen when that Rolling Thunder is going to be coming their way. So positioning on the site is going to be more key than anything.
How crucial will it be? Polar, I'm going to find the first with a Vandal. It's going to be Ven who drops. One thing I'm a little bit not confused or shocked at is the amount of role changes out of Maiden City, Rook. I'm not too sure if you've noticed it. Like one minute, for example, you've got the Sentinels playing Duelists, then you've got the Duelists playing Sentinels, for example, or Initiators. So maybe it's a strat that seems to be causing the side of Leicester a few troubles at the moment. They do get the spike down though. They have got the Orbital Strike and the Rolling Thunder available for investment too. On the retake though, they got a Rolling Thunder of their own and the Overdrive should the Neon want to crank it up.
And they likely will. Neon players, they love to get aggressive, but unfortunately all alone right now as Chromazoni manages to trade 1-for-1, but at least to buy some time for their team. This is a very off-start position right now. The Rolling Thunder is there from both sides as they really want to make this one mayhem.
Here comes the retake. The Orbital Strike, though, is the difference maker here, if you ask me. And there it is. Desi gets caught. So does Porridge. And although Grieveless is left alive, I don't think there's enough time for Sweeney to get himself a miracle made. He falls. Fourth on the board, though, for that side of Leicester, sorry. Sorry, the third goes on the board. And I mean, you just really cannot tell which way this final map is going to go, Rook.
You can't. That's how I like them. Again, full series. We have an absolute treat today. 4 games of fantastic play from both sides. Obviously, some were more one side than the others, but the fact that we got one from each of those is absolutely brilliant. And to finish here on Fracture, which is a map which is certainly unique in the way it plays, is, I think, really testing both these teams and that flexibility and how comfortable they are on some of these non-standard maps. I think it's definitely, we're in for a treat for how this ending goes.
Yeah, and I think, like, for so long, Fracture was a map that teams would just not gravitate towards, right? And would absolutely hate playing because it was just such a complex map. And even now, we don't see it too many times in map pools, right? Now, especially even with the likes of Pearl in the game, and we've seen some recent changes to their competitive map pool with, I think it's Bind and Breeze that have now gone out to bring Split back in. I'm hoping we still do see a decent bit of Fracture as the months and years go on. But a round win, nevertheless, for the side of Maiden City. Just trying to take a look at yourself, Rook. If you was playing in a game like this, a grand final and an arena clash final on a map like Fracture, are you hoping you start on the defensive or offensive side? Because a map like Fracture, it kind of caters to both teams.
I think it really depends on what my team wants to do, and also, obviously, I prefer to win on a side that to end on a side I'm good at, because I like playing in the clutch. I like putting that pressure on myself. It forces myself to happen, and I think we're seeing that right now from this squad. They're really looking to try and force themselves to clutch, but Polar is absolutely here for it. Wants to set the record straight, get a couple of frags to that Sheriff, and deny away. It's a 3 versus 2 now. Even though they're down on weaponry, it shows how aggressive and how brilliant this team is at making plays happen. Now you hear that traversal. You assume that maybe the rotate's coming towards that B side, but you'd be wrong because Polo was waiting right there, takes out Desi. This chamber in Yummy Ice Cream, I mean, probably isn't even trying to make the retake.
Well, it's not going to have the best of chances if he tries to retake in the 3 versus 1. No doubt he just saves the op into the next. That's exactly what he's going to decide to do. I'm surprised Yummy's not picked up the likes of a chamber a lot sooner. You know, I think I think it suits his playstyle. I really do. I think he's an aggressive player, and that's where he's best at. When you can give him that explosiveness to open up the games. And I don't want to say he's wasted on the likes of a Cypher, because obviously he clearly makes it work on the Cypher. We've seen him do it many, many times. But I think on the chamber it just suits him a little bit better. But then again, though, it didn't suit him that round because they did lose it. It's 4th on the board for the side of Leicester. And again, looking across this scoreboard, there's not really a lot to separate the two teams, is there, Rook?
There really isn't. These teams are going tit for tat. I mean, there's a little bit more focus on Desi, while Polo has kind of been helped a little bit more by the team. But you love to see it. I love to see these duelists really delivering. And Desi, a player who's kind of, I mean, been delivering frags, been really consistent across the board, has really stepped up in this game here when Fen hasn't necessarily been able to have the same impact on this controller. And I'm absolutely here for it. I love seeing successful Neons. Love to see them sprint away, take control of the space, and then just make it happen. But while they've sprinted away, sprinted forward, they're going to get caught in a backstab here. Is that B site? I mean, they don't know it's wide open, but they're sure as heck going to find out when they invest so much utility to clearing it out and commit towards, get that plant down, really put a stop to this one. Look at Luke, look at Porridge. They're going to connect here in this position. The backups here, good stuff from Rudy Boy and the rest of the team, but they don't expect the third, but Grieveless holds it and saves Rudy Boy's bacon.
Saves the bacon. For how long? That's the question. 4 players stand for that attacking team. 3 left alive, though, for the defense. We'll make it 3 for the attackers now, as well as Desi. Does shot down shot. And well, Yummy finds one. Desi finds the second. They're not even have a chance to plant the spike here, Rook.
They really aren't. Grieveless. He's going to have to back out. I'm surprised they didn't get in on time, but they assumed that there were going to be players on there. They were wrong, obviously, but they didn't know. They had no idea whatsoever. Information's going to go through. Grieveless is rotating. What happens now? Grieveless going to be able to make it to the site in time, I believe. Yeah, has more than enough time. But has to play post-plant versus 3, and if they want to use it, there's a lot of ultimates coming their way.
I mean, yeah, you get the plant, which is great. I think he... I mean, even if he gets the plant right, Rook, it's like, what do you do in that situation? It's a tough spot to find yourself in, but nevertheless, this is a great start. Maiden City to find yourself 2 rounds up, ults to work with. Are you going to see any of those ults invested in here to this round, to round Rook?
Well, it's either this round or the next, right? There's not much more time left to use it. I think that obviously Yummy is not going to invest theirs. There's no point in that. They have it as backup. But I would not be shocked to see Luke use theirs on that Nightfall, right, for a retake if they seek control. And with a null command coming on through, I think this could be a really solid execute if they focus on that. But the KO's alone, which is not exactly how I'd put it. So having them travel back, I think, is a good call here. And then they use that to push on in, deny a lot of the utility that would otherwise be quite hampering in the way they make that push happen. And from there, just get your execute, play your post plan.
It's tough. It's tough to say the least. It's the questions that I think both sides will probably find themselves asking all the way through to the bitter end. And well, for the side of Leicester, and the ones that have got to come from behind here, unfortunately. And I think it's... I can't reiterate enough how these minor mistakes can really cost teams in these kind of situations. Polo not making a mistake, like, finds the kill onto Ven. That's going to allow his team onto the site and should get that spike down.
What I don't think is a minor mistake is the usage of this Nightfall. I think it's a major mistake. I think they really shouldn't have invested it so early, because now they're not going to be able to get too much off of it. Sure, Luke manages to kill off Rudy Boy, but That's all they've gotten so far, and they're down a player anyway. They really want to use it as they push on in. Sure, they're hitting their shots, they're making it happen anyway, but that's on their raw skill, that's on their ability to perform when the tide is against them. Forage is jumping up into the high ground, really trying to buy themselves. Denies Sweetie a chance, but loses to Luke. And that is going to be 7-4 in the half, but it's not quite over yet. There's still one more for them to bring it back at least somewhat.
I mean, if you're the side of Maiden City here, right, you do not want to go in at 8-4. Right, you want to go in at 7-5. You want to say to yourself, okay, we can afford to give up maybe a three round lead, the likes of a 2-round lead, but a 4-round lead, for example, going into a real pivotal half for you, where I don't think Leicester's defense has looked probably the greatest, throughout this final so far. It's going to be a tough task, to say the least. They've got the Rolling Thunder to invest into this round, but on the other side of things, you've got the Tour de Force, you've got the Orbital Strike Overdrive as well. Oh, I like this, though, a lot from Desi. I thought he was going to get super aggressive out towards the flank for a second there. Here's the Tour de Force. Yimmy is going to find the first, doesn't even need to rendezvous his way out of trouble. He might need to now, though. He does eventually get himself out. So, numbers advantage in favour of this defensive side.
And even forced Porridge out of this position. Is ready though. And Desi sprints straight in. No hesitation. Knows what they're looking for. And knows there's a player, well, unfortunately not for very long, up above them. Dead knows there's a couple of players here. The spike is down. They upgrade. Get that rifle in hand. Want to make that move. But all of these players, all of these attackers, they're being forced off. The question is, how do you get that spike with all the shots being put down range?
It's going to be a tough task. But I don't think it's one that's going to have the answer to the question, because Desi falls 5th on the board for the side of Maiden City. And they keep themselves alive here, Rook, just about, but nevertheless, you've got to say, for the side of Maiden City, a 7-5 scoreline. I don't want to say it's quite flattering, because there was times, I think there was, one round where the defuse couldn't be stuck, because I think it was, one player kept himself alive. It could have been a lot better for Maiden City, but they'll take a 7-5 scoreline nevertheless. And for Leicester, I think they're going to be happy with the way that round played out. So we head into the switch of sides. It's really Luke and Desi. And if you look at the scoreboard, Rook, Luke and Desi, they're really pulling away from the rest of the leaderboards. And I think Leicester are probably lucky that they've even got 5 rounds in this.
Yeah, they really are. With the way that they've been playing, Luke and Desi really have managed to kind of basically manhandle a lot of the offense and a lot of the pressure that was being put on them in the earlier parts of this half. The previous half. But in the end, it was down to some really great entries, really great post-plant situations. Just about managed to tip it over again. I want to highlight that on the controller, Ven has not been able to have the same impact, and it's good that we're seeing Luke and Desi really step up, really take control. But if they start to step in, if they start to really twist the knife, it might be over for Leicester in very, very short order. But that still has to happen, and we know that Polar and the gang can certainly deliver as well.
They can deliver, and they can deliver indeed, and they can deliver with a bang. But Desi's there to find the first. Polar is going to pick up the kill. Sweetie, Porridge, they all find a couple kills apiece. And, well, for Desi, he doubles his luck, and it's going to be the spike that goes down for this side of Maiden City. And I think it could be a big old round for this squad to win. It will put them on 8. It'll probably put them on 9 if they win the Spectre round.
Yeah, nice round there. They will be picking it up, meaning that Leicester don't pick up that all-important pistol, and they don't manage to get that kind of pressure they had before. I really, really am interested as well, because we were expecting this game, right, to be back and forth and back, advantage this, advantage that. But right now, a three-round lead, with the way that these teams have been playing, that 3-round lead could be taken all the way to the bank. I really, really do think it could. We could right now see this just be maintained out the rest of the time, trading back and forth, desperately clawing for some kind of round advantage, and Leicester still not make it. Maiden City could take this. With a knife, Rudy Boy gets a lot of information. Unfortunately, that information is answered. The quick dose.
Well, here comes that attacking round. It's going to be Brimmy with a stimmy, but Luke in the Smoke's going to find one. Yummy there to trade out as well. This could be the ninth on the board for the side of Maiden City. A big round indeed for them. They would be within 3 rounds, touching distance of winning this map.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, sorry, 4 rounds, but this is tense. So I feel nervous, Rook, and I'm not even the one playing. I'm the one watching.
I think you're absolutely right to feel that way, because this Leicester squad have looked so good all season. For it to come to this, here on Fractured, they've barely been able to get a word in edgeways, at least in a lot of these. They've been able to get a couple of rounds here and there, but they've been traded back for 2, or sometimes 1, but often 2 apiece. And that advantage has really started to extend itself. They've got rifles now. They've got a chance to make a point. Best make it strong.
They've got to. They've got to make it strongly. They've got no choice but to. And well, just casting my mind back to those Haven rounds, how vital some of the rounds lost at Maiden City. Don't want to say choked, but gave away. So we know that there's a mistake or 2 in them. Can the side of Leicester capitalise on them though? That's the question. That's the question, Rook. Can they do it? Well, they are going to rotate over towards B for now.
I mean, it's a long haul. It gives time for the defenders to make that rotate happen, but they don't commit towards it. Rudy Boy tries to check for something, gets no information, does not know the push is coming until this utility is invested instead. That fragment does actually find one, and that flash is brilliant for Rudy Boy as they cut the head of this push off.
It's great stuff to say the least. 5-player stand, only 1 left for the side of Leicester. Or for the side of Maiden City, sorry, it's Rudy Boy with the quadra. And well, you've got to say it's not the way that probably Maiden City saw that round going. When you've got Rudy Boy stepping up the way they do, it's so hard to deal with, you know, when you've got one player that can pull off. And he was really the standout player, right, throughout probably the whole series. Yes, we mentioned Polar and Chromosome a lot on this side of Leicester, but Rudy Boy, I think consistent-wise, probably has the edge on the both. Such a difficult customer to live with.
Well, you're right on that. Constantly buying them space, constantly buying them time. Rudy Boy on the defense has been a force to be reckoned with. Now again, they're pushing onto that B side, right where they're situated. But Polar's going to be that first point of contact. Wants to try and find the head, drops off, make sure they don't die. Knows that post point is going to be very important on this map. It's so key. The rotates come in quickly as the execute comes through, but Rudy Boy delivers that first frag. He's looking for more.
He's looking for more. He's going hunting. He can smell the blood and he wants to find a couple more, and he does. He finds Yummy. It's going to be Sweetie there to trade though. Prowler isn't going to reveal any locations just yet, but the flash will slow down the push from Luke just for the moment. Does get tagged up with the flatline as well, but does manage to keep himself alive. Luke left on the site, probably going to fall. 7th on the board here now for the side of Leicester.
And as I was worried about this Leicester squad, they instantly strike back. 2 quick rounds, 2 solid rounds, and a solid foundation from which to build a comeback, a chance. A way to win this series, to win Belong Arena Clash Winter. They've only got a few rounds between them, but you can feel the heat, you can feel the pressure currently mounting on their backs. Luke wants to try and find something, wants to try and open up for their team. Polar holding down with that dash, still continues to hold it. It's a slow start for the attackers right now. They're looking for a way. Yummy ice cream. They want a chance. Then looking to move forward.
It's working its way towards that A site. Looks like where this Maiden City lineup is gonna go. I think just a few moments away from them exploding onto that site. Polar finds the first. Here comes the overdrive though. They've kind of just said to Desi, go frag, go pew pew pow and try and find a kill if you can. Oh, Grieveless finds the headshot. Venlo does shut him down eventually. It's going to be Porridge to find the trade as well. Numbers advantage again in favour of this defensive side. Rudy Boy has spotted Luke. He's got the Marshall. He's nothing but a dead man walking.
30 seconds left.
And well, this should be the 8th on the board here.
Yeah, they do indeed. Rudy Boy locks it out and brings them within touching distance of our opponents right now. A chance to really, really look this one out. Porridge and Rudy Boy sat on those ultimates as well, so that retake is looking extra spicy right now. If a push comes in, they're happy. Just chill. Just relax and let their opponents take the site and then just take it right back.
Sometimes you've got to just let your opponents do the dirty work and the hard work for you, right? I think that's we see it so much. Sometimes people just sit back, relax, and say, "Oh, we've won the round because you decided to make the mistake for us. We'll take those." And it works sometimes. I don't want to say and promote that being the strat 9 times out of 10 because your opponents won't always make mistakes. But Porridge making no mistake there with the Rolling Thunder to find the first and the second as well as Ven is dropped on the follow-up.
Again, that advantage coming on through. They use a Rolling Thunder effectively to try and deny. There's a Rolling Thunder still there. The spike hasn't gone down, though. So maybe they shift gears. But there's still 2 players waiting on that B site. Even if they do change which site, they just got completely stonewalled by 1 player.
It's going to be Chroma's only holding down full on the A site. The flash does come through. They're going to try and take control of this sand if they can. However, they know Porridge is lying in wait. Does get revealed, but the problem they're going to have is there's so many players stacked out. They've got them pinched in perfectly. Can't even grab the spike anymore. The door opening though might just act as a little bit of confusion. Nevertheless though, Rudy probably finds the swing, finds the headshot. 9-9 Rook. We're going all the way here in this final map.
Yeah, indeed. I'm so glad to see it. I was highlighting that I want to see knockdown, drag out fight, and here in the 5th game, that's absolutely what we're getting. And yeah, it's again these players who we didn't necessarily highlight the entire way. Luke really stepping up. Porridge and Rudy Boy really managing to find these frags. Porridge, especially in the last 2 games, has been on fire. And I am absolutely here for that. Polar's got access to that operator as well, and that is a force to be reckoned with. They push into this jet. They're in for a world of hurt. The tour de force comes out, but, well, let's see who draws quicker.
Polar Q. You've asked for the answer, and, well, there you've got it. Polar Q finds the first with the operator. Speaking of operators, tour de force, not bad as well to try and counter an operator with, but the issue is it's the defensive side that have got control of the map at the moment. And I think the side of the attackers, of course being Maiden City, might just struggle slightly. Rendezvous from Yummy out of trouble for a little bit. Tense moments, Eric. Tense moments.
Luke's in a good position as well to catch something if Yummy is the first point of contact. But alone, don't go back to do much. Drops on in here, gets the shot. This is big for Yummy.
Yummy does find one. Chromazoni is going to trade it back. Neural theft available should he want it. I'm a little bit surprised he's not tried to pop it over towards that body and get the info as to where the players are. But as I say that though, the spike does go down. It's Porridge to find one. Desi, is he going to be caught? He is. Polar Q is going to find one. Chromazoni finds Sweetie. Diffuse comes through. 10th on the board for the side of Maiden City.
Oh, the speed of the Neon almost gets them into a good position, but wrong place, wrong time, unfortunately. And that is the thing, is sometimes with that sprint, you're not being able to make lots of good decisions. You're able to make bad decisions quickly, which sometimes can be a good thing. You know, if you're in the wrong place at the right time, that's great. But sometimes you do go down, and those ultimates still ready as well. On the defensive side, they're so close to the knives, so close to the orbital strike as well. There's a lot of power here, and with Polar still having availability of that operator and cash to boot, this team is in such a strong position. Leicester, it's their game to lose now.
It's their game to lose indeed. They find the first, though, or no, they don't, sorry, actually, it's going to be Polar who falls first. So, How costly could that be? Who's going to blink first? Big tense moments here, Rook. Game-changing moments, to say the least. No team can afford these mistakes. How many times have we casted together? How many times have we seen teams throw themselves under the bus and throw away rounds countless times? Both teams poised in a position to try and win this game. Here comes the aggression from the defenders. They are going to have one player spotted though. Horn does reveal the location of one. Porridge holds his nerve to find the kill. Chromazoni is going to find two of his own as well. And Luke, last line of defense alive here, is Chromazoni for this side. Finds the first. There we go. It's a triple for Chromazoni. 11 up for the side of Maiden City.
I mean, if you count those trips as well, Chromazoni pretty much hard carried that round. So much utility coming out from this Cypher, denying so much in the way of positioning away from the opposing squad. And Maiden City bats Shadow right now seem like a shadow them for themselves, trying to find openings here. Ven on 8 frags. Maybe this switch over to the controller was not exactly what they wanted. And I was saying right at the beginning, if Ven isn't delivering this squad, I don't feel like it has the firepower to take down the opposing side, to take down Leicester. And right now, Leicester, they've got more than enough firepower. They've got more than enough cash, more than enough ult, more than enough everything. And it is time to go for the attacking side. They've got to find it, but Rudy Boy even manages to win. They take down 3 as the execute comes. That Nightfall was nothing but Betty buys for Maiden City. And you can see at Leicester, they're feeling themselves.
They feed themselves, the tails are up. They know they're just a few potential moments away from securing the Arena Clash Valorant title. Sweetie not going to have too much to work with because he's walked straight into a tripwire. Match, map, series, championship, Arena Clash point for the side of Maiden City. How much nerve has this side got?
It's a good and desperate question. Can Maiden City bring it back? They don't have a weapon lineup that looks like they can, but with this ramshackle buy, can they cobble together a win against 2 remaining ultimates, against the Operator, against everything, against a team who seem to have their number? Grieveless even has that orbital bombardment. That orbital bombardment is going to be so darn brutal if they don't manage to deal with Grieveless early on here. So hitting the A site is the right call. Keep an eye on these trips again. So important in the previous round. They could make a lot of difference.
So important. A world of difference. A lifetime of difference. History potentially defying moments, you could say, for this side. No room for error. No room for mistakes. Aggression over towards this B side. But I like the fact that Yummy has swung. He's found the kill. He knows one more is up. It's going to be PoloQ to find a kill. They have to go quick onto this B site though. They need to find this kill towards the top of tower. They don't. PoloQ's there. Keeps himself alive momentarily. Only the judge to work with.
Love the fact that Polo was ready with that judge. Picked it up, bought it before the round happened. And it's now their time to go. Grieveless marks the opening as the orbital bombardment comes on in, buys them space, buys them opportunities. They swap back to the Operator and want to open things up. They know where Ven is. They can see him, but can they punish him for being in that spot? No, they can't, as look who's too close. Desi trades 1 for 1, but that's fine. Numbers advantage right now for the attackers. Maiden City have not given up. They will not let this one go. And the batting of their leathery wings moves them to double digits and brings us closer towards a potential chance for that final round to matter all over again.
Well, it's times like this you learn a lot about yourself as a team. You learn a lot about the way that you can deal with pressure and how you handle it. For the side of Leicester, they've got 2 chances, 2 bites at the very juicy cherry to crown themselves the Arena Clash champions. Could this be the final round, or will the side of Maiden City hang on for at least one more? Here comes the aggression.
Hi, I'm pissed.
Early aggression out towards Sand. They want to try and gain control of it if they can. Porridge falls. Sweetie finds the first, but Grievous and Chromas only are there to answer back. And on the other side of the map, Rudy's doing the dirty work. The neural theft surely has got to come out. There it's invested. Yes, Yummy does find one. But all of a sudden, with the numbers advantage and the neural theft being locked in, Ruby's going to secure the kill. It's all up to Ben. They fought hard. They tried to work their way back into it. They got ever so close, within potential touching distance. But when you need the answers, the Raptors go hunting in a pack. And Rudy Boy finds the triple. 13th round on the board. Unlucky Maiden City, Leicester whoever, I don't know, they win the event.
Clever girls are the Leicester Raptors as they managed to pick that one up. Honestly, right at the end there, I really thought, they might have choked on that cherry. But Rudy Boy, as you highlighted, so impressive, even in the very last round there, finding the biggest opportunities. And shout out to Yummy for trying to bring that back, trying to give them an opening to bring them to double digits, but unfortunately not enough. And what a performance from Maiden City. But alas, as you said, Leicester, they pick up the win and pick up the season.
They pick up the season, and what a performance from them it is indeed. And you got to say commiserations to Maiden City once again. Guys, don't forget you can still win that Xbox over on our social media. So head over to Twitter, check out the tweet. All you got to do is retweet and like. I think we'll be drawing that winner very, very soon. But Rook, thank you so much for joining me all season long, all finals long. You've been amazing as always. Thank you at home for the people watching. We appreciate you. Thank you to our lovely production team working hard and all the Belong staff. We wouldn't be here without you. But any closing words, Rook, or should we leave it off here and see these guys next time?
I'd love to see them next time with games like that.
Exactly, guys. Take it easy. Stay safe. Hopefully football's coming home. But if not, at least the Arena Clash title is heading back to Leicester. See you guys next time.
Thank you.